Hello and welcome everyone. It's the 2nd of May and that means two things. First of all, the year is already over and existential dread slowly setting in. But second, and most importantly, it's time for Project Horizon VCT China upper bracket finals. My name is Crafty and I'm joined by Kets. How are you doing?
I'm doing amazing, Crafty, and I'm doing amazing because we have an amazing game here for everybody. Today is Sri Gaming versus Wolves Esports at the upper finals. We're all the way through the playoffs now, and the winner of this, I mean, they're both already guaranteed for Toronto, but there's that first seed up for grabs, or at least a chance at the first seed, an easier chance with the Matt veto advantage that they would get if they were to win this game and get themselves to that grand finals. I mean, it's an exciting game, Crafty. I don't know how anybody would not be excited.
It is, and especially like looking at this bracket, amazing runs by both Sila Gaming and Wolves Esports. Two teams we probably didn't expect to end up in this situation, being in the upper bracket final, being qualified for Toronto, as you said already, but they both beat their competitors, especially BLG and EDG Gaming, both in the 2-0 dominant fashion. What is going on at VCT China right now?
I mean, it's the new generation of Chinese Valorant, I think, because, I mean, BLG, EDG, heavyweights in this region. EDG still coming into this playoffs, the heavy favorites to make it all the way through and make themselves, I mean, make it to Toronto. And now they've been beaten in dominant fashion, like you said, by Wolves and by XLG. So, look, we've seen XLG beat Wolves twice before in this year, once in kickoff, once in stage one, the group stages. But this could be Wolves' chance to, get their revenge. This could be their chance to make themselves known, to also be part of that new generation of Chinese Valorant, to make themselves, well, the top of Chinese Valorant. That's an opportunity for them here.
Yeah, and I mean, especially looking at their history, it's not something you would expect of them. I mean, their past results, especially in VCT, looked kind of, let's say, shaky and not so good. They were bottom tier teams for most of their time in VCT, only finding good results in these like off-season events or in between tournaments. But now they're looking like a top 3 team, certainly. And making it to Toronto already is like the biggest success in this esports team's history. So, do you think they got it to make that next step and even claim first spot?
Yes, they head into the studio now. Look, even in the group stages, Wolves didn't look as convincing as XLG did. Look, XLG finished, they were in the same group. XLG finished topping that group alongside Bilibili with a 4-1 record. And then Wolves could only manage a 3-2 record, which is still obviously incredibly respectable. But, they did look a little shaky. A lot of their games were closer. They were more hard fought. And then, once they got into their playoffs, it's like a switch flicked for them. They haven't dropped a single map so far in the playoffs for either of these teams, XLG or Wolves. So, they may be momentum-based and XLG may be the wall that they run into that kills their momentum. But if they can maintain what they've been doing, if they can maintain that synergy, that overall sort of playstyle that they've got going, they might just be able to punch through the wall that seemingly is XLG. For now, though, we're going to have to see how the map picks work out, though, for that to happen. What do you think? What maps do you want to see, Crafty, here?
Honestly, I want to see a lot of maps. I mean, we had this, as you said, we had this matchup already in the group stage. And it was a quick 2-0 for XLG. And if I recall correctly, I think they played Fracture and Icebox. Was it Icebox? Yeah, it was right, Icebox. Yeah. So I'm kind of curious whether Wolves are feeling comfortable enough to pick up any of these maps against XLG now, or whether they sort of go back to what they've been showing us in playoffs so far, where they, I think, banned both Ascent and Split against BLG, both Ascent and Fracture against BLG. So that one probably not making it through again. But they have shown us incredible performances versus BLG on both Split and Haven. So I'm pretty sure that either one of these two are coming through against XLG here. What do you think?
I think we're going to see a Lotus as well. Both of these teams really like Lotus. I mean, XLG a little bit more so than Wolves, but I don't think Wolves are going to be as afraid of playing XLG on Lotus. I think they're going to feel fairly confident that they can, you know, at the very least put up a good fight on this map. And it is at the end of the day, a best of 3. You want to win 2-0, but realistically, you're okay with giving up a map, even if, you know, if at the end of the day you win 2-1, right? You just want to win. Winning dominantly or winning in a close call is still a win. You still get yourself to the grand final. So I think we might still get maps like Lotus, maps that are sort of unproven for both sides, just in case one side wants to make a gamble on being better prepared for the map overall than the other side.
Yeah.
Other than that, though, I mean, look, I want to see Lotus. I want to see Haven. I love these 3-side maps. Look, I live here. I live here. You know, they're gonna come to my hometown in Lotus, and it's gonna be fantastic for everybody. You know.
I mean, another map that we haven't talked about yet, and that is probably the comfort pick for both of these teams, is Pearl. And if I recall correctly, we had, I mean, you guys didn't see that at home, but there was a little fan prediction of the map veto prior to the actual map veto going on the Chinese stream. And I think the fans predicted a Pearl into Lotus. And then I think it was split as a decider, if I recall correctly. But yeah, so I mean, that does look like an interesting map video, don't you think?
I love it. I love Pearl. I mean, look, Pearl, they didn't really make the necessary changes on Riot's side, I think, to make that B long fight a little bit better. I think it's still very, you know, B heavy in terms of the post plan and everything. But I think teams have adapted to Pearl a lot better. There's a lot more interesting things going on, especially with comps as well. Yoru's really popular on Pearl nowadays because you can push out of A main and then TP to B if they, you know, happen to push B. So I think Pearl is a really interesting map, and I love Lotus. Anything with 3 sides is, I think, to me, one of the most interesting ways to go. I'm a little miffed that we're not getting Fracture, one of the most interesting, probably the most interesting map in all of Valorant, to be honest with you. But I still think we're going to get a banger of a series, and to close it out with a standard map like Split, where, I mean, we all know Split is known for its overtimes. All the teams push Split all the way down. So if we get that again, it's going to be unbelievably exciting.
Yeah, and I mean, we have seen some new comms, new agents coming up again in on Split. Some teams picking up that Viper again. She got a little resurgence there. So I'm excited to see what these two teams might be cooking on these, so to speak, standard maps. But we had a picture of Ragar just showing up a few seconds ago. He has been one of the most talented players on this roster for XLG, putting up a dominant performance in the semifinals. Do you think he's going to be the one, the guy to watch out for today again against Wolves Esports?
I think it'd be hard to argue for anybody else. He's currently, right now, the second highest rated player in all of Stage 1 China. He is an incredible duelist. I'm not sure how they managed to pick him up, but he has been the key to XLG's success in this split, and the distance that they've gotten, most of that is actually just Raga. Obviously, his team is incredibly supportive and sets him up perfectly well, but I think this game is going to come down to a lot of Raga versus Juicy, another import for the side of Wolves here. And I think, you know, whichever duelist comes out on top is going to be whichever team comes out on top. However, for Wolves, though, the player to watch out for definitely always has been and still will probably be Lysor. An incredible initiator flex player, but it might just end up being a Raga Lysor matchup here. But I'm hoping we get some nice little duelist offs here as well.
Yeah, of course. I mean, if there's one thing for sure, then we know that Chinese teams have incredible aim and will be bragging like crazy throughout these matches. So I'm excited for that already. Either way, we did have interviews on the Chinese stream, and with Wolves especially, I feel like that's interesting. It sounded like they had a pretty good practice so far. I mean, they have been getting better and better. That is something we've seen for sure But it looks like they just want to rush to vacation, if that is what I am seeing here. Winning means earlier vacation, and vacation equals good, I guess. So do you think that's the main motivator for both these teams right now?
I mean, look, Toronto's not, it's like right around the corner. There's not a lot of time between these, the stage and the beginning of Masters Toronto. So if any extra days of vacation for them to rest, relax, and kind of get themselves back together before Toronto starts is going to be valuable to all of these teams. In fact, I think it's a thing that a lot of people have talked about, about how China finishes earlier, but then Toronto starts at the same time for everybody. And it's kind of an iffy topic that we won't get into, obviously. But, even so, even when you're inside China, a team getting a little bit more time than another team is going to be something that you're absolutely going to be looking for when you're heading into a Masters, which is a major.
Yeah, exactly. And another interesting bit about XLG, as we are heading into walkouts, look at this beautiful venue, JDG Arena in Beijing. That is just,
I swear,
sight to behold.
VCT China has the best stages in all of Valorant. From when the league started, they've just been knocking it out of the park. It looks so good. Look at those graphics on the back. So sick.
That's just pure hype. The arena is stacked even without JDG participating. I'm glad to see that. But
yeah, hey, they're going to be watching, and I think even they watching from the stands are going to be just as excited because this is an incredible matchup for you.
Look at this venue.
There they come.
Starting with CLI Gaming. Talking about them right now, and interesting info that I just wanted to talk about. Of course, there is this a bit of a language barrier within this roster, with Raga being from Russia, for example, and of course, there could be something that impacts them in one of these high stakes matches. But they sounded very disciplined so far, as they said in the voice comms. And it's pretty interesting that they just hand over information to Viva, and then he deals with the rest and like spreads information to everyone. So it seems to work out with him being like the centerpiece of this team.
Sort of a router for their network there, Viva, their initiator. In fact, Viva is actually a top 10 player this stage as well, by rating, at least on VLR. An incredible player to put up that kind of performance while, like you say, translating, and I think he's IGLing as well. Incredible. I mean, if you can only imagine how good he could be if he has a little bit less bandwidth, or if he had a little bit less to deal with, given his human bandwidth. But incredible player nonetheless.
He's
Why
just
are you coming out here? Huge.
Huge brain. Look at the confidence here from YOU. He looks like he's gonna click some ads today.
Is it click or lick?
No, click. He's clicking them. I hope he's not licking them.
Good. I don't think he's allowed to do that on stage, right?
I mean,
I hope not.
In the moment, I don't know. You really, when your teammate
he clutches
the
he
one,
just runs around.
Yeah. Just clutches the 1v4, just gonna run around and lick everyone's head. Like, well, they're probably not gonna do that. And coach,
he would do a lot of morale damage, I think.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be able to focus after that if I were them.
That is
But as
true.
the final members of XLG come out, we are going to see the coach come out as well. And now it's time for Wolves, the underdog, somewhat of this matchup here, with XLG kind of the favored team to win it. And there's that import from Singapore, Juicy, the duelist, the star duelist, rather.
Faces a young team of Wolves Esports against what looks to be the favorite in this matchup, but they sure got something to prove, and they did so far in this playoff bracket, not losing a single match so far, and already qualifying for Toronto. They got nothing to lose now, and they also look pretty confident and happy just to be here. It seems like, look at this, they're hyped.
I don't think anybody, including Wolves themselves, expected them to make it this far, but I don't think they're going to be stopping anytime soon. They're going to be on such a roll now. They're going to be on such a high coming into this matchup, looking to keep that momentum going all the way through the grand finals and hopefully winning that as well. But they do still have to get through XLG, and I mean, like you said, they are looking confident that they're going to be able to.
And as we add into the last members of Wolves Esports, yeah, he is Lysor. You were talking about him, all eyes on him. And he put up performance like that again. And of course, Coach Fate as well. I don't know if assistant
they come in, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if the German assistant coach is coming on stage as well. I don't know. Did we get him?
I think not.
No?
I think not.
Unlucky.
Doesn't seem like it.
Would
yeah,
have loved to
unlucky.
see a German brother over there on the VCT stage.
There they are. A greeting, you know, before the massacre begins, or not the massacre, the battle begins. I hope it's not a massacre. I hope it's a really close game that takes us to map 3 and OT on all maps. Who's with me? Everybody?
Well, I do have to catch a train to Berlin at 3:30, but I guess we should make that.
Oh, they'll wait for you. You just tell them that you're watching or you're casting XLG and Wolves, and they'll be like, okay, we understand. We understand. Take your time. Take your time.
Okay. Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, German transport is being pretty late and not on schedule anyway. So
I'm telling you, it's because of VCT China. They're all watching.
Yeah,
they're all watching. That's why it's
so.
late.
I hope so. We do have a map veto on.
Oh.
And it looks like the fans almost got it right. We do get Pearl as our first map, and Lotus is our second, but it is Ascend as a decider, not Split, which was banned out by XLG the first rotation.
Definitely unexpected. I honestly thought XLG would be the one to pick Split. They are usually big fans of it, and this time not so much, it seems. Maybe they're a little bit afraid of what Wolves have cooked up there, but Wolves banning Fracture, though, kind of on par for the course here. They've lost to XLG before on Fracture, and they know that XLG love Fracture, so it's probably a good idea for them to get rid of Fracture there on their side.
Yeah, I mean, they probably saw what Wolves did to BLG on Split and decided, nope, we want none of that. And it gives us at least Pearl as our first pick here. Let's see when they last played Pearl on Wolves side. Did they actually play it in playoffs so far?
I'm kind of hoping that we see a Yoru here on this Pearl. It's not the... Yeah, there we go. We got Yorus on both sides. It's kind of a new pick that teams have been trying out, but I really like it. They push out towards A, like I said before. They, on defense, the Yoru can get all of that space in A main, and then if they go B, it's just a teleport away, at least to get close to B. I really like that pick, and I'm excited to see how this goes through, but it's not Rarga on Yoru, it's Happyway.
Yeah, it's Rarga on the Chamber, however, who also came back in favor. Especially on Pearl. A lot of teams have been picking him up already, and we do get 2 chambers here. It's basically almost a mirror matchup with these 2 teams, just 2 initiators being the difference here. 2 Fat BB with the Techo, still an incredible agent, of course, not receiving nerfs yet, and the Sova on the other side.
Yep, that Sova is going to be... Oh, actually, the Sova is kind of an unusual pick as well for this map. Usually, you don't really see a lot of Sovas because of the inability to re-clear these lanes in a timely manner with how long the cooldown on that recon dart is. But, I mean, it really still always comes down to the game plan that they have as we kick off here in Pearl. 27 seconds before we kick off, in fact. And teams are ready, everybody's ready, and I mean, are you ready, Crafty, for an incredible game?
I am indeed. ready for this matchup. Wolves map pick Pearl. The first battleground in this best of 3 upper bracket final between Wolves Esports and Eli Gaming. Wolves are starting on defense, and we do see a lot of attention towards mid from both these teams, with the people towards B-Link. And a quick peek here from Happyway.
A headshot coming through, but he does manage to get out in time. But Ferrarga, he just come through and gotten someone through the wall, through the box. Spring going down early.
They got through to Art onto A side. It's just Juicy here. He should get a couple kills, maybe. Finds Happyway. Good flash, but it's also flashed himself. Spike is planted. They quickly turn their attention back to this connector. They know someone is still lurking there. Had to take out some of these players early, but Super Happy B gets the first one. Towards A main with the headed knife, but that's a good pull. Gets out with the teleport. It's a 2v2, but Rarga finds another one. The 3k for him. I don't know if I can actually solve this. 21 HP. He's surely going down. Gets one with the Headhunter versus Viva, but the spike is sticking way too fast. Gets another one. But that's enough. First round goes over to XLG.
Yeah, I mean, a great way to start that pistol. Not a very chaotic round from either side there. I think it really just came down to XLG not having enough map control early on. Only getting the control over Art quite late in the round. But, I mean, Juicy getting one here was huge. Unfortunately, though, it just still went the way of XLG.
Yeah, they just handled that post plan perfectly, with immediately trying to get that player who was still stuck in connector, and then having 2 in A main, just trying to delay the diffuse as long as possible. Good stuff from XLG early on here. And as we head into the second round, you see some attention towards B main. Drone already used by XLG.
Bit of a default on the side of XLG here. They're trying to get a little bit more info, hoping that Wolves push out with their limited weaponry, but they don't really seem to want to. They're kind of spreading out around the map, which is not exactly the ideal. Oh, what a shot! And a third one down too! 2 of them line up, but the third one is a clean kill by Yuikao. Gets 2 of his own with just a Headhunter in hand.
The Headhunter is just such a crazy weapon in the right hands. Both Raga and Yuikao already shown that, and B side, however, under control for XLG. Spike should be planted anytime soon. Raga's already in position to find a 4th one with the outlaw. Brings down Yuikao already. The ace for Raga. We're talking about him, and it looks like he's on fire already.
He's absolutely heating up. It's only the second run and he's already got an ace, and the amount of confidence that builds early on, especially for a player like Raga, is incredible. I think Yuikao could not be too unhappy with his performance this round as well. 3 kills, a lot of good damage on this anti-eco for them, rather.
First buy, of course, now.
Few armor rebuys.
Wolves. I mean, this bonus is looking juicy, especially with the tour de force picked up for Raga already. That one can hurt.
We're gonna have to see how juicy it looks based on his own rotation here onto the A side.
They got a lot of space in mid already. There is a trademark in Art, however, if I got correctly. And they checked the drone. But as you said, yeah, they're heading towards speed, using the drone as well. Look at that space and pillar. And with that A stack on the side of Wolf Esports, should be able to get on site here, but they decide to turn back towards A.
Might not be the right decision. As you can see, they've kind of stacked A. 3 people there. they might just be heading into a bit of a firing squad, especially with the better weapons now on the side of Wolves. It depends on how these early shots go for Arga, who has his 34s already thanks to that ace from the last round.
Dark gets destroyed quickly, so no info there. Dodges the flash rather. Can he really make use of that through the force in these close quarter fights? But no! The spam through the wall. Planned, delayed, and another one for Spring. The tour de force does nothing in these fights. It's a clean round for Wolf Esports.
A misread on the side of XLG there, coming back to A when they pretty much had B almost entirely clear with just one person and a bit of Vice utility still remaining there. But then at the end of the day, I think it just came down to these spams. Incredible from Spring, who I think gets 2 here, not just 1. Just in time to prevent that plant from actually coming down, because if they get into those post-plant positions, especially with that 34s, Wolves would have been in trouble. But they're going to be happy getting that bonus round, even though they did take a little bit of damage.
That double duck out position there for Wolves really paid dividends the last round. However, first full buy for XLG as well now. Here. Ooh, it's a quick peek with the drone. And at first, frag for Happyway. 2 Pepe B's down. That means connector is open, but through the smoke, Yukao finds an answer.
Now they're heading back towards R. It seems to always end up at A for these guys in these last couple of rounds. And look at Spring. He's pushed all the way up. He doesn't quite hit the shot. A little bit of a costly whiff. Doesn't matter, as Juicy on side is able to hold down Art. Now.
They do find the kill. 3-on-3. And Yukao has not joined the fight yet. Viva finds the first frack against Lysor. Spike should be able to be planted now. Spring again going for the cheeky spam through the wall this time. The plant goes through, however. 2v3, but Spring quickly get on site. Is spotted, gets it though. What's he doing? Oh my god! Conflict might not even need it. What a round from Spring.
It's been him these last couple of rounds holding down that A side from exactly that same dugout position. Yes, he didn't quite get the spam in this time because of the kind of off-angle plant position, but he just gets up, gets out of dugout, and still manages to get 2. One of them with extremely low HP as well. So these last 2 rounds, the only 2 rounds that Wolves have both been Spring rounds through and through.
They surely not gonna make that mistake again to push onto A side without really clearing dugout. But then again, how are you gonna do it? If you had a tech hole, that would definitely be easier to do with your guided salvo. But it looks like they're trying to do it again. It is an eco though for XLG.
It is, and we get the Yoru out coming on to take this side and to spot out Spring so that the ult from Viva can come through and get him off of the side, and it does exactly that as Yukao gets a kill on mid as well.
Oh my, Juicy!
Oh my god.
With the pop flash out of the smoke. Finds 2 quick kills, but it's traded. Still a numbers advantage, of course, for Wolves Esports, and Yukao already aiming for the spike plant. An easy kill for him.
Members of Wolves taking turns holding down A side. They're taking turns.
That was a lot of investment. 2 ults there just to clear dugout against Spring for once in an eco, but they didn't really stand a chance to get against this post plant. Bit over eager, in my opinion, here from XLG. However,
yeah. Look, I just feel like, yeah, go ahead.
No,
timeout taken. They gotta talk about this A hit. They keep I don't know. There just seems to be some sort of mismatch about. I mean, sometimes they split up. Sometimes they go, mid and A, which is what they did the pistol round, and it worked because they were working together. They pushed kind of at the same time, so that when the people in art were distracted by the people pushing through mid, the people from main can flood into side. And then once the plant has been, when the spike has been planted, they can pick post plant from two angles. After that, though, they've been kind of out of synergy, out of sync in the way that they've done this double-pronged attack. And in this round, they didn't do a double-pronged attack as well, at all, which I feel like is kind of an issue when you're hitting A. It's just very hard to get out of that choke and get into side when you have to worry about art as well. Especially when Juicy's just going to flash out of it and come out and kill two people, which is ridiculous, of course, and maybe not something you can reproduce, but still, it's just it's quite difficult, and I feel like they're not going B enough.
Yeah. I mean, they did have a successful round on B where they're during the Econ second round after pistol, which of course is also not really representative of what they're able to do in these buy rounds. However, great read from Wolves, putting the tour de force onto B long, but Yukao is forced to take the TP.
Have to break the turret, the alarm bot here in mid, the chamber bot, if they want to create that pressure in mid towards doors, because right now nobody's worried about doors because that trip is still up. If they don't break it, that pressure is not going to be there. There's no question mark created for Wolves to worry about, and they can just hold like they are.
And they still know how important it is to force them to not split through this. Oh my god, Yuka just takes the peak against the Cosmic Divine's fine. While you and not even Happyway can get the surprise kill with the peak. Doesn't look too good for XLG. Spike has not been planted yet. He's going down now. And they win the fight in halls. No, they managed to go down. Oh Yuka is just too good right now. Could get another one. No. It's not traded. Coconut might actually win that round for LG. 3 kills for him. Get the ding. Not the kill. 4 for him. 1v1. HP bars are low, but Spring has the right timing.
God.
Against a special delivery. Oh my god.
No way.
What is going on here?
That was as close as you could get. SUFABB even stunned himself accidentally, and a dink into heaven as well, but unfortunately could not close it out. I mean, it was as close as you could get, and it's devastating. It's devastating, and an absolutely essential round for XLG that just slipped through his hands.
My god.
Unbelievable.
I mean, once again, they had a great read on Wolves Esports side. Feeling like they would go B now with a lot of attention towards mid as well. Sort of prevent that early split. But then Coconut is just...
Wolves are reading them so impeccably.
Yeah. And so much attention towards mid again. And there it is, the fake smoke. Juicy gets one, gets two. Rarga, of course, popping off on that hand hunter again. But it's not enough. 3 quick kills. It certainly looks like a 5th round.
Wolves are just on top of everything this game. I don't know what WOD they reviewed, but they've got some sort of magic spell here on this map because they have everything accounted for. Wherever XLG are going, Wolves are there ready and waiting.
Finally,
yeah, every number possible. They got their passport numbers, phone numbers. I don't know what number they're missing.
Social security numbers. That's all there is.
Could be.
Yeah, they got it. But XLG at least able to pick up that spike from Art. Can they make it onto side though? It doesn't look like it. Rarga again. He's still on fire. Picks up a gun, but it's a 1v3 and only 10 seconds remaining. And of course, Lysor is just waiting for him to push onto that side. 5th round for Wolves Esports. What a start to this first map.
Time to jump.
Absolutely, and they were 2-0 down as well, so they've won 5 in a row so far. It's an incredible performance. Once the Riper round started, once the full buy round started, Wolves have just been on top of everything. Whatever XLG tried to do, whether it's on an eco, whether it's on a buy round, they've just been capable of reading them, not just at the start of the round, but mid-rounding too. They end up where Wolves end up being. Now we see them pushing out a B long here, getting a lot of information.
Taking the TP.
And installing Yuka.
So hard for XLG. Again, they got to use the drone, push out of double doors and destroy the trademark. At least some pressure for them now. Immediately they push into Art and try to find Rargar. He wins the duel against Juicy though. Big kill there for XLG.
Now Wolves are a little bit thrown. They're not really sure where XLG are going to go, and it does seem like they're leaning towards B here, which would be the right call. Unless they, double back again like they did that third round.
There is an operator for UCOW though, aiming right at them.
Narrow angle.
They would need a flash here.
Ooh.
The flash comes through. Oh, smoke even. Oh, it's just a fake one. Can he get out? He does. Site is under control. For XLG though, they got the numbers advantage. Can they make use of it? Oh, it's looking dicey for Viva here. Can he get out? Yeah, he does. They got Link under control as well.
Smoke came down in heaven just in time to prevent a catastrophe orchestrated by Yukao here as the plant finally comes down. They've gotten good post-map positions. They have a lot of control, Halls, main, and Link. Where's the cross? Hello.
Just a quick trade.
Yukao
finds a player in Link, and now it's actually looking pretty hard. Timer's ticking though, and they got a couple arrows. No, and YOU just gets 2. XLG finally flame another round.
A perfect recon dot just in time to stop that defuse before it completes. Would have been devastating for Sela if they just got it diffused under their noses. But thankfully, with that recon dot, they were able to close it out there. What a shot. There it is.
Lucky lineup there as well. But as you said, great timing there from Viva on the arrow. But that round could have gone either way.
Very little control.
They
they're doing it again. They're just going all the way to A with no control of B, no control of mid. And Wolves have read it. They've just stacked A. Leaving just Yukao to hold mid by himself. Without a gun, yes, but he does have that. Headhunter, all the bullets in fact.
A lot of damage taken there. Makes it out alive though with 34 HP. And they seem to push them towards Yukao now. Viva finds Juicy in the rotation though. Yukao doesn't really care about being hit by the Steel Guard here, but he still doesn't make it out alive. Only 1 kill claimed here. Let's see if that B, but Spring, the one with the rifle, pops out of the smoke, doesn't get too many kills though. It's just Slicer now. Been stellar. But can they make it can he make it happen in a 1v3?
Mountain to climb, but it is helped by the steps placed by his teammates in the form of low HP, but it doesn't quite matter. He still falls off the cliff and falls to the ground. I mean, it's a good way for them to come back. They're kind of bringing it close. I think if they can get it to like 6-6, it'd be nice if they can get it. If they can keep Wolves at 5, they're going to be so happy with how this half has turned out.
I only just realized that was a quick one-tap through the smoke there by Viva. That does happen a lot in VCT
That came
China.
PC.
Yeah.
Fair enough. I mean, it's a narrow passageway.
Yeah.
We'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
Still, I mean, it just shows how great the game sense these guys have. Like, and crazy good crosshair placement as well, of course. Find these kills through the smoke. There is both the Cosmic Divine and the Dimensional Drift invested, and Yukao just decides to just beat through this, but Happyway is there to claim the kill. East side under control, but they're already waiting in the wings. Sides of Wolves Esports, as soon as this Cosmic Divide drops, immediately Armageddon towards Halls.
There he
No
goes
kills
again.
claimed though, but they just run into their crosshairs. XLG. Firm control on this B side.
方还剩1人。
Yeah. Lives are not even trying to participate in that fight.
Yeah, you know, I mean, it just feels like Wolves are a little bit disconnected all of a sudden.
Yeah.
When these smokes come down, they're not really waiting for the team to gather and then going through those smokes together. They're just kind of trying to take fights through those smokes, and it's just getting spammed down. Yuikawa in heaven, maybe he didn't hear the Yoru, him coming out of the L, but a massive mistake that opened up that round entirely.
Yeah. I mean, you look pretty nasty on the chamber so far in these B-side holds, so he thought he could just get a quick shot in and TP out again, but great awareness there from Happyway, of course.
One enemy remaining.
And after that, as you said it, yeah, they
just
seemed a bit disconnected.
Walking out of those
just-
smokes by
yeah,
themselves.
walking out one by one.
Yeah. Bit of a disconnect. I mean, I think that's probably what the coach here is talking about with his team here, because they need to fix that. They need to be coming out of those smokes with util, with, you know, retake util in a way that they can isolate these fights, hopefully give themselves advantageous fights in 2v1s, 3v1s, or whatever, and then slowly make their way. I mean, you have time to defuse that bomb, and rush that retake is what's been killing them the last couple of rounds. However, I do want to point out that XLG used 2 ults that round. That might be a bit difficult to do every round.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen a lot of ultimates being used immediately as soon as they're up so far in this game. They've been using the attacker Yoru ult pretty well so far, the 2 times that they used it. I mean, Happyway's on the bottom of the scoreboard right now, but his impact on the Yoru sure to be felt in these last rounds. And we're heading into round number 11. It's another eco for Wolf Esports. An early drone spots out Juicy, who needs to use the TP. Oh, that doesn't even... Wait, I probably didn't mean to put it there, right?
He TP'd what he could have done with like 2 steps back.
Yeah.
I feel like,
That was a bit
I feel
awkward.
like taking an elevator up 1 floor.
Yeah, he just got a little lazy there.
Just lazy.
准备切入。
Does reclaim the space though, so still a lot of map control for Wolves at the moment, and
Take a
especially
lot of this control and
到了，
yeah.
Yuikawa. Can he find the kill?
shot.
No. And Coconut is just too clean there. The 1v1. They also push through Ards.
Absolutely not, but this could be good
Lysor,
for
does he?
Lysor. Though
Oh
he
my
turns
God.
around. He gets another one.
What?
闭嘴。
The awareness from Lysor.
Too fat.
剩余
Makes this a
30秒。
2v2.
Too fat gets one with the
Get a
ghost as
one?
well, and
So close.
爆能器
So
已破。
close. Juicy does have the rifle,
不要
but
给我放心。
it's just a quick kill by Coconut. And another round for XLG. It was the eco, but
Unnecessary.
it could have been their round for Wolves.
I mean, it just came
bit
down to
close
the
there.
fight in art. If Spring gets that kill, it works. If Spring gets that kill onto Viva, and then it's a 2v1 and the spike's not down yet, there's a chance that Wolves win that round. But unfortunately, it doesn't quite make it work, and then it's 2v1. And Coconut is Coconut. He's Coconut because
He didn't
just
even
hits-
see him.
想玩是吧？往蹦
He doesn't need to.
Yeah, he doesn't
That's
need
how crazy he is.
Quick push there into A main. claiming that orb, pushing Wolves back onto A side. They're taking it slow again, heading towards mid, as they have been doing for these past couple rounds, creating that pressure, finding that trademark, trying to trigger the Vice wall early in these rounds to keep Wolves guessing.
I like this split though. I like this door towards A with 3 people going towards art and 1 person watching door. It's quite nice.
Ooh.
If they make it through, it's nice, and even if they don't, they create so much pressure there. So many question marks that Juicy has to clear with his ult here.
What a dimensional drift though from Juicy, but he still goes
落
down.
在中
You
区，
fat.
Maybe finds too though. Spring also ready for that peak
No,
for
he doesn't
double
know.
doors.
上光陷阱武器都给我交出来！
Oh my god. And they survive this. Still don't have the spike. That's a great drone. The awareness from Sufat BP gives them another kill. That was just Happy Way. They can hear his stabs. He should never be able to get this plant down and claim the round afterwards. No, has to plant now. Tries to get into duels. The timer is running out. He even finds both of them. What an effort there from Happy Way. But it's too late.
攻防
A 6-6 half. I think both sides are going to be happy with it as a happy way. That wasn't okay. Not really sure what that was about, but he stands up, he sits down, and I think both teams are going to be relatively happy with that half. I think because I mean there were times where it could have been dominant from either side. There were times where it looked like XLG were going to run off with the half. There were times when Wolves looked like they were going to run off with the half. So I think they're going to be happy with it. I think XLG are probably a little bit happier than Wolves because they did kind of stage a little bit of a comeback. But next half is going to be extremely exciting.
I'm kind of surprised that we're dead even at this set. Looked like this could have gone either way. Great comeback, so to speak, by XLG after being down 5-2. And I am interested to see how XLG's defense is going to look. I feel like this Tejo on the side of Wolves, you have a couple more tools to clear some of these nasty angles that XLG were struggling with on their attacking side. But still, in the end, it's all about execution. And as we see the fans, the meme cam again. I love these crowd shots, by the way. It's just amazing to see everyone enjoying themselves there in the stadium.
And, you know, some people don't really get the assignment. They think they're just being shown on TV, so they just kind of stare at the camera, which is kind of funny as well. You know, it's funny either way if they do it or not.
I mean, I wish we could read the signs.
Yeah, you're right.
Glad we have a translator, though. So that okay. So apparently these signs spell stuff like XLG meow meow. So I guess we didn't really miss any crucial info there.
Oh no, they weren't talking about their game plan coming into this half.
No,
the signs.
Unfortunately, no.
No, good. Oh, I'm glad we didn't miss anything. And look, we see Happy Way already taking so much space towards that B long position, which really allows the rest of XLG take these fights towards Link and towards mid, which is where Wolves are going at the moment. That Happy Way is pushing the top of the shell. Ooh.
Nasty one.
Quick kill to start off the round. That's going to be great. And that is actually their controller down, which means smokes are off the table for the rest of this round.
They got into B-Link pretty quickly, though.
Difficult thing to take. Oh, doesn't matter.
Ow. Oh my god, again. He finds two players in Hall down. B side under control.
爆能器已部署，
Wolves looking to recover from that early kill. By Happy Way, wall is triggered now, so they are aware of the backstep. Can they make it work,
Ooh,
though? Viva
Viva.
finds the first one. Varga needs to get into action now. Quick hack shot.
There
Board
we
slides
go.
are almost the flick. Enough damage done already. Super PP in the... Yeah, stuck between a rock and a hard place. And he goes down. XLG. Another pistol round under their belt.
Dies to the hard place as the rock behind him just waits for the ample opportunity to take that fight. I mean, there's not really much he could have done. He was, like you said, stuck there, and but this kill from Yukao. I mean, what is even that?
Not happy.
To be happy with that, though.
Yeah.
Well, he's not happy, but XLG are gonna be happy with it.
58% pistol round win percentage there for XLG. That's good. That's decent. I mean, more pistol rounds
More than decent.
win you more games.
Yeah, more pistols will always win you more games. That's like, you know, you win 2 pistol rounds. That's like winning 4 rounds, especially with that the second round bye that you get to enjoy. Now Wolves, we see them pushing towards Art again here. They do have one installed towards A, which is nice to see, especially they trigger that wall.
It did right now. So got the info now. And pressure. Checking with the drone. Be spotted. A Lysor. They're not fully rotating over to Ada now. Happy Ways moving there. Only Rarga still holding his position. Can they make it onto the site though? Versus an Astra. And a Vice.
陷阱启动，
Defo.
Nice, yeah. Those torrents are gonna delay so much as they get
Yeah.
popped here, but there is a teleport in Juicy already, kind of in backside. Well, in front side still, but a little bit of chip damage coming through onto CFIBB. He's actually gonna go down. Viva.
Great usage of the stun and the shock dart there.
There you go.
Yukao, however, catches a rotation, but YOU and Happy Way already flooding the site. Easy defuse. It's just Yukao. What is he gonna do? Yeah, he come. Oh, he finds 2 on
He's got 3.
He interrupted it. Oh my god. That was too close for comfort, but XLG come out on top.
An incredibly admirable effort from Yukao, hitting shot after shot, a double headshot onto the diffusing spring as well, but not diffusing coconut as well, but unfortunately not quite good enough to win a 1v5.
That's the double headshot through the wall, man.
Good God.
These players are nasty. I love to see it.
I mean, gonna be rough. I mean, they've lost both pistols. I mean, XLG have won both pistols. It's gonna be difficult for them to pull this back, but I mean, look, it still ended 6-6 on the half, so there's definitely still a chance.
Wolves. Cow is having a game. Only one ult orb, or kill, or death, or plan, or defuse. Well, he's probably not defusing on the attacking side. Away from his tour de force. And looks like trying to re-clear space in mid again. Using the drone. Thorns popped. But Juicy is through. It's caught off guard though by Happy Way, who finds 2 with the Bulldog. And he even got the drone.
God.
The re-clear.
He does get the re-clear, and Viva's trying to get one here. He doesn't quite hit the shot, but he does get that information that they are still in link and could potentially be pushing tours here.
阻挡胜于30
Holding it.
This dimensional drift off of the 2 kills as well.
So much
Great
information.
info. Great info there. You said it. 22 seconds. And they actually make it work. They are stacked on B now. The wall triggered as well. They can't even get onto site. It's 10 seconds.
10 seconds.
Should be able to plant here. Out in the open. Spring finds
They
another
gotta stop
one.
him, Splat. They gotta stop it. Oh my god, they've gotten 2. It's all up to Rarga here on
Oh
the flank.
my
He's
God,
not even going
Spring.
to be able to get one. Spring turns around. He knows he's there. A head taken off. And that might have been the last chance that XLG had to salvage this round. But, I mean, they're still going to be relatively happy with this bonus, I think.
Aviva is known.
An armor
And-
rebuy.
You
2
cow.
gun and armor rebuys.
He only needed a body shot, but of
Not too bad,
course,
not too bad.
takes off his head. What a game so far.
And it got kind of close. That round got kind of close. And if Wolves had lost that, I think they would have been absolutely doomed. I mean, I would hope they wouldn't be, but I don't think they could have helped it. That got way, way too close. I think they planted with like a second left. The plant finished.
Yeah,
I think XLG are going to feel like that one slipped through their fingers with how close they got.
Yeah, it was a bit of an unconventional plant spot there, so got away with it. But still, okay, got kind of close. Still able to buy here. The side of Wolves Esports.
Lefty.
有胆就走2步，荆棘陷阱坏了。
They're gonna just want
Still
to.
wants
It's not gonna get out here, right?
Just need some.
Okay,
Oh, he does.
确定目标位置。
never mind.
He does, and he still maintains that question mark. They haven't really re-cleared it since that drone got broken.
下一个是谁？
Heavyweight just randomly falling to this push there. Won't be long. Not respecting their advance. It's a great one.
Dancing in front of Rarga.
But yeah,
Doesn't
and he
quite
pays the
matter.
price. Rarga doesn't want any of his dances.
剩余30秒。
That's a
Not
late
at all, and I
rotation.
mean, look.
Oh my god, this is not gonna work out against
Goodness.
YOU!
Oh my goodness.
Perfect game sense there from the XLG
He held.
Sentinel.
He should never be winning that fight. A 2v1, they're both looking in his direction, and he plays around the cover perfectly, and it's all up to
What?
Yuikao here. Oh my god, he got 2! How do they line up for
还
him?
剩1人。
No.
All
this
of a
is not-
sudden,
it
it's
can't
just
be.
Rarga.
This can't be Rarga on 3 HP. Can he make it happen? He gets the first one.
别打扰工作了。
Needs the headshot. Needs the headshot. And he gets it.
It's the second!
Rarga is just an absolute monster.
Rafty! How are these rounds going the way that they are?
This is
How
just
has he
pure
gotten
insanity.
2? And how was it even a 2v1 to begin with?
Absolute madness. Spring and I don't know who the other player was. Falling.
Enemy
YOU almost killed that round. But what an effort from Wolves. And then in the end, it's just the Rarga show. On 3 HP,
Rarga.
he clutches the 1v2.
Wow, with 3 HP, behold his might as he descends from the heavens with divine judgment. He is the star for this team. And he's proving it time and time again when put into these incredibly difficult to win positions. He keeps pulling through.
Yeah, I mean, you saw the frustration on Wolves Esports players' faces. Rightfully so. I mean, that should have been their round. In that 1v2. Can they recover from this? Wolves with the timeout here. XLG looking for those double digits, and I think it's an eco coming up for Wolves Esports. Okay.
It's got to be,
I'm proving
surely. I mean, they're gonna. No, they're gonna script together a buy here, but
yeah, I mean, they got the tour de force.
Very much. Yeah. It's gonna start to feel like an uphill battle now for Wolves. They do have that sort of force, but if they lose this round, it's gonna start to feel like a real uphill battle. 7-10 whip without money. So this is an incredibly important round for Wolves, is what I'm trying to convolutedly get at here as they head towards mid.
Again, Viva. Let's have the drone still. Here's the Death drone. Oh, YOU through the smoke gets one again. Unlucky.
No.
For Wolves Esports. They're down a player once again at the start of this round.
I mean, what was that? The 4th kill that we've seen just through smokes on this map. These guys are so good at getting those kills, and they're not even really spams. They're headshotting people through these smokes. So, like you said, that crosshair placement impeccable. You can really see the mechanics and the high level of play on display.
Or for XLG here, it's still
剩余30
pretty
秒。
spread out though. Only 2 players sitting on that B spot, but YOU with the steel garden in hand, really gonna pop it as soon as they try to approach. A bit too early here. I think everyone could avoid that. Let's delay the advance onto side a bit, but Coconut in a great position. It's traded
Good
immediately
spot.
though. Livesaur with 2.
爆弹落在 B 区。
Can they plant them? No, they can't not. It is
No.
another one for XLG. And they look to run away with this first map.
Devastating round. They have to save now. They have no money left over. I mean, they do have a little bit because they do have that loss bonus. They've lost 2 in a row now, but still devastating round. Oh, it's just unlucky. I mean, it's not. There's just nothing you can do here when the players are all ready for you on the side, waiting for you to enter.
Yeah.
They're just gonna hit the shots, and Lyso did hit a couple of shots, but not much more than that.
They're a bit too long.
There's
On this
the
attack
sheriffs
for them.
coming out. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie, VCT China sheriffs terrify me because they hit the
Yeah.
most insane shots with this gun. This region mechanically is unreal, and when they have a sheriff or a guardian, those mechanics are on full display.
Yeah.
And now that I've said that, they might just whiff everything because casters and everything. But let's hope we get something.
They get a lot of space in mid. The Defo guy to Sal was there. And now XLG actually have to watch sewers here. Check if someone tries to advance into ender spawn. Looks like it's gonna be an A hit though. So XLG still with a good read once again with Astra
在这儿，
and Vice holding that side.
Yukao peaks Happyway here. It's just gonna be so insane. But it doesn't matter. He gets a flash out and he peaks Yukao
剩余
instead,
30 秒。
and that's his death.
A Steel Garden invested here to get onto site. Definitely worth it. Oh, a Hunter's Fury.
Ooh,
The immediate answer though from Viva. Finds Sufat BB. Numbers advantage increasing. Oh, clone there, but now
There
it's
it
on
is.
to the Sheriffs. Can they make it happen? No, Rarga with an immediate answer gets both of them trying to push into Secret. And it's the 11th round for XLG. 2 more for them to win Pearl to win.
Rarga got
Wolves
those kills with the
Esports
sheriff
mapping.
too. So we got 3 really good sheriff kills here, and I'm gonna be happy with that, to be honest.
Great.
I
Very
didn't,
well.
I like
God.
seeing it. Oh my god. Oh my god.
That is crazy. That is absolutely crazy. I mean, I guess that's also a reason why Chamber sort of had a bit of a resurgence here, because they just all love the sheriffs. They just love the headhunter. They just want a free sheriff every round. Mid push here. It's the first time we've seen that from XLG on defense, to actually put 5 players into mid and to clear the space. They only get one kill now. Coconut is ready for lights or peeking. Heavyweight just keeps advancing.
爆能器落在中区，
What is this man doing? He shows no fear. What a disaster for Wolves Esports. It's probably just gonna save. Has to clear so many angles. Absolute demolition there from XLG. It couldn't have come at a better time for them.
我拿到爆能器了。
He does reclaim the spike, okay.
剩余30秒。
See if we can make anything happen here. Oh, YOU spots him. And that's a great stun. Does get out. Happyway immediately advances. Oh, he still got hit by the stun. 4K for Happyway. Sending over some greetings to Wolves Esports. And if you're wondering why it's only me talking, I think we do have a little bit of a technical issue with Cats, but he'll be back soon enough.
Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. I know you guys missed my voice.
Yeah, I did. I certainly did.
And yep, they're up to 12, and not a lot that Wolves can do in that round. And this kind of their last chance here. That's the end. They're gonna have to do a lot here, and that's not a good start
爆
at
能器
all.
落在 A 区，
It's just pure confidence right now from Happyway once again.
还剩1名。
It's a different part of the map, but it's the same play. It's just Happyway and Rarga pushing into A main and absolutely demolishing them. YOU puts the finishing touches onto its first map. What a start for XLG into this best of 3.
A really close first half, 6-6 on the half, and then XLG just running away with it on their defense side, utilizing that Yoru especially so well. And then, you know, we were talking about how Wolves had the perfect reads on XLG in the first half. Complete turnaround from XLG. They had the exact reads that they needed on Wolves, and I think the Wolves just were not capable of adapting to that in the moment, unfortunately. But look, there's still a map to go before XLG win, and there's 2 maps to go for Wolves to bring it back. So there's a lot of opportunity here.
Yeah, most certainly. But I mean, we've already seen some incredible performances from these players. I mean, they are on fire. But XLG with a stellar defense here on Pearl after a very close first half, as we see some of these highlights. It's just been beautiful Valorant. I mean, look at these kills, man.
Amazing. I mean, let's look at, you know, the players that really stood out to me. Rarga, obviously, with that incredible clutch in the second half. A devastating round for Wolves to lose, and I think it might have been kind of downhill from there in terms of morale. But still, an incredible round from Rarga to win that in that moment, right? And then on the other side, we saw Yuikao having a stellar map, an incredible map, getting kill after kill, dominating on that chamber, especially with a headhunter in hand. Yes, we saw, you know, Rarga do the somewhat similar as well, and we see here the 2.6 KDA and 288 ACS, which is not easy to do. Let me tell you, especially in the upper finals of VCT China, right? But you know, right up there with him was Yuikao. You know, he did his best to try and drag his team across that finish line. Unfortunately, he couldn't quite make it. Both of these players with more than 20 kills, and the next player on the side of Wolves having just 13. You know, so a bit of a difficult game for the entire team of Wolves, except for Yuikao here.
Yeah, and here we are seeing all the stats for all the players, as you said. Great performances by the 2 Chambers. Chambers back, baby, I guess. But also Happyway, yeah, really, especially on that defense, having huge impacts in these later rounds. Finding multiple double kills, 3Ks, 4Ks even.
Nine multi-kills for Raga. 9 multi-kills for Raga.
That is insane though as well. I mean, he's just
This
on another
guy.
level right now. And also
This
an interesting
guy.
set right here. 15 first bloods for XLG. I mean, like, gets to show how dominant they got, especially how good their aggression was early on. They were finding those first kills. Still, Wolves Esports made those rounds look super close, especially in this first half. I mean, we've seen some back and forths in these rounds where we thought, okay, that's over, right? It's a 4v2, and all of a sudden it's a 2v1 for the other team.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, clutches on clutches on clutches this game, almost clutches as well. We saw so many almost clutches. We saw one from Coconut where he got 4 kills, almost an ace clutch, and just could not close it out. And I mean, it's gonna come down to those games. A lot of those rounds were close, and I think Wolves are gonna feel that they let a lot of those rounds slip through their fingers, and they're gonna feel a little bit miffed about that. But I hope that during this break they can kind of pull themselves together again, keep that morale high, and understand that there's still 2 maps to be played potentially if they do well in this next one, which, if I'm not mistaken, is Lotus.
It is Lotus. It is Lotus. It is your home turf. So I'm excited to see what XLG and Wolves Esports have been cooking for that map. But speaking of a break, we are heading into one as well. Of course, taking a quick break, refilling our water. Stay hydrated, guys, and make sure to be back in a couple minutes when we're heading onto Lotus for this best of 3. Welcome back to Project Horizon, aka this is the English VCT China broadcast, and we do have an upper bracket final between WOL Esports and XLG, and it's looking pretty hot right now. First map went over to XLG on Pearl, and we're on to our second map pick, Lotus. My name's still Crafty. I'm still joined by Cats, and I assume this is your favorite map.
It is my favorite map because there's 3 sides here, right? And the doors add so much complexity to the amount of mind games that you can play on this maps. It's universal sound, right? When a door opens, you can hear it from everywhere, and it creates a question mark that the defending side or the attacking side, if there's a retake happening, need to clear those question marks, right? So I think Lotus is such a fun map. Anytime there's 3 sides, it opens up a lot more possibilities for the attack and for the defense as well, because you can't do your typical 3-2s or your 2-3s or your 2-1-2s with one person mid, right? And it requires you to take a lot more space, especially this map. Towards A, you gotta take that rubble control. Towards C, you gotta take that mount control. A lot of things need to be happening on this map, and a lot of things need to be happening consistently and constantly on this map throughout a round. And that makes this map so much fun for me.
Yeah, I mean, I do like it as well. I'm excited to see what we get to see, and it is no, it's not a mirror matchup. We do get the Neon from Juicy and the Yoru from Rarga, that being the only difference. However, other than that, it's pretty standard, as we've seen from these 2 teams already so far throughout the split.
I don't really love when teams do this thing where they make different people play the same agent on different maps. Like we just saw Happy Way playing Yoru on Pearl, and now we're seeing Rarga do it. I understand that it can work sometimes, but most of the time it just feels like you're not letting the one person get better and better at that agent. That said, I'm just a caster, and these guys have made it to the upper finals of VCT China doing
Who are you to judge?
Right? Who am I to judge, right? So they've been doing really good. And I actually do really like Rarga's Yoru. I might actually like it a bit more than Happy Way's Yoru, in fact. Still though, I really like that Neon pick. What do you think? I'm a big Neon fan on this map.
Yeah, me too. I do like the Neon pick here as well. I think it works somewhat similar to a Yoru in that it creates a lot of chaos for the defending team. But I like the Neon because I feel like it can help clear some of these angles more efficiently, especially when you're looking to fight for rubble control. And I'm excited to see how it's going to impact this first map. They are starting on defense for WOL Esports, so maybe seeing some early aggression from them towards rubble for this first round. Looks like they're gonna try to push out of B.
They are, and look at Juicy already getting a little bit of space alongside Coconut here. Not Coconut, Lysor rather.
Oh, what?
Oh my god.
What was that drive-by from Juicy? He just absolutely destroyed him.
It's a great way to start your round though.
Totally. Spring. Great position. There is Chag, but still gets the first kill versus Raga. Coconut able to trade, but it's a 2v4, and yeah, Juicy's already in position on the C side. Welcome them. Open arms.
And
the
Coconut,
guns
the
in
only
hand.
ones left, and doesn't quite get the shots that he needs here. As Plant, they're not going to be able to get that down very easily.
Both
Gonna have to
Techo
fight for this.
and Breach are still on B, so they can't really play it too long. Plant goes through, but Juicy is ready for the kill. Gets another one, man. He's feeling it already. We were talking about the Neon pick, and Juicy, he wants to play.
That little slide towards the end into into the mollies just to get that kill. Oh my god, I mean, that is just something that you can only do on Neon, and why everybody hates playing against a good Neon in their ranked games. Stuff like that, and the second slide at the end too is the exact same thing, and he's feasting.
Great start. Already halfway. Ultimate. Love to see it. Picks up the Vandal as well here for the second round. But XLG once again trying to find a way to B, but they're immediately stopped. The Viper wall. Oh, Raga actually makes it onto the side with the TP. Happy way there to trade, but immediate swing out by all the players of Wolves Esports. They do lose 3, however. So I don't know whether they could actually save all the guns they bought. Really did pick up the Vandal again. But it's a quick round. Better end for XLG. Wolves Esports.
Yeah, I mean, they're gonna be happy with the damage they've done, to be honest with you. It's a lot. But I think Wolves would rather win the round than do damage and talk their stuff there. Let them know that they're here to play, that they're not winning a second map in a row, you know?
Always need some banter.
Honestly, it adds so much confidence too when you start talking, you know, when you start talking trash. It feels you, it really does feel you.
Towards Rubble there. A lot of people invested there for Wolves Esports to clear that space. Spring is known now. Can he get out though? Yes, he can. I surely expected there to be a one-tap through the smoke. He does take some damage. He makes it out alive for now.
You know, Happy Way goes down early, and I think Wolves are going to be quite happy with that. And I think Juicy is just 2 points away from getting the ult as well, which is massive. Especially on defense, because you can just push out with it and do so much damage, even if you don't get a kill. And XLG now do head towards A, which is the right call, with 3 people towards C. Might just be Coconut that goes down. Might not even.
He does have the paranoia.
He won't.
Slane invested as well. Gets out. Cross with the TP. Wait, they're actually coming back to him. Bit of a weird choice here from XLG, and they're paying for it. Juicy finds 3. And this round is just over for XLG.
That is a devastating call from the side of XLG. I'm not sure who made it, if it was Viva or somebody else, but absolutely deja vu from that call on Pearl, where we saw them go towards B and then come back towards A into a full stack, and they've done it again here on Lotus, and it's Juicy with another 3K. The last time that Wolves played Neon, it was on Haven, and it wasn't Juicy. It was Spring, because you know, Coach Fade wasn't too sure about how Juicy was performing as a Neon, but he's proving himself now with kill after kill on these rounds.
Yeah, he surely practiced into that one. On the top of the scoreboard for now. And that means another eco, of course, for XLG. Cow finds a kill. Through revolving doors. Pappy B just there to support him. Juicy again with the slide, gets the kill, but it's traded by Rarga. Life Store. Aware though, Happy Way trying to backstab, but it's only Rarga and the Stinger. Not really you'd expect to be successful in this 1v3. Doesn't have to spike even. Oh, fake TP. Lyser doesn't care. Look at this face.
He's up again. He's up again. He's up again.
He's
he
just
wants
staring
to let them
them
know.
down.
Yeah. It's not really saying much, you're right. He's just kind of looking at them, seeing if they're okay, seeing how they're doing. They're not doing well at the moment.
You're still there? Over there? You're still playing?
He and his teammates are making sure of that. The 4-0 start for Wolves. This is a statement start to this map. Having lost the previous one, they want to make sure that they're still in it. They want people to know that they're still in it. They don't want to be written off, and they absolutely refuse to do that. And a big part of that, again, I mean, props to Juicy. I'm loving his neon.
Yeah. Boya doesn't want this to continue, of course, so he takes timeout. And so far, have they even gotten a single plant down? So in these first 4 rounds, yeah, there was one in the piss round that they got on C. But other than that, they just got dominated. They couldn't really take any space, and even if they took some space, they decided to give it up again and rotate over. So, what are they gonna do? Maybe some early aggression towards C into a rotation. Fight for that tank control. And
you know,
yeah,
I think XLG are having a little bit of trouble at the moment, just canceling. They keep hitting things and then sort of semi-canceling, but not really canceling, and then coming back to where they canceled from. It's not really making a lot of sense in terms of their attack and how they're mid-rounding here. I think that's just I think it's a quick fix. I think you just need to get more info early on, and then make a decision to go somewhere else, or even if you're gonna hit that side, make a decision to do that. They're delaying too long in these, you know, around spawn. They're not really getting a lot of space when they do it.
Yeah. I mean, they got what they wanted. The orb on C. Now, re-clearing. Using the Viper to sneak past, but another shot through the smoke, and Rarga just falls down. Unlucky for him. You can never cross these smokes. You always expect to be shot in the head.
If you're walking past the smoke, you better be praying against this team, man.
You make it into BLG. Nice split there. And a bit of a switch of pace here. Oh, Happyway actually able to be undetected. Nobody is done. Oh no, Happyway was so close to get both of them. Didn't happen. Flag still not planted. Can they delay it any further? Coconut looking to get Yuka, and Spring is finally pushing in from C. It's 10 seconds on the right. Wait, what? The spike is still on its way. Now being put down. They've got to be careful, but Viva got his back. 3K for him in the first round for XLG, but boy, that looked messy.
We missed a kill. We missed the most insane kill ever. And I hope we're going to get it in the replay, because I am so sure Viva was stunned and slid on, and he still got a headshot. We have to see it. Please give us a replay of that. Oh my god, what did I just see?
That was that one was interesting. I think we missed it. Yeah.
No, we don't see it.
No one saw it. It never happened. You lied.
You're joking. Oh, it was insane. Oh man, it's alright. It's alright. Look, Viva had an incredible round nonetheless. 3 kills, 1 insane kill that happened in a fever dream, I guess.
Another ult orb secured on C. Into an A rotation. It basically looks like the round we just saw. Let's see if they can finally make the cross without dying. Juicy spots them. And yes, they do make it. This time around. Doors activated. Probably looking to destroy the wall towards B. To keep Wolves on their toes. It is a dimensional room invented here by Happyway, and they find Juicy behind the tree. Armageddon even to clear all of A side. And too bad BB dies to the aftershock. What is going on with Wolves? Again, looking rather disconnected on these side holds.
Look, XLG are gonna love to have a flawless round here. They're so low in terms of economy here, and they're gonna love getting themselves in a bit more of a stable position in terms of the money that they have on hand if they were to lose a round. Now, flawless is a good way to get started on that.
Absolutely.
There's a tree behind Spring. Looks like the Spring.
雾化终止。
There's a floating tree.
I mean, it is still enough money in XLG's pockets and Wolves Esports pockets to get one more buy-in. I believe they also have the overdrive ready for Juicy. So probably see another buy round. Yeah, that was a bit unfortunate there for Sutan. I mean, you don't want to drop into that when there's a snake bite and an aftershock being thrown at you. Still no timeout.
No. Certainly not yet. I mean, it's only 4-2. They still, they still have a couple of rounds to play with here. And XLG did take a timeout, and they've been much better since then. Why are you? How did you get that kill?
Nasty, man. These kills favor of XLG. A lot of space being taken there. They do regress B, clearing these corners together. But A side already under control for XLG. Spike will be planned open. Spot for them in this post plan, but it's a double backstep. Do they expect it? Viva is aiming for it. Gets out though. Big paranoia. Make it out, but there it is. The guided salvo to delay them further.
They have a lot of work to do here. They have nothing really on site either. And not spotted out right there. And why are you getting another kill? Oh my goodness, Viva holding Rubble here. He's not gonna get a kill though. Lysor takes him out instead. And Happyway and Coconut get kills, but Lysor gets another one.
Only him though. Spike is taken. Yeah, nothing he can do there. Why are you with the 3K to secure the round? What is going on? XLG looked like a different team after being down 4-0.
I just want to know what was discussed. What happened in that timeout, man? I mean, these guys, you said it, they look like a different team. They look like the team that's been undefeated map-wise in playoffs.
It's just crazy. And now, now they're taking their timeout. It is another comeback from XLG early on in the second map, just as we saw it on. Look like they're having a bit of a rough start here, but they're getting into it now, and they're hitting their shots. I mean, Juicy again, he popped the overdrive, dropped into onto A side, and immediately got one-tapped by YOU there. Nothing he could do about it. They're just on point right now. And Wolves, I feel like they haven't really done enough in towards A main, towards Rubble on the defensive side. They do have the Neon. I kind of expected them to be fighting for that space more often.
They were, in the 4 rounds in a row that they won, they were fighting very, very aggressively with that Neon kind of being the tip of that spear. And now they're kind of using the Neon as a defensive agent that can just rotate quickly, which is one way to use it, but not sure why they decided to change it up. But it does look like they're going to be fighting a heavy this round as Juicy prepares to dive in. Yeah. Here comes the breach stun immediately. Juicy making it past that Viper wall. You hold the space gate. Does he get behind Rubble? He does, but he will be spotted by the drone. Do you have rifles still? No. Juicy with a great stun. It's Flash, but also finds the kill towards Happyway. Rarga is through already, but there he is. That is the Juicy that we want to see. An Armageddon use. Delay them further. Juicy is finally down. Still a numbers advantage for Wolves Esports. bit of a misread, not expecting Juicy to just stick around and Rubble, thinking that he would have just run off. But this guy's kind of a lunatic. He's gonna stick around. He's gonna try and get more than one, and he does. He gets two. Rewarded for that display of, well, he's on that fine line between bravery and stupidity, but this time he falls on the side of bravery.
Make contact here with YOU.
剩余30秒。
Needed guided salvo. Him away, but he still does have his smoke. Delay them a bit further. Coconut. Surprise kill against Sufat BB. They do have B side under control. It is a planned.
爆能器已部署。
They're a bit split up on the side of WOL Esport. And Coconut. Get this kill. Versus Yukao. Yes, he does! Rolling Thunder onto side spots. The Omen. Wait, what? Lysor! Where were you TPing at?
Lysor.
I think you
a little
panicked
bit
a bit there.
lost in the side.
隔离解除。
Unlucky
You know-
timing there. With the TP in hand already, he just decided to, I can TP over that. Rolling Thunder. Easy peasy.
I saw with his best Angel cosplay there in VCT China, putting it on for the fans. But I mean, still a really good round, especially from Coconut here. Yeah, it's okay. Viva with 3K and Coconut with 2, and now we're even. Now we're back to it being an even game. Unfortunately, though, XLG have the better weaponry here.
Yeah, it is an eco. The Wolves
Saw
Juicy
them
does
holding
get close, though.
shorties and I got confused.
I mean, that is a nasty position for Juicy. I don't know if they expected. Oh no!
Unlucky.
He
No.
used the relay bolt just when Raga is peeking. Ah, the timing.
隔离
There's
解除。
nothing you can do when you get timing like that. I mean, it's devastating. It's devastating. But now, I mean, they still have a good amount of control of A here. 3 people still hanging out. There's flashes ready for them to use, and good positioning here from Lysor all the way in Cubby, waiting for the push out so he can at least get a kill, maybe 2, and beat himself off.
As well.
爆能器落在
Wait,
A
shot.
区。
Let's see Fat BB. That's one. Wait, Yukao. Get spotted anytime. Can he get out? Lysor on 1 HP. Recover some of that. But it's a bit of a tricky situation here for XLG. They still have the better weapons. They got to push on to B side now.
I don't know what's
Oh,
spring.
Spring!
Oh,
Doesn't he
spring.
got a single one? He could have been the hero for Wolves Esports. But in the end, he falls. With only 2 sharers in the hands of Sufat, BB, and Lysor. I don't think
还剩一
this round is gonna go their way. Lysor falls quickly.
It is a save round and a little bit of damage done. Honestly, not enough given the monetary situation of XLG. Just a couple of armor rebuys really, and nothing really to be too happy about. Didn't quite get the last one either. Well, that's 4 armor rebuys, but 5 really. Not terrible.
Terrible.
Unfortunately, though, that does make it. That does give XLG the lead for the first time in this map again. After Wolves running away with it for a bit. This is deja vu from Pearl, really, with Wolves being 5 up and then just losing the next few rounds in a row. Right after a timeout as well. And now they're both going to be buying. So this is the round that Wolves absolutely have to win if they want to keep this map competitive. If they want to at least have the option of a 6-6. Without this round, it's going to be pretty much a done deal. For this half, at least.
And a quick stand control for the alt orb. Some smokes over to C as well. And interesting smoke thrown from Lysor there. But again, they have rubble control, but Juicy This is 1v1 against Rarga. I don't know whether he was flashed or stunned, maybe. Bit too aggressive there. Didn't get the support from Yukao in time. And with that, Rarga also has his dimensional drift ready. He's going to be able to clear all these angles. Spot out these positions.
Ooh.
Oh, he didn't quite see
He's
Lysol.
alive.
There they are! Rarga! Pure confidence there against Yukao. They're gonna save.
With two people down, I mean, and the risk of a devastated economy and a forced eco round coming up for them, saving here might be the best option here instead of trying to take a 5v3 retake. I mean, there's not a lot they can do here, and it all just comes down to these early aggressions and the inability all of a sudden for Wolves to take that space like they were doing before, which again was what was happening on Pearl as well. From 4-0 to 4-5 is devastating.
I mean, if Pearl taught us anything, then that it's always the Wolves will always be able to come back again. They're gonna be hunted down by XLG now. He's certainly gonna find Spring. Can he get the kill though against Rarga? Yes, he does.
Absolutely.
He will survive, most likely. Yeah, okay, they at least get the 3 guns into the next round. But what a dominant performance right now from Sila Gaming. Again, it's just textbook Lotus attack. They hit C, they push and pull, they get the orb, they move over to A, and retake control over Rubble. And it works perfectly in their favor. It looks like they're just gonna continue doing that. Wolves again with no aggression towards C.
Did not spot him out. Did not spot him out.
Oh, could be huge for him to get into this position. Does he actually want to fight this inside the smoke? That is crazy, but he gets one. He will not be able to get out alive, though. It's just a 1-for-1. Rarga already on site, almost makes the transition towards Lysar as well. He actually needs to fall back. Wait for the rest of his team, and the Viper's Pit is online. XLG putting up the 10th on the seaside.
No, I mean, you're seeing a little... Oh my goodness. You're seeing a little bit of desperation coming out on the side of Wolves here. They're not really sure. How the hell did he get that second one? Well, look, it's going well for you, and we know how these guys are at spamming smoke, so listen. Nothing's that crazy anymore. I don't know how he knew he was up there, but we're okay with it. The problem, though, is that Wolves are looking a little bit increasingly desperate, making plays that are relatively low percentage because the high percentage plays haven't really been working for them, and it's a slippery slope. They can work and it can be a way to come back into this game, but you keep relying on those insane hero rounds that are low percentage. It's kind of a dangerous game to be playing.
Yeah, XLG looking too confident right now. More space towards A even. Yeah, Heavyweight, gotta be careful. Spring already under pressure as well. Seaside is taken by XLG. It's a triple backstep for Wolves. A late Viper's Pit invested onto T, but the spike is planted nonetheless. And what can Heavyweight do here? Nothing against the sliding Juicy. Aftershock pushes Weaver out as well. And he's taken down by Yukao.
That's exactly what we needed.
Oh, wait, they put down the weapon.
So, a little bit more to go.
Nah, that's not. What a round. What the. Wolves Esports just running them over. It was the triple backstep all along. Should have done that earlier. Telling you.
That's exactly what they needed to do. That's the adaptability like you said, we needed to see earlier on. They realized, look, they have a Yoru, Rarga. He's a really aggressive Yoru. He'll take side before you can hold it. So the best way to deal with a duelist that can take side so fast, flank. flank with way more people. Pinch them through, pinch them into side. Don't let them plan and get themselves into post-plant positions. And that's exactly what they do. Was it too little too late? Well, a bit. It was a last round on the half, so I guess by definition it's a bit late, but they're still going to be relatively happy with 5, I think.
I mean, yeah, 5-7, certainly not too shabby, especially on defense, on Lotus or Wolves Esports. They're still in this game. This next pistol round, however, will, of course, be crucial for them in their attempt to equalize these rounds. That was a crazy good glove cosplay, by the way. What is your... Wait, what am I looking at? Am I confused? Oh, yeah, I was so confused. I thought these are the same pictures.
Well,
I guess.
I'm more of a Phantom person. Which one would you point at?
Phantom on defense, Vandal on attack. I would split.
Okay.
I mean, it also depends on what agent I'm playing or what map we're playing on. But as a Viper player, I do enjoy the Phantom more often than not. Especially when you can use it in your...
I like the Phantom, but I'll still use my Phantom every time. But, you know, there's nothing worse than taking a fight, hitting 140, and then dying.
Yeah,
you know?
And then you switch over to the Vandal and whiff everything.
I can't imagine anything worse than that in this game, except maybe, you know, getting judged by a sliding neon a la Juicy. But it's bad, it's tough, it hurts. So but now that we're heading into the second half, you know, we've got Wolves now on attack and XLG on defense. I mean, I'm excited to see how this Yoru works here on the defense.
Yeah, I mean, you can rotate even quicker than the Neon, but just TPing to the other side of the map. So they got that going for them. Burly rushing towards C, securing that ult orb, but they're not stopping anytime soon. They're just pushing through with Juicy. As the Neon, quick take, side under control. Plan should follow anytime soon. They still got Spring covering the backstab. Not needed, however. It looks like it's going to be a 5-on-5 on side. Great stun, but
Yukao.
How does he get them?
Oh my god.
It's just nasty with Wolves putting up in these pistols. Viva, can he be the savior though? Oh my god, he almost makes it in the 1v4. But Spring able to recover the round for Wolves Esports.
Just enough people to make that work with the last person remaining on the side of Wolves there. They're gonna be so grateful that they got that round, because losing another pistol to XLG here, especially when they're down 2 rounds, would have been bad. And that's a lot of energy.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they need right now. Stay in this game. Another pistol for them. 3 out of 4. No, it's actually 1 out of 4. I'm trolling. XLG won both of them in one throw.
That's right. Yeah.
Too bad. Looking to recover though.
Well, now Wolves have won both on this round, so it's 2-2. You know.
Oh, they did.
Yeah, they
of course they did.
4-0. Unfortunately.
I don't. It's early, man. It's early over here.
Oh, this is scary. They're all in tree. Poor Lysol, who's just pushed up a little bit. He might still get killed here, though. No, doesn't matter. He's got him.
Right though. Supat PB with the 4K.
Ooh.
Just farms them 1 by 1. Nice shots. Of course, it was an eco from XLG, but it's the equalizer. Nonetheless, for Wolves Esports, 7-7 as we head into the first buy round for XLG.
Oh, that actually was kind of close. That was scary, but there was a stack here as well, so it actually got a little bit scary, but thankfully CFIBB coming through at the end there with 4 kills, and that's gonna equalize a little bit. And you know, they're hitting a little bit of a stride here. They're gonna have to keep this up though if they want to continue this, because we know how Wolves start on these halves really strong, and then they kind of fall apart. But have to wait and see. That's amazing.
Another one
That's amazing.
through the smoke, through the revolving doors. The heck is happening with these smokes?
They might as well not be there, I feel like, for these guys.
Yeah, at this point,
Ooh,
it
coconut.
doesn't really matter. Coconut.
我方还剩一
Set.
人，
Oh my god, the savior
Spike is not down.
for XLG. Do they expect Viva and backstab? No, they do not. XLG converts their first buy round. Got a bit expensive though. Still, job done.
It is done, and that is... I mean, it is a bonus round, so I don't
Okay,
think
he
both are
saw
going to be
it,
too
he saw
unhappy
it.
with that. Oh my god. Look at that slide. I'm glad he didn't get a kill.
one enemy remaining.
I love Juicy, man, but come on, you can't be getting killed like that. It's just bad for the health of the game, I feel. Regardless, XLG are going to be happy to not lose that bonus round, and now we are on to our first buy round. It's going to be an important round for both teams. I think whoever loses this will have to end up saving.
Again, bad buy per wall to gain rubble control. Early door activation there from Happyway.
让导弹飞一会儿，
And a late guided solo to crack the door here.
机器人出动。
They do actually retake rubble. 4 people. Still having the TP over to see this. A nice setup there for XLG. Lucy on side again. Already creating so much chaos in UCal.
消灭复
That's
制
the 2 kills. Another one through smoke. If I saw that right. Happyway, however, immediately there to answer at least one.
This is a really strong post plan now for Wolves here. They have 3 people on side, 1 person kind of teetering towards main, and another person in main. It's a really strong post plan. It's gonna take a lot. That's a good start for XLG to come through here.
Oh no. You missed a kill though onto IOU. Even though they invested a Rolling Thunder here, it does delay them, of course. And I think it should just be enough time. Yeah, Juicy just needs to hold up. What? No, come on, bro. What is this?
You cannot be doing that in the upper finals of VCT China. Juicy, come on.
Neon is an agent, I guess. I mean, this has to
Oh
be his
my
like
God.
5th or 6th sliding kill already.
taken out. One enemy remaining.
Through the wall. I mean, he saw the head, and he just, yeah, whatever. He just finds his head through the wall during the slide. You take those.
Indeed. You definitely do take those, and it's an 8 and an 8. Like I said, I mean, look, XLG are down to that save. They're gonna more or less try to fight this as a ball here. 3 people in B going towards main. They want to get those trades. They have the weaker buy. They don't want to be giving these people 1v1s.
隔离解除。
Not really gonna matter as Yuka just manages to pop one, and it is a 1v1.
Make it out.
隔离解除。
I don't know whether they expect Coconut to be pushing this far out. Maybe he can catch them off guard. 1 kill, doesn't quite make the cross. Spring already. A nasty position. But does he expect Happyway? Yes, he does. He is so ready for it, but it's a great stun, and Viva finds one. Can he get another one? No, gets hit by the paranoia as well, and the spam from Juicy should be enough. The stun. Good measure. YOU falls as well, and it's just Coconut. 30 HP and a dream. But he goes.
You had to fight a whole battle there with so much utility dumped onto him, and hey, I mean, if that's what it takes to win these rounds, that's what it takes to win these rounds, and Wolves are once again back in the lead here. Nice little shot from him towards mid there. And now it's up to XLG again. That was a save round, so I don't think they're going to be too unhappy with it. Not quite as much damage, I think, as they would have liked, as we have a timeout here from the side of XLG. You don't really see a lot of timeouts on buy rounds. Usually you see them on these save rounds, but this time we're getting it on a buy round, and hopefully they're talking about getting space. They're hopefully talking about shutting down that Neon wherever that Juicy tries to get that early space towards A, towards Mound, towards Rubble. They need to shut it down because they're just giving up so much space and then just being stun locked on site.
Yeah. I mean, you can really see the difference Juicy's making on the attacking side compared to his defender side. I mean, he was still looking pretty good on defense as well. Had some unlucky rounds where he just got one-tapped immediately. But he is creating the chaos that you want to see with this Neon on attack. He's allowing them to take that space more efficiently than it would be possible with the Yoru. It's great to see him being able to perform with this agent after his coach didn't really trust him with it. And he's got another overdrive at his hands.
Juicy and Yukao going crazy for the side of Wolves here, and this is good from XLG. But they might just get caught out, and he does. But good trade. It's a good trade nonetheless.
Leaves A side open though, with just
The amount
Happyway
of
there.
space that Juicy takes.
Was it interesting take though from XLG with that push out of B to sort of create that mount split? Didn't really pay off too well though. Happyway needs to give up that space as well. Already in tree. Will be an A hit. Can they get that one? No, Happyway. Mind Spring is traded by Yukao though. It's still a 3v3. Coconut still waiting on C. Does have the TP ready though, and there it is from the shadows to join the rest of his team. Spike will most certainly be planted.
Incredibly steep angle that Yukon might not expect. He does get stunned here. Doesn't matter.
No way!
得意忘形了吧？
Trades for Wolves are just perfect. It is that one nasty position from Yukao. It's enough for them to secure the round.
He's been incredible. A quick kill onto Happyway in heaven as well, and then to finish off the round by getting that all-important kill towards the end there onto Viva.
Now
Look at everything for this team at this moment.
It's just perfect trading there in this 3v3. They get the first one, and after that, it's just trade after trade after trade. Always ready for the next approach. Coconut gets a good first kill, a great paranoia as well, but there is Juicy, of course. Checking the doors, looking for Viper in the smoke. Happyway. No fun for him. Oh, and another one through the smog. Of course.
I mean, Juicy has been incredible on the Neon. Selfless work as a duelist. Just diving in, knowing that he might die. But it's okay because his team will always trade him out in that position. Just, I mean, you could not ask for a better Neon on this map than what Juicy has been providing for the side of Wolves here. And I think, I mean, look, I think this map is they're running away with it. Wolves are definitely running away with it.
Yeah, it most certainly looks like we're getting a third map. Rather sooner than later. With the way XLG, or rather Wolves Esports, have been looking these past couple rounds. 2 more for them to claim victory. XLG on another buy round though. If they come back, it's a very early Viper's Pit. Invested for its mount by Happyway. And it will most certainly deter them from hitting C anytime.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good amount of space from Coconut towards Rubble, though. I mean, that's essential on this map, really, to get space somewhere. With that Viper's Pit down towards Mound as well, they've kind of trapped them in spawn. They're gonna have to use a lot of util just to get themselves out of here.
I mean, looking at their ultimates, only have the overdrive available. Oh, they do. They use the Rolling Thunder even to push them out of A, and now the overdrive to maybe even push through the Viper's Pit. They force Spring out a bit. Happy Way rather, I'm sorry. And make the rotation over to B. Great adaptation, but can they actually find the kill? YOU gets one. As Yuka was trying to cross.
剩余
Look
30
where
秒。
Juicy is already.
爆能器到手。
It was a little tap on the spike and a kill onto YOU. Will this be able to stop it? I can't imagine that they will. No! Coconut goes down instead, and QFBB gets a kill, and Raga gets a one though. There's still a chance here. It's still a 2v2. It's a very difficult 2v2, and it's now a 2v1. And he's probably gonna even that.
Great stun from Juicy there.
He is so good with this util. He has stunned everybody that he's killed, it feels like. He is impeccable at choosing to use his stuns at the right moment and choosing to use his slide at the right moment and being in the right place at the right time. It has been a Juicy Neon masterclass this game.
Another great kill for the smoke there as well from Spring. Of course, has to be expected. Yeah, Juicy is on fire. It's the 12th round. Map point for Wolves Esports. Money not looking good for XLG, and they're just gonna go hyper aggressive. What is going on? Juicy just slides into Arga, giving him the good old one taparino. Yukao even finds Coconut with the aftershock there, man. This just looks like the last couple rounds of XLG on Pearl, where they just ran over Wolves Esports. This time it's the other way around though.
Yeah, I mean, I think you should not be. I don't think it should be legally possible for Juicy to play Neon this well, because the guy is getting kills in ways that should not be possible. How does he get that kill while sliding forward, going over Mount? How has he done it? But Happy Way, I mean, he's trying to keep his team in it. There's still a chance. It's a 3v4.
It's done.
Diva gets a really nice kill with stun.
Oh, why are you even? What a retake from XLG. My goodness. Okay. That certainly didn't work out.
How have they managed that then?
They just had enough of it.
Every duel went their way. I utility as well as that stun coming through onto Bleep, onto Juicy.
One enemy remaining.
I mean, it's still quite the uphill battle for XLG. 3 rounds they need to win.
就让战场人手准备切入
But it is possible. No ultimates available for them though.
It's entirely possible.
However, for you, Cap. For Duke Fat PB.
They're still fighting over here, and Varga has taken that control over Rubble. It's a very important amount of control that he's gotten here. He'll be able to let his team know if anybody's coming here, and that should be the call that he's been given. Yes, you know, we're kind of slowing it down here. Everybody is towards A though.
It looks like it's gonna be an A hit.
都来了，
And they
别走，
decide they use the Armageddon again. Clear that backside. And it gives them the space to put the spike down. And they make this 5-on-5 retake work. They get the first one. The triple, the quadruple backstab rather, but
here.
Ooh. They do find Varga. Spike is ticking. It's a great position there from Juicy. He's got to be the hero again, but he goes down. Only Yukao. He certainly won't be able to make some. What?
He's gotten the kill.
No way!
He done
He
it!
got the kill.
No,
but
he
they
hasn't.
diffused already. The diffuse went through. What an effort from Yukao. It couldn't have been any closer.
It could not have been closer, Crafty. What an incredible round for XLG to pull off. Obviously an incredibly important one because the game was ended.
I need to see that again. Oh my god!
my
It must have been like
God.
it must have been like 0.1
Oh,
seconds there between the defuse and the kill. That is just insane.
down to just 2 chances for the side of Wolves to close this map out.
Look at Raga.
Look at Arga.
What a position for him to be in! He gets 2, doesn't get out, is traded by Spring. But the damage is done. Another great opening for XLG.
Good way to start this round, though, even though Raga does go down, but that's not good. But thankfully, though, Viva does manage to trade him out, keeping themselves still ahead in terms of numbers. But look at the spike now, heading towards C, which just has the one person who's not really going to hold this, I imagine.
Just have a smoke available, doesn't use it. Use it now. With a mistiming now, Spring stays inside. Does Coconut expect them to be that close? A flash by Yukao. Ooh, Coconut, he just needs to buy some time. The rest of his team has been recovering some guns. Coconut gets out. Oh, that's a great Armageddon to delay the plant a little further. Gets them to close
They're
in.
not expecting them to be main.
No, the double backstep is nasty, and Happy Way claims the kill.
雾化终止，
Can Spring make this work? No, he only finds one, and it is another one for XLG. Is that the comeback to get us into overtime?
It could very well be. I mean, these guys were up 12 and 8. And now it's 12 and 11. Down to just one chance to close this map out or take us to overtime. And my god, I am hoping, I am begging for overtime, because I am not ready for this game to end, because it has been so insane. We head into a timeout, a necessary one. They really want to close this out now.
I mean, Wolves are certainly feeling the pressure right now. They need to win this map to send us on to split as a decider. XLG has just been looking crazy good in these last couple rounds. They look like what we expected first of them. Wolves not really able to create the same amount of pressure with the Neon as we've seen in the first couple rounds on their attacking side. Can they make this work?
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
don't even know what the money situation is right now.
It's just been back and forth. I wish I could see the credits, and honestly, it's kind of annoying. I mean, the broadcast, they can't really see the credits when everybody's alive, and I'm always confused. But look, it's been back and forth, and there's one chance left for XLG to make this a 2-0 win. Right? That's all it is. That's all it comes down, and it's coming down to Wolves having to do everything they can to make sure that they don't make that happen.
They do have to buy, though.
It is a bit of a weaker buy for the side of XLG, though.
Raga, no, you don't do that
again.
2 rounds in a row. Get out. Yeah. Almost gets the kill onto Juicy, though. That would have been insane. This goes for the same play, just a different angle. This time, nobody dies.
A little bit of damage onto Lysor, you know. I think that's it's quite nice for XLG to have that little bit of chip damage done onto the members of Wolves, especially Lysor. He's their controller, at least one of them. A little bit of information coming through as well as Juicy breaks that recon drone.
Rift gives them a lot of info.
Game audio, or no, we haven't.
Yeah, I do. It's a bit quiet, but we still have it. Oh my god!
Oh
everyone's
my
stunned!
god!
No way! Viva just has to stare Juicy in the eyes, but he can't do anything about it. Goes down to Lysor, and Viper's Pit invested from XLG. But the spike is planted outside of it. Can they make the trades work? Juicy trying to get in there. He does go down, though. XLG finding all the kills. It's a 2v3.
The defuse coming through, and there's only one person
Oh
left.
my god, we go into overtime, Kets.
We are in OT on map 2, and XLG have fully brought it back 4 rounds in a row to take us into OT. I really thought that Wolves would have this in the bag, but they dropped the ball, especially towards at the end with that Viper spit down. They kind of panicked. We saw Juicy trying to make a play, running up into heaven. Not really sure what the idea there was, but he didn't have anybody coming out with him. There was no trade. He just went down, and then the rest of them went down one at a time too.
My goodness. XLG, they just don't stop. You can never count them out. What a run has been. This team winning Ascension in 2024 and now looking to claim top 2 in VCT China.
It really will be coming down to these next few rounds, because if Wolves loses again, that's a 2-0 for XLG, a very close game, just like the last time these two teams met. It was very, very close. We had an OT in that one as well on Fracture. Now here on Lotus, though, you see Juicy taking a little bit of space. This is a good amount of space to take. Not too scary. If he gets shot, he can always back off. He's aiming too high.
Oh,
he
no. I mean, that's a golden
Pulled it
rule of
down
VCT
right
China.
at the
You
end.
need to get one tap through the smoke every round, or every other round, rather. Juicy finds it at the
Pulled it
perfect
down
moment.
right at the end there. A great start for Wolves, though.
Arga gonna be mad about that one, but they find 2 quick kills. Insane shots there from XLG. Get both players in the crossfire. Now looking to actually push onto B side. It's a great paranoia. Support from Coconut. Viva gets the kill onto Spring. Coconut is known, but so is Lysor, and he doesn't make it out alive. XLG dominating this first round in OT. If they even expect you, Cal, the shorty is not gonna make it work.
That was a world in which he gets that kill and we all lose our minds, but he doesn't quite make it with that stun coming through. Still though, it's a mountain to climb. 3 people still alive at the side of XLG, and just Yuikao on the side of Wolves. He has a lot to do. And nothing is gonna stop Viva from getting that kill.
The IGL for XLG, putting the first nail in the coffin of Wolves Esports. What a map for both of these teams. Who would have thought that XLG will actually come back into this with the map point and match point on their own, and the final chance for Wolves Esports to take another timeout.
We still keep going though. I mean, this timeout could be what they need to win that defense round now that they're on that side of the map. And again, look, it's a Yuikao masterclass on the side of Wolves to keep. I mean, I know they're down a round right now, but he's 27-17. He's gonna have to keep up this performance for the rest of this game if he wants to pull this team across that finish line, like he tried to do on Pearl as well. So, you know, it's been a great day for Yuikao fans. And for us, because we're all Yuikao fans, because who isn't, right? Of course. And it's a great day for Juicy, and we need Juicy. Sorry, Wolves on attack now. We need Juicy. It's an attack side. This comp is so much better on attack with Juicy at the forefront, and it was working so much better for them on attack until they started faltering a little bit.
Yeah, I do expect some of that Juicy magic again in this first overtime. You need to win this. Stay in the game. Juicy, yeah, he's just jumping around. Not finding anything though. Some info, but a lot of space taken by XLG. And Rubelik already pushing for Spring, and they find the kill. Great opening by XLG already, and the TP used immediately to support the team on B. Great paranoia by
blind.
Coconut. He is full flash though. Juicy. Great slide into the kill. That is the stuff we need to see from him. Equalize the numbers.
That's a slide everybody hates to see and go up against, and it works every time. But it doesn't matter. Heavyweight and Raga both get a kill.
Bit of over eager there from Juicy. Jumping into the open arms of XLG.
Still not down.
They should be able for some util here. But XLG are playing this so patiently. Oh, and they see! Stupid PP! 3K for Raga, this should very well be it. Gets the...
This could very well be it, and there it goes.
No way. No way. What a map from XLG. What a game from XLG. 2-0, making it into the grand final, securing top 2 of VCT China after being down 12-8.
From 12-8 all the way up to 14-12. What an incredible comeback from the side of XLG, just maintaining their mental for 6 rounds in a row. And now Wolves, they're not out yet. Don't make no mistake, they're still in it. They're still going to Toronto regardless, and they still have a chance at that first seed, except now they have to get through one of BLG or EDG, which should be coming up next.
I mean, it seems like XLG is Wolves' kryptonite. They just...
It does seem like
just
it, yeah.
cannot win against this team. Another 2-0 after they lost 2-0 during the group stage. And XLG are looking dominant, confident, always finding a way to adapt to whatever is thrown at them, even when they're down, even when they're so far behind. They, again, put it together and come up ahead. What a run from them so far in this playoffs.
I mean, look, Yukao, sorry, tried so hard. He had almost 30 kills in that map, and we saw Juicy going crazy on that Neon. Regardless of the loss, I think he's proven more than enough that he is a really, really good Neon, especially on attack, but even on defense. Look, you can see right there, and then the slides, the stuns, all impeccable. Getting themselves up to 12 before, unfortunately, kind of losing track of themselves, which is, again, deja vu from the last time that XLG beat Wolves, which was, you know, they had a OT on Fracture, which was 14-12 and then 10-13. So it feels more or less the same, and it really does feel like these two teams are quite fairly matched. They're actually relatively closely matched. It's just that XLG seems to have some sort of slight mental edge when it comes to these high pressure OT situations and bringing themselves back into these games.
Yeah, I mean, and they both won their semi-final matches against both BLG and EDG 2-0 as well. So, I mean, excited to see a rematch, or maybe Wolves this time getting the other of the two in the lower bracket final, because as you said, they're still not out, of course. They will be facing the winner of either EDG or BLG. But, I mean, the way XLG is looking right now, who is going to be able to beat this team? I mean, it's got to be BLG or EDG.
It's got to be BLG, EDG, or Wolves. They could still make it to that grand final, then we could still see Wolves having that rematch on a best of 5 against XLG, and maybe with the wider map pool, they might be able to eke out a win, or they might be able to dominate, you know, 3rd time's a charm, or rather the 4th time's a charm if you can't kick off as well. But it'll have to be one of these 3 teams. But one thing's for certain, I think, for everybody, XLG are the new generation of Chinese Valorant. They're not messing around. They've made it to the grand finals, and they've done it without dropping a single map in all of playoffs. And that's not against weak teams. They beat BLG 2-0 as well.
Yeah, I mean, and both these teams don't really have a lot of experience in best of 5, so it's going to be interesting to see how they will actually perform in the grand final. Potentially against a team like BLG or EDG, who of course have a lot of experience under their belts in all sorts of formats. So It's certainly going to be a tough one. But XLG in the driver's seat here in VCT China. Rarga again.
So inspirational.
Putting up some great numbers.
Rarga, I mean, he's been such a consistent star for the side of XLG, and he's probably going to keep that up going forward. Hopefully into Toronto, and hopefully, you know, going to an international isn't going to diminish him, you know, nerves and all. And we get to keep seeing him. Is that 20 multi-kills? No. 20 first bloods, I think, but regardless.
I think it was 7 multi-kills in the...
7 multi-kills, right.
In the stats right there. But it should be... Yeah, what? The 20... What was the 20?
Not sure what the 20 is. Maybe it's just 20
it was
kills.
The overall kills. It was the overall kills there.
Oh, okay,
there you go.
Okay, it was. All right, okay.
Yeah.
It was 20 kills. All right, okay.
My goodness.
Well, 2021, and look at you, Kyle, man. 27 and 18.
Yeah.
21 on Pearl. I mean, he did his best, and he's a star.
I mean, yeah, as you said, Yuka already performed so well on Pearl as well. The map before, I think he was top fragger for Wolves there as well. Again, putting up those numbers on the breach out of all agents, but it wasn't enough for them to pull through. Another 2-0 victory for XLG as we see the overall stats here. First bloods this time even in favor for Wolves Esports.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, I mean, look, XLG have made it to the grand finals, and they're looking strong. They're looking confident, and they're looking like they have a lot of momentum going into the grand finals here. And Wolves, this is really the first sort of obstacle they've met in the playoffs, but they were only 3-2 in the playoff in the group stages, so they're not strangers to defeat. So hopefully they are able to bounce back from this and have a really good showing against the winner of BLG and EDG. Remember, they've already beaten BLG once. 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, kind of scary. I mean, for both, especially thinking either BLG or EDG will not make it to Toronto. If you would have told me that prior to stage 1, I would have thought you were crazy. But here we are. Yeah. One of these two teams is not going to make it to Toronto. And it's either the reigning world champions or BLG. So what a crazy first stage of VCT China. I mean, it couldn't be more exciting. That has been it, however, from us today. Cats, it was a beautiful time with you. Thanks for casting alongside me. We are heading off, however, and we'll toss over to Charlotte and Samantha, who are going to continue this broadcast with the aforementioned game between BLG and EDG in just a couple minutes. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. The action is not over today, but it's been a great time from us, and we wish you a good day. Take care. Bye-bye.
So now that you're in the finals, how do you...
Raga 选手一直都
And Raga's always kept us cool.
赛场上发挥也是非常激进的。那图一深海明珠其实是对
So on map upon pearls, it's actually WOL's 100% win rate map. And how did you guys basically pick them apart in the game?
На первой карте никогда не проиграем. То есть что мы сделали для того, чтобы выиграть эту карту?
Мы ничего не сделали, играли нашу игру и все.
我们其实也没有特别做什么，就是
And we didn't particularly do anything like kind of special. We just like played our own game.
最重要的。那双方的上伯乐在这张图都有。
And both chambers played very well on this map.
也是在第2回合直接拿下了王牌。
And he's like got the ace.
想问最开始为什么会想要使用这个枪男英雄呢？
оба чемпера на этой карте играли хорошо. И ты во втором раунде даже получил эйс. И почему мы именно этого агента брали?
Тренер сказал попробовать, в итоге поиграли хорошо и из-за этого оставили. Насчет эйса просто повезло.
当时是因为教练想说想玩一下钱豹这个英雄试试看，然后我们
And they said that the coach wanted them to like try chamber, and it like looked pretty good, so they just kept it.
其实，在来到防守方的时候 ，Raga 也是一个非常喜欢前压的。
And he said on the defensive side, Royal likes like pushing forwards.
Raga 一些。那其实上次曼谷大师赛的时候 ，XLG 也是来到了北京参与我们的线下观赛。
And last time, like when it was Bangkok, XLG also like came to Beijing to for the watch party.
包括说有没有感
And did you feel passion from everyone here
мы
today?
раз, когда приехали в Пекине, мы просто посмотрели. И это было во времени мастера Бангкока. И в этот раз мы сами играем. Какое у тебя ощущение? И чувствуешь, что вот тут аудитория, они нас очень любят?
Да, аудиторию чувствую. Это классно, что мы сейчас играем на этой сцене. Но в целом это как обычно в Шанхае. Ничего необычного.
首先肯定是非常高兴，现在我们
And then it's like we're really like grateful and very happy to be standing on
没
stage.
有特别大的差别吧。
对，那要不要现场的粉丝再给 Raga 一点掌声，让他感受到你们的热情呢？谢谢大家，谢谢大家。那本场的赛后
And it looks
采
like
访就结束了，但是不要走开，因为接下来
And that's it for the interview.
和 EDG 为大家争夺我们第3张通往多伦多大师赛的门票。拜拜。
你职业战队的选择。
Thank you, Crafty and Kets. Yes, hello, I'm Charlotte, joined by Nauri, and we're going to be taking you through this game. It is the final chance to qualify for Masters Toronto. Billy Gaming, Edward Gaming. It's all on the line here, Sam.
It's a tale as old as time. Two of possibly the most familiar names in the Chinese region. Of course, a lot of other teams are coming into, popularity and notoriety. But I think that these two, going back a few years now, they've really been the household names when it comes to Chinese Valorant. So really exciting here. Very odd that they're meeting here in the lower bracket because they were both top seed. They got a first round bye. So when they eventually played their first match, both of them were just smacked into the lower bracket, and now they're fighting for their lives, Hunger Games style, for a chance to get to Toronto. This is a crazy turn of events that I don't think any of us expected.
No, well, I mean, we've kind of been seeing that in all of the other regions, though, as well, right? I mean, I think of all of the first seeds to qualify to Masters yet, like so far at least, to win their upper bracket game, it's only been RRQ in Pacific that have done it. Everyone else has been slapped down to the lower bracket, both G2 and Crew in Americas. You have Boom as well in Pacific, and then obviously both of these teams here. But I mean, I feel like the script writers are maybe getting a little bit lazy. This is the elimination/qualification game in China 2025, and last stage it happened again in kickoff. The last head-to-head between these two teams was the lower bracket final to qualify for Bangkok, and then the loser was eliminated. It's the same situation here, except this time it's a best of 3 and not a best of 5.
I mean, speaking of those head-to-heads, right? I mean, these two are no strangers to playing against one another. They have played against each other 9 times. 9! All right? But the really scary thing is when you come down to the nitty-gritty, the maps... we've had 22 maps that EDG have won. They've won every single series. Billy have only managed to pick up 3 maps over 2 years and 9 different series. That does not bode well coming into this matchup, which is incredibly important for Billy because they're a team. It feels like they've got like a mountain to climb to try to reclaim their former glory. They just haven't been getting the results that they've had previously, and it's starting to become a bit of an issue.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And I feel like a core part of that BLG success from the past has been YZ, right? I mean, I feel like we all remember Champions against NRG. He's just sending it in on the raise with the judge and just absolutely demolishing the group stage there. And he's been back in form. The last match that they played, 2-0 against Trace to stay alive in this tournament, and a 345 ACS from YZ. But that duelist matchup, you can see as well, Kang had a very similar sort of numbers. I think it was 103 in their last match, and you can see that they're kind of leading the statistics as well, apart from Raga in the stage overall. I think that's a 260 and a 254 ACS respectively.
Yeah. I love this matchup between YZ and Kang because, again, we talk about the most well-known teams in China, and of course, you come down to 2 of the most well-known players in China. And YZ, a few months ago was a little, maybe not a few months ago, but some time ago, obviously, he was a bit more of like a newer name. And this is when like the Chinese watch parties were just kind of kicking off. And I remember watching, Ryan Central doing them, and YZ absolutely blew me away, and I was honestly so amazed when he managed to get to those international stages and really get to show what he's made of. So looking forward to once again coming up against Kang. But as we mentioned before, this matchup has been pretty one-sided previously. We were talking about the fact that BLG have only won 3 maps against EDG in the past, and twice it's been on bind, which isn't even in the map pool anymore. So again, we're just kind of, the hits just keep on coming. I also love that now we get some YZ stats because we're just talking about him. So thank you for that. We just highlight a little bit further on. And this is just talking, I imagine, about his incredible map pool and how well he does on agent pool, and how well he continues to do on different agents. Regardless, he such an in-depth or such a depth of ability to flex and to play different agents and still get really good results.
Yeah, and I mean, he's definitely been doing the best on the Neon there. I think win rate, 69%. So,
nice.
you think about it, that's kind of nearing 3 in every 4 games. You know, that is a fairly high win rate, especially as BLG. They've had a couple of losses this stage as well in terms of series. So they're going to need another superstar performance from YZ, because I feel like overall in terms of the rosters, EDG probably have a higher standard, but YZ is capable of just breaking through and being so far ahead of the rest.
And then obviously Kang, right? This is the big head-to-head, the one that we're super excited for. And here's the Neon coming in huge with 10 picks, but it's the Jet where he really manages to shine the brightest. And I think we all know that. We're all familiar with his Jet and how absolutely devastating it can be. Those stats are absolutely astronomical. So we've got win rate, and then it's ACS, ADR, and KD. A 1.5 KD is ridiculous. I mean, just almost every single stat is his highest when he's on that Jet. But we're seeing him play a lot more of the Neon recently. And I think that one of the reasons that it's not maybe playing up to the same level is because Neon, it requires so much support from the rest of your team in order to succeed. And, you know, with it being kind of a far more difficult agent, that's probably why very often he'll just kind of lean back into that Jet, because that's what he's comfortable with, and that's what he can kind of get away with some of those solo shenanigans on.
Yeah. Although also we've been seeing a lot of double duelist from EDG as of recent, with Simon going out and Jenny coming in. We've seen some sort of, because we saw it in the stats there as well, Kang's Yoru, maybe not the best. I remember when they played against XLG, we had a sort of double duelist going on where Jenny was on the Neon or the Yoru and Kang playing ISO. That's potentially another look that EDG can look for, but they've also had 2 weeks to prepare for this game. I mean, both teams have, but I mean, I'm just so scared for BLG right now, Sam. I can't lie. It's just, I'm worried. I'm very worried because, you know, we're talking about Kang, and yeah, sure, like in the match against XLG and other games in the tournament, he's kind of fallen off a little bit, but I mean, he reactivated in that lower bracket game, and now I'm very scared because we saw it in kickoff as well, where XLG, I think it was in that lower bracket game, unleashed the beast, and then 2 30-0s from EDG on Haven. So this is a team that can do the comeback, and they have had to do the comeback quite a lot, and they haven't lost a stage in China yet. That's the crazy thing about EDG. They are always getting to those internationals. They are always coming out with first place. This be the time where we see neither of those happen. I mean, we saw XLG win earlier today. They looked strong. They looked resilient. Maybe even if EDG win here, they might not make it to the top, but there's baby steps and we still have to do that first bit of the road.
Listen, I thought Wolves was going to win that last game, so apparently she lied to the moon. Who knew? Very, very cool seeing them doing so incredibly well. But let's talk a little bit about, you know, the fact that these two teams are two teams that have kind of diverging stories, but similar to a certain extent. So you've got EDG who come in, they won champs, they won the China kickoff, and then they got third at Masters Bangkok. And the reason they came third? Well, the only 2 teams that they lost to were the teams that got first and second respectively. So yeah, fair enough. It's not like they lost to a random team that went out in the groups. Well, okay, they couldn't go. You get the point, right? They went out to the top 2 teams. Makes sense. BLG, they're trying to replicate that success, as I said a little bit earlier on. They competed in champs, they made it to playoffs, and of course that's where they ended up losing to EDG. So bit of trauma there. And then in 2024, again, made it to champs, but out in the group stages. 2025, looking to potentially get to champs again, looking to potentially kind of get some better results than what they'd had previously. It started off really well for them. They've had a top 3 finish at kickoff, and similar to EDG, the only 2 teams that they lost to were the 2 teams that took first and second place. So fair enough. But that doesn't bode well for potentially getting to champs. So we need to kind of kick things up into overdrive a little bit further on. They've secured themselves at the very least top 4. Another win here, and they could finally see themselves at an international event that isn't champs. Because if I'm not mistaken, they haven't had international events that isn't champs.
I mean, that certainly seems correct to me. I'm not... Just off the top of my head, that seems right. I don't necessarily have all of the fact-checking at my fingertips, but yeah, absolutely. BLG, this would be a huge step for them. Obviously, it kind of feels like in some ways, especially the past few years, it has been a little bit easier to qualify to champs. Maybe not from the China region specifically, they had less spots and things like that, but you have more teams, you have those more opportunities. Getting to a Masters as well, it's a slightly closer knit group of teams. So, you know, who knows what will happen.
因为 BLG 和 EDG 都是比较擅长进攻的队伍嘛。那作为上位面对进攻比较强势的 EDG，
Okay. Sorry, I wasn't sure. I thought maybe we were going to get a translation on this one. We are not so lucky this time around. But we'll have a little bit of a translation on our end, so we can at least give you a little bit of an update on what's happening here. And what we're finding out is that, you know, Bilibili and EDG are both kind of better on their attacking half. So looking to see how they're going to use that to their advantage as we come into the maps. And, well, that interview was really, really short because, understandably, you cannot wait to actually start the game, to get into the server, and to finally have that chance to, you know, reclaim that victory that we spoke about. Maybe finally get that victory over EDG.
I mean, it would certainly be a massive storyline if they were able to make it happen. Is 10th time the charm? Is this potentially what we could be looking at seeing? Because EDG, they have held that sort of dominance, not just over BLG, but over China as a region. If Bilibili are able to win here, it would be a massive statement, and we would finally see EDG, you know, toppled from their throne a little bit. They've sat at the top the entire time. I mean, there's so much. I mean, I definitely agree with the players. I also want to start the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Cast the start game. Unfortunately, we don't have that power. Yeah, this time around, we don't have it. But so obviously we've got another interview going on here, and they're saying, oh, you know, after a week of rest and adjustment, how is the team looking? That was kind of the question that was asked, and well, apparently Jenny is getting a lot more coherent with the team, starting to look a lot better. They were asked about their confidence as well, and he says, you know what, they're just going in with a super normal mindset. You know the classic, we're gonna play our own game. And I suppose for EDG, with the type of record that they have coming into matches against Bilibili, fair enough. I think that's probably the best way to approach it.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, it feels like we're gonna see a bit of a repeat here. You know, they're playing their own game. They really wake up towards the end of stages. EDG, you know, they had a couple of stumbles. Sure, you know, a loss to Nova in the group stage, a loss to Gilai in the upper bracket, but now, you know, they're absolutely ready for this. And can I just say, the JDG arena here in Beijing, it looks incredible. As the players are going to start to make their way onto the stage, starting, it seems like, with EDG. I mean, it's certainly hype here for the top 4 in Beijing. Obviously, normally they're in Shanghai as the players start to make their way, and it's now packed in here. And EDG, they are kind of superstars in China now, right? After winning champs, they're basically celebrities at this point, and the entire crowd is here for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you mentioned the arena. This is so sick. I am so jealous. I would love to be there right now. These walkouts are phenomenal. There's Kankan coming through with all of the confidence that we know he harbors inside of him. Just a phenomenal player to watch at any time. And here comes Jenny, right? One of the newer players. And this is something we spoke about, something that they spoke about in the interview very briefly as well. He's starting to feel a lot more comfortable with the team. And that begs the question, how much more terrifying will EDG become now that they've got someone who's really slotting in with the team so well?
Yeah, absolutely. And we know that it can happen before as well. You know, EDG at Champs, they had Simon with them, who had basically just joined the team at that point in time. And they end up winning the tournament every game, looking stronger and stronger. And now Jenny is coming in here as well, with the IGLing from Nobody, who we just saw walking on out too. I mean, this team, they look like a really solid unit. And Smoggy, ever dependable in the backlines. This is going to be a challenge, and I feel like EDG, they're going to be up for it as well.
Absolutely. It's really, really cool to see them all having this moment to shine, having this moment to be seen by the crowd, to walk through the smoke and have everyone kind of reaching for them and showing their support. We love to see these things. And I'm really looking forward to seeing, you know, what our veto is going to look like in a little bit, because again, you know, those coaches that we just saw running through, we know that they have so much say in things like that. But now it's time for Billy to shine and to have their moment in the spotlight as their walkout begins here. And it's going to kick things off with Russia. And, well, you know, they've got some really, really strong players, regardless of how you look at it. And it's really cool that we get to have this moment for them. And I'm really looking forward to agent picks, right? Because they spoke a lot about the duelists and how much kind of creativity they have there and the depth of their of their agent pools. How much more creativity can we possibly get today?
Yeah, I'm really excited, and we know that K-Knight is going to be a strong player in both the creativity, but also just in pulling things out of the bag. I said Smoggy was ever dependable. K-Knight's kind of your one on the other side there, who is just, you can almost always rely on them to get the clutch coming on in. So that's another player that we really have to look at with those clutches on here. The big man himself, it's YZ for this Billy roster. He is going to be the one that makes the difference, in my opinion.
I love that
Neon
YZ and
cosplay in this one.
Bro, YZ and Kang have the same energy.
I know. Like, oh, I'm so excited.
Zooming through the crowd. I love it so much. Sorry, I like ran over you and what you were saying there, but I love that they embody Neon so much.
Yeah, it's so good. And now the coach is coming on out as well, Bale. I'm so excited. And you mentioned about the map veto as well. Realistically, because like I tried to sort of predict the map veto in the XLG EDG game. It didn't quite go well. In this one, I've got absolutely no idea. One of the main things that is going to be the point of focus for me, though, is the map that Billy end up picking. Because I don't have the exact numbers, but I noticed when I was looking through, they lose their map pick a lot of the time. A lot of their wins, they were winning on their opponent's pick and then winning in the decider in a 2-1. They need to figure out what maps they actually are good at and which maps they want to pick, because otherwise, you know, EDG aren't just going to let you get away with that.
Now, time for the pre-show huddle as the teams now have their conversations, their quick little jayo for those that have the barest understanding of Mandarin. That's kind of their let's go, let's do this, good luck. That's kind of what they might likely be chanting. There you go. I think I spoke over that one. Feels a bit bad. But really, really cool. We're finally... There is jayo! All right, sorry. I got too excited.
Here's the veto.
All right, let's take a look at that veto.
Oh, we are getting a fracture.
Lost.
Okay,
you called it. You said this was very likely.
Yeah, I did. I don't remember if it was on the broadcast or not, but yeah, I feel like Fracture... I said Fracture is the best map for Billy, but it's also EDG's third best map. This one is going to be a real clash, but Billy have picked it, and I feel like they're at a serious risk of yet again falling to that same problem of losing their own map pick. EDG then kick us with an icebox, which I feel like is they've only picked it once before. They are 2-0 on it, so they're pretty good on this map, and it's kind of a middle ground one for BLG. So I feel like we're really going to have to pay attention to this first map of Fracture if we want to know how the series is going to go. And then Pearl, it's kind of an even split between these two sides. They're very, very similar on it. So yeah, Fracture map number 1. This is going to be the real test for both of these sides, I feel like.
Yeah, and you know, one of the big things that I was going to be really curious in was, you know, if we do see that Lotus coming through, because EDG, while they had been banning it for a long time, they had been letting it through in the last couple of games, and this time around, looks like they're not going to allow that to happen. So now we take a look at our agents for our first map here. As you mentioned, it is obviously going to be Fracture. We've got our Neons coming out as expected. Interesting to note the difference in Sentinel setup, or potential Sentinel setup, because obviously we've got the Cypher coming through here, but you know, coming up against a composition like what EDG are running, I'm not too sure how much value it's actually going to get.
Yeah, it's a really interesting one for me. Obviously, we've got both Tejos as well, so you know there is a chance that, you know, some of that utility can come through to break that sort of stuff. I'm really interested. This is very almost that mirror matchup, right? So, you know, this is this is going to be close. It's very, very exciting as well. I can't quite remember what all of these stats are, but I feel like that 100%. Hold on. If I look at my stats, I think it might be the win rate on this starting side. I could be getting that very, very incorrect. But EDG, I believe, are going to be starting us out on the attack here. So this is interesting. Would you say that it's more attack or defender sided here? Because I mean, the stats are fairly 50-50, but I think it is better towards the attack between these teams. They said they're better at the attack as well, Sam.
Yeah, so Fracture's a bit of a hard one. I think that it can definitely favor attackers just because of the nature of the map. The fact that there are so many entries onto the site and the fact that you can really debate your defender-sided team. Defense, I think you're going to struggle a lot more because you have to pivot so much. You're playing so reactionary. And that makes it very difficult for you to get the full value. You've really got to be on top of your game from start to finish. You have to have your rotations clearly mapped out and have a really solid understanding of what the enemy team is going to be doing. How much anti-stratting have these teams done? We are now in our lower bracket final. Winner here goes to Toronto. Loser goes home.
Indeed, we do. Fracture coming on in. This one, like you said, the rotations need to be clear. An IGL matchup, you would think, is... Oh, the pop comes through. Chi-Chu's still alive? What? Okay.
Space there. He's like, bro, how did I miss?
But Kang does fall to YZ, so... Billy, they do still have that advantage. And I said, it's going to be that about the IGLs. Neff versus nobody. Who's going to be able to call a better game right now? Billy, they're getting the kills that they need. Nobody does answer back. So 4 versus 2. EDG. Well, one of them's back in a way. It's nobody with a spike, but now he's all alone.
Very, very chaotic start to the round here. You can see everyone kind of poking and prodding across the map, trying to get that early advantage. And a lot of players just kind of getting caught unawares there. And there you go. Nobody will finally lose his life. So 4 players left alive at the end of that round. A very dominant start here for our defender side. And, you know, we already said it right. The desk was talking about it. Both teams are really good on the attacking side. I came in and I said, well, the defense side is possibly a far more difficult side to get solid results on. So the fact that they're able to kick off with this first round, it certainly bodes well. It can give them a little bit of a springboard into the next few rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. So the pistol round win, like you said, for BLG happens less often than it doesn't, but even still, that's a good start for them. Let's hope that YZ is perhaps a little bit sharper with the first bullets in the round this time. You know, we got those jitters out, got the shakes out. Chi-Chu wants to go, and actually Kang is just running in. This Neon going so fast, he kind of teased it in his walkout. Nobody finds a kill onto K-Knight. 2 instant responses though. And EDG, okay, 3 versus 3. They're fighting here, and they're doing a pretty decent job of it.
Oh, this is incredibly dangerous for BLG because they're losing so many more players than they want to. They're losing all of these guns. However, BLG is still managing to have a bit of an advantage here. So it's unlikely that Chi-Chu is going to be able to get too much done.
And Chi-Chu, well, I mean, he's only got a classic, right? Surely, yeah, okay, there we go. Surely it doesn't go that way, and it doesn't. So, nice 2-0 start. Perhaps a bit more costly than you would like if you're a Billy player. Only 2 players staying alive into the next is perhaps a little bit worse than you'd like. The economy is certainly going to suffer from that. So, EDG, they'll be feeling themselves in a pretty decent spot as we head into round number 3 and really get the half starting to go underway.
Oh, that's devastating though, losing all of those guns now, because obviously they're going to come up against a rifle round, which means that they have to kind of reinvest to an extent, which could seriously hobble their money into the next few rounds unless they do manage to still win this one out. And that could be very difficult because look at EDG. They're playing such a patient game. They're waiting for BLG to get a proactive, to get aggressive. And Jenny with a 3K finally put down into the grave, but has made it a very winnable situation for EDG.
I feel like this is still kind of possible for Billy though, Chi-Chi. This is a crucial fight that he ends up losing out. Now 2 versus 2. Smoggy and Kang, okay, they're over in arcade, so they're not going to let these weapon upgrades go into the hands of Billy. That's really the victory condition that you're looking for. They are not quite spotting for Kang. Levius has a Vandal here. Is he going to be able to win this out? Kang starting to plant the spike. Out goes the stun. He's been caught by it. Levius round the side. One to the left, one to the right, and it's Kang to put him in the dust. But again, it's another costly anti-eco round for one of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, so it starts off with a very full kind of stacked push out towards, you know, that dish entrance. But because EDG are expecting it, and they're playing that passive positioning, they're waiting for that aggression to come through, they're holding the longer angles because they know that they're going to have the better guns. If Jenny doesn't get a 3K there, this round could end very differently because as much as they're waiting for it and they're expecting it, it comes down to him to get a full-on 3 kills. His teammate, I believe it was Nobody that was holding with him, gets taken out before he can really do anything himself. So, and then all 3 of those kills, because you've had both Nobody and Jenny dying, it is a gain, but it's a very small gain, possibly far smaller than they would have wanted. So, you know, props to EDG for being able to call that, read into it, and then pivot off of that so well and keep that advantage. But as you said, still a very expensive round for them, losing quite a few of their guns in the interim. The good news is that because they managed to take down all of Billy's players, and because Billy had come into that reforcing into a lot of those guns, it means that in this round they're far less likely to have enough money to buy in, you know, decently. Okay, that being said, go for a few half armors here and there, and actually you do manage to eke out a fairly sizable buy here. So they have managed to keep their economic struggles a little less intensive.
Yeah, round is first gun round, so this is where we really start to see these teams, you know, get into the nitty-gritty of the half, right? This is where we want to see all of those power moments. And YP's going forward, then towards the spawn. It doesn't quite work out. The south side in the control of EDG right now. Kang, Nobody with the picks. And Kang's behind them. They've found another, now leaving Levius 1 versus 3.
I mean, this is an almost impossible task for him. And this is, again, why I was saying, right, the attacking side, it's so devastating. BLG going for a stacked push as well. Like, given how that last round went, such a questionable decision to make. And now that's all been left onto Levius. And, of course, with Kang waiting, arms wide open, very unlikely that Levius is going to be able to get too much done. So EDG bring it up to an evened out scoreline. And that little bit of a buffer that Billy was starting to build for themselves is yoinked away from them.
Yeah, you can see in the mini-map here, while all of this focus was happening towards the south side spawn, we just had a push through dish. The spike gets planted on the site while everyone's fighting and dying over towards the attacker spawn there through a main. It's, you know, I don't want to say it's a little bit misplayed by Billy, but they left a very glaring weakness there, and EDG were able to read it perfectly.
Again, Billy, I mean, they're really trying to lean into the stacking setup. It can be a bit of a double-edged sword. But it looks like this time around they're going to play a little bit more passively. They know that these aggressive pushes haven't worked out, except this is such a weird round to not double up, because this round they don't have guns, and they're just going to walk straight into Kang's waiting arms. Levius will be able to get one for himself. But how much more can Billy do with this less than decent loadout?
Yeah, you're looking towards YZ with the Vandal. See if he can get anything done. The part of a 2-man push with Neff down through the spawn and through tree. Guns come out, making sure that their progress is coming through. But Smoggy, where are the position? And YZ just gets deleted straight away. That's kind of the one player that you're looking for. And Jenny is there to shut down K-Knight for the finisher of the round. EDG, they have the lead, but that was an anti-eco.
Yeah, so I was kind of alluding to it and then everything kicked off, but to go, so they do these stacked pushes on rounds when they have guns, and then when they don't have guns, they go for something a little bit more kind of defaulty. You've got to be capitalizing when you don't have the weaponry to get any real results. You've got to be working together, playing off of one another, go for a little bit more of a death ball, because leaving players on their own split across the map is very likely going to end badly. But now Bilibili have guns again, and they're going for a far more kind of split positioning here. So now they have a bit more time. The problem is, again, they have to play reactive.
Armageddon in towards Tower, and Kankan, he's going forward. He wants this, and he wants to take the round by the scruff of the neck. EDG, they're into the site, they have the control, but Jenny's caught by Russia. That could be a bit of a mistake, but it's a 3 versus 3. The trade's coming on out. Nobody, and Kankan, they're still here with the control. Neural Theft giving away their positions, and nobody coming through. Smoggy as well. The spike in hand. Levius has been spotted out towards Tower, and Kankan pops the overdrive. Now nobody getting the spike planted. Salvos won't be able to deny that in time. And the ultimate, it's doing magic. It's doing work. Neff, 1v3, takes down the first, but he's on 3 health. Decides to pull out the Rolling Thunder. Gets the first, surely not. Neff can't quite get it done. Smoggy, in the nick of time, lands the shots.
There's no way, bro. I mean, you know what? Stuns are cosmetic. That's where that is. To get that final kill when all you can see is the head peeking out above the edge of the platform there, just beautifully done. Great clutch there. I must admit, some of the ult usage here was a little bit questionable, but okay, Kankan gets 2, so that keeps things in a winnable position. That Rolling Thunder, it could have worked, but unfortunately loses out in those final moments, and now all of those ultimates off the board. Here's the problem though, because EDG still have 2 ults online. They still have a lot to work with, and it's 2 big ultimates as well. So for Bilibili, sure, this round it's a stinger round, as one does. But once we get through this one, maybe they can, build up a few ult points here. Maybe they can, get themselves into a more doable situation in the next round, because this round should be somewhat of a foregone conclusion.
Those stinger rounds are often some of the most dangerous ecos, right? We see a lot of teams winning out when they have the stinger rounds, but all of the players on the light shields as well. Kankan, he's got that outlaw, and he's going to use it. It doesn't matter where he's going to hit you. You're still taken out there just with those light shields. So 5v4 for EDG yet again. Levius been spotted here inside of Arcade as well. Chi-Chi with a kill. And EDG, yeah, they're cementing their authority here on this one. Now 5v2. Okay, interesting.
Certainly questionable.
This, right?
I mean, if anyone could do it, but he's got an outlaw, which is not ideal for these situations, because it's more than likely going to end up being a retake, and any sort of a sniper rifle on a retake, you're going to be at a massive disadvantage.
Yeah, Chi-Chi's been spotted there as well. And YZ can't quite land those shots. 10 HP onto Chi-Chi. But yeah, he can just... There's not much he's going to be able to do here. Smoggy just nail in the coffin. 5-2 EDG, that's also 5 in a row. They are starting to really find that momentum, and it's looking dangerous. This is BLG's map pick, but EDG, they got to start on the attack, which is definitely the better side here on Fracture. So there's still the chance for a second half comeback, but they need to get something done here on the defense. Because if it keeps going like this, a 10-2 half, you're still not coming back from that.
100%, right? Like, it doesn't matter how good your attacking side is, even if it is your better side, if you don't have some sort of a buffer to work with, you can't afford to drop even a single round. Let's say we go in 10-2. If they lose pistol, that's it. But if we go in 6-6 and you lose pistol, there's still a chance. You've still got a little bit of wiggle room. And unfortunately, it's looking like this could be a bit of a runaway scenario. So we're going to have that timeout coming through here. Let's get the coaches in. Let's get them chatting away with Bilibili, because it's starting to look really messy. And the problem is that they've had a lot of like shining moments. We've had kind of maybe not hero plays, but we've had some kind of individual greatness, but I'm not seeing the type of coordination that's necessary to shut down a team like EDG. You know, I'm not seeing the util combos, the swings that are needed. Like Levius in that previous round, swinging out when his teammate was on the other side of the map. You know, YZ was still trying to make his way across. Levius swings out. It's not even into a two-person hold, but he loses out on that duel. And if he wins that duel, cool, you've brought it to a 2 versus 3. It's certainly doable, but he loses. And that puts YZ in a 1v4. Like, what on earth are you meant to do at that particular junction? So we need to see things tighten up a little bit here for Bilibili, and perhaps that timeout is just what they needed.
And they've got the guns here in this one as well. And can be the first to try and find this. YZ taken out by Smoggy. This is what EDG have been doing so well. They're backing each other up. They're always playing in pairs. Feels like Bilibili, they're not able to get this solid 1v1, although Kang does rush in ahead of the Armageddon, but you've got the orbital strike, as well. And K-Knight finds 1-2, the second. Now it's a 2 versus 2 on the site. Rusia taking out nobody. This is the chance. Chichu's on 11 HP. Got the spike. What does he do with this? He's expecting Levius to come on this flank. He's right. Just time ticking away that he can't afford to lose.
I feel like this might just be a save angle. Because realistically, what can you get done in this round? With less than 40 seconds left to try and get a plant. However, BLG are very split up. A kill here onto Rusia could do it, but no. Just going to drop straight into the headshot. That's an unfortunate round, I feel like, for EDG, but well done to Bilibili. Imagine you come into a round and you throw ultimates and you lose to a flashy boy. Like, that's insane. One flash was all that they needed to set them up here, to deny that orbital strike entirely and bring that numbers advantage into their own hands.
Yeah, and the overdrive was utilized there as well by Kang. So, you know, it's it very much looked like he was popping the ultimate there, but either way, they still do have a couple of the ults. The Rolling Thunder still gone and still yet to be invested in Kang. They're going forwards again. Bilibili not content with that first one. K-Knight does have the answer back. Orbital strike to prevent any sort of trade as well. The A site is open, and look at this, EDG running straight there. 100-meter sprint. Should be able to get here ahead of Bilibili. It's just Levius inside of mid that's going to really cause the main issue for them. He's kind of stalled them out just long enough for the rest of his side to get here with him as well. Spike's going down. They drop out. K-Knight with 3 in the round. 2 kills just there, but Smoggy a double in response. Now it's a 2 versus 2, and Levius plays ahead of it. Nobody now has to clutch up big. There's still 50 seconds left. This one could be possible. Oh no, and that's the first kill there, Sam.
How much more, though? I mean, he's still got control of the spike, so nobody can pivot. But obviously, the rotations are a lot quicker here for Rusia, so there is a chance, and Rusia does seem to have read into it.
Oh, no.
Oh my god, it's the double fake! Happening. No shot, bro. And the fact that Rusia is, like, expecting it as well. He's like, nah. There's no way he's actually going to go B. There's not enough time. He's got to come back and hit this A site. So he's going to hold this angle, but is nobody even going to have time? He's going to have to leg it. He's going to have to hold W, and he's going to run straight. The running headshot. Nah, man.
Show me the replay. Show me the replay. I have to see how nobody hit that. Look at him. He's got that cheeky grin on his face. Because how has he been able to clutch that round out to 1 versus 2 for the side of EDG? And just when we thought Bilibili, they might get some momentum back, nobody pulls out this. Oh my word, that's crispy.
Brother, you just did him so dirty. That's absolutely unreal. What a clutch there from EDG to just bring things back into their power. And look at the buy now from Bilibili. Like, this is a massive problem. They have 3 pistols, a judge, and 1 rifle. They were
Like
trying to
that, though.
match the aggression from EDG, and they've just been sat down. And to be fair, they get a lot done in those early rounds, matching those stuns, pushing forward aggressively, shutting down Kankang. But unfortunately, when it came to that clutch moment, couldn't make it happen.
And they used an ult in that last round as well, the orbital strike. Work out for them. Kankang now sends out the fast lane. Armageddon in through as well. YZ just about able to escape and evade all of the utility that was coming forwards. Now the salvos to stall a little bit of time, and the molly as well coming on in. Slow it down a little bit. It's all a distraction. A spike making its way over towards A. Here's Chichu with the second 180 as well. Levius is in tower, and it's drawn Neff over here. They know they have the control, so the spike is making its way as well. But now EDG falls. I mean, Chichu falls, sorry. EDG no longer have the control, and the judge is here. There's 2 picks, 3 on the round. Smoggy has to try and clutch up another 1v2 for EDG, and this time it's not enough.
I'll be honest, the pivot from the spike moving back towards the B site was really weird to me. Like, you've positioned 2 players to do exactly what Chichu and Kankang had started doing. Get these early picks. That's what they needed to do. They're causing the distraction. They're pulling the rotations. You're in an anti-eco. You don't need to re-hit. Feel the love there. But instead, they do up to re-hit. They get a little bit overconfident. That was a round they had no business losing. And Billy somehow coming out on top of that one off of a bit of a missed call from EDG. They've now made this half a lot more competitive. If they can somehow win this round, they've got Overdrive online. They've got a lot to work with. And a lot of the ults have been taken away from EDG. But Kankang, he's so close. He's fencing that ult. 1 more point is all it's going to take. And he's had some devastation with those ultimates. And Billy, the wrong read. They're on the A side, and the push is then over towards B. It's going to be full retake.
The scattering like ants, you could see on the minimap as well, the moment that they realized the B site was the moment of focus, and the shear comes through. YZ is just completely separated from the rest of his team right now. He's been spotted here. There's so many players that are able to collect on this. Levius with 1 Neff. Oh, hold on. Surely not Neff. The IGL coming up big, and K-Knight there to assist. 1v3 for Chichu, and it doesn't come on through. Billy now 1 round away from tying us up, and at the very least a 5-7 half on the defense. That's pretty darn good here for Fracture.
This is crazy because, like, so they had the rounds where they tried to match the aggression and they had some success, but they kind of struggled in those more clutch moments. So now we get into another round where they go, you know what? We're going to stack one side. If they come here, we fight them off. If they don't come here, we play retake. Because retake is kind of like being on the attacking side, you know? Your attacking team has got spiked down and now they're busy playing post-plot. Now they're setting up their defenses and you take on the role of the attacker, which we know is their favorite side. So it's a bit of a weird kind of mind, you know, sorcery type of round. But it works out. The deficit now down to only 1 round. This is so doable for Billy, and they come into this with a far superior buy.
Yeah, EDG, they're really suffering here with the economy. Those past couple of losses in the clutch as well. Chichu falling inside of the spawn. Neff with 1, but Kankang gets the kill. Now pops the overdrive. He wants to go forwards. He wants to secure the half. Doesn't want this tide. He gets a weapon upgrade for himself. Bit of stall, and the spike now planted. The 4 versus 4. YZ's behind. Kankang finds a kill onto Rushia, and Smoggy gets the better of the players as well. Kankang with 3. He's been the real standout as we expected him to be. 14-8. Levius left to face the music here. 1 versus 4. What can he do? The first kill, spot onto Jenny. The drone coming on in, so much utility, so much of everything to try and take him down, stall him away. And the time just keeps on ticking. The flank from Kankang secures the half, and the 4 kills was enough for a 7-5.
Oh, what a fantastic performance all around. You know, you have Billy getting a little bit of a head start in the map, getting those first 2 rounds, but then EDG instantly snatches that away from them. A pivotal timeout comes through and Billy finally start pulling some rounds back. But we we've had 2 rounds back to back where teams are winning where they absolutely have no right to do so.
Yep.
You had eco round from Bilibili 2 rounds back. EDG come into that. Okay, it's not an eco. It's a bit of a half buy. It's a force. It's a pots and pans. We're going to throw everything we have into this one. But Kang has overdrive. And I mentioned how incredibly impactful he's been with that ultimate. So, well, he only had it in a couple of rounds, but in those rounds, he gets these multi-frags and he goes huge. And he does the exact same thing in that round. Beautifully done. And it pulls EDG into a lead at the half. But I think that it's definitely a lot closer than perhaps EDG would have wanted. And now we're going to swap sides where Bilibili will get to mount their own attack. It's where they feel the most comfortable. And perhaps this is where we see them turn things on their heads.
Okay. Bit of information on what the fans are voting on as well. The setup is when your teammates say there is an op at A main, the left is I don't believe it, I'm gonna peek, and the right is rotate. So feels like most people they're rotating away from the operator. I think that's the smart move there. We didn't get to see much operator really from Kang in that first half though. I feel like even on the attack and op is kind of what we know him for, and it's certainly one of his better weapons. But I mean, even without that, he was doing the mad work, outlaw, vandal, phantom.
Yeah.
It didn't matter.
I'll be honest though, I don't love these options because first and foremost, it's not I don't believe it, I'm gonna peek. It's there is, I'm gonna win. It's the ego peak for me. But
incredible.
There needs to be an option of there's an op, cool, I'm gonna flash him off of his position and we're gonna run him over. That is the correct response to an operator.
That requires thinking. Remember, this is Valorant. We don't think. Just hold W and go in.
So it's more like that ego peak example that I gave earlier.
Yeah.
Of like, there's an op. I win these. I'm
these.
gonna peek that up. It's totally fine. You know what the best part is when your teammate. So you have one teammate that dies to the op and he says there's an op there, and then your second teammate is like, don't worry about it, I got this, and he peeks the op and he dies, and then the third teammate, instead of going, you know what, maybe no. The third teammate also says, don't worry guys, I'm gonna win this. And
I've got this.
Oh man, if I could count how many times that's happened, but
yeah, we got a bit of a tech pause here. What is this? VCT MEA? Come on, what's happening here?
Look at me, I am pansy now.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, there we go. We're in. Wonderful. Not too long of a break. Maybe it isn't VCT MEA. It's not been 2 hours of a tech pause. This is so bizarre. I don't know how to deal with this situation.
Listen, this isn't EMEA and this isn't Pacific, all right? We don't have tech pauses that take us into the next day. China's got their things on lock, right? They are very much in control. But the question now becomes, which one of these two teams is going to be the one in control? Currently, EDG, as mentioned, thank you, 7-5 at their half, but gonna have to mount a very strong defense here. This is where things could get spicy for Bilibili though, because now they have an attacking Cypher and they're running into the defensive Vice. And I'm not too sure. I feel like I favor EDG just in that particular Sentinel matchup, but of course that isn't the be-all end-all.
Yeah, I have to agree. One thing to remember as well is Bilibili, they got the defensive pistol in that last half. So that kind of shows you they kind of got 3 of the rifle rounds. Right, and including one of them that they shouldn't have won. So this is a very crucial round here at the start of this half. If Bilibili can win this, then they're basically right back in the game because EDG aren't afforded that opportunity like they were to get that extra bit ahead. Now comes the retake from EDG. Kang is the first to fall, and Jenny follows suit very quickly after. K-Knight is answered back upon by Chi-Chu, but nobody also falls. Smoggy, it's just on Chi-Chu. And it's not going to happen. So Bilibili, double pistol here on Fracture. That could be the best opportunity that they have to stay alive.
That was such a gorgeous flash, though. So they get in onto the site, they get the spike down. Fair enough, it's a pistol round. Sometimes you just get a free sight.
Yeah.
But they have such good utility to maintain that control. That flash that comes through as the defenders are trying to come in for that retake instantly blinds out like every single one of them, and they can pivot off of that so well. So that is a much needed pistol round coming through here for EDG. Not needed in terms of like, you know, for BLG. Because now they can start to close that gap again. They're 2 for 2 on pistols, but they cannot allow this round to become as close as that first pistol, or that's, you know, the first bonus round. This is the round they need to keep it clean.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got a clean entry into the site right now here over on A. Neff starting that plant. The stun not quite in time and not quite enough to try and distract away from it. So we're in a 5v5 retake scenario for EDG, and retaking, especially in the current meta, it's pretty darn difficult. And Fracture is one of the maps where that is absolutely amplified. The jump spot punished. K-Knight, YZ also in on the action there. Levius and Rusia. I believe that may have been a team ace coming through from Billy. Definitely at least four of the players getting involved. They tie us up 7-7. But now we have the bonus. EDG, this is their chance to regain the lead. If Billy win this round as well, then we start to get worried, right?
Absolutely. That's when things potentially get a bit spicy. I will say that jump peak was a bit wide. Usually you keep your jump peaks a little bit tighter. So that was a free clay pigeon shot. You know, that was the training range of clay pigeon shooting.
Yeah.
But now, because Billy came through that round with all of their guns intact, they're at a really good position here to maintain. But look how aggressive EDG are looking to get here. They want to take the fight to Billy. They want to win this one out, and Kang kicks it off with a double.
Well, this is the Kang that we know and love. And the rest of EDG, they're pushing for more. Jenny finds a kill onto Levius. It's at least a trade, but Jenny finds a double of his own. Rusia has the site. Well, that's nice, but no spike and no teammates either. 1v4, and Kang deals with that swiftly. 8-7, they regain the lead. A bit of normalcy established here. Now, a sort of power-up round, right? This is where we start to see rifles on both sides. I believe this should be a close one in terms of the economy, in terms of the buys. Again, the nitty-gritty of the half.
Kang, Jenny, handshake. The two of them had a fantastic round there. We have another pause coming through here, and I think this is a really important one as well. This should be a tack pause, and yes, so it is, because the coaches need to kind of step in here for Billy. It's happened twice now. You win pistol in conversion, and then you lose your bonus. And while that does very often happen, just because of the gun differential, it's a very stressful situation to be in, particularly when you look at the trend of how that first half went. Billy really do need to kind of get on top of this and hopefully find a way to stem that tide a little bit. They're getting it onto site. They're, pretty consistently getting spike planted, but it's the retakes that they're kind of struggling with. And then we get into that next round, and EDG are just like, you know what? We're not going to give you the site this time around. We're going to match that aggression, which is very much what Billy did on their defensive side, to kick things off. But it got turned on its head, and they started to lose those battles. So EDG know that they have the upper hand when they take that aggression, when they take that space early on. So for Billy now, what do you do? Do you continue to play that slightly more passive, allow them to push forward and then try to take them out? Or again, do we see them try to take that aggression and try to win out in those early confrontations?
Yeah, I still don't know if I like the timeout there, because now they have none remaining. It's only the third round of the half. But, we'll see. YZ, very quickly through arcade. Now looking towards tower. Kang, he might get caught out here. Oh, just about spots it. And Kang, he can get away and lands a shot as well. A second in that position is ridiculous work. But the rest of BLG answer back. Chichu, bit of a lucky spray through the smoke and the wall to bring a bit of an advantage back towards Edward Gaming. A 3-on-2 now. The EDG, they still have to retake into this situation. And Neff is repositioned in towards arcade. Are they going to be checking for this? Oh, they do. Nobody takes some heavy losses, heavy damage. Now Neff has to clutch. The IGL for Billy has it all on his shoulders, and Chichu wins it out.
This is what makes this map so tough. Just by the nature of the sites and how easy it is to kind of do splits to get that retake going. You've got 2 players left alive in this post plant. They cannot be standing close to each other. They can't really set themselves up for a double up. I mean, you could, but you potentially put yourselves in a dangerous situation. So instead, they play a little bit more split. They want to try and get early information. And unfortunately, the problem with that is exactly what happens. You end up getting isolated in 1v1s. And it all just kind of goes awry towards the end of that round there. Kang, however, Kang is proof that these stuns are very much cosmetic. Either that or he's got plot armor, because him getting 2 kills to kick off the round there was absolutely unreasonable, and it's everything that EDG needed to pivot back now to a 2-round differential. But Bilibili still managing to hold on to some weaponry here. Kind of a last chance. Losing this round puts EDG at double digits and makes that return much more difficult.
Yeah, and the timeout didn't work as well. That's kind of what I'm focusing on here, Sam. I mean, it's just... You take the timeout after 3 rounds and then you lose the 4th one. EDG, they also had the opportunity to talk to each other, and, well, that certainly seemed like it works out a little bit better. The initial push rebuffed, though, here. Nobody watching for the slow creep up, the contact play towards A main. Now it goes to the stuns and a couple in response, but BLG, they're pushed back again.
A lot of early utility used, but the fact that Bilibili have lost a player over towards that B site now puts them in a very, very tight spot. That was their lurk. Now they have to full push towards A.
Yeah, they do. They go through the door, but Kang, he's still staying in the smoke. The molly is going to be enough to push him out of that position, but he's finding the kills. Kang with 2 again. He keeps finding these multi-frags. Not quite a 3K, but K-Knight has to clutch up. Has to do it all, and it's not going to be enough. The Taeho doppelganger action takes him out. And EDG, they keep extending that lead. I'm getting worried now. Very, very worried.
I mean, given that this was their map pick, this is where they, were definitely feeling the most confident, at least today, coming into this. And unfortunately, it really hasn't worked out in their favor so far. It's been somewhat scrappy, but EDG certainly have felt or looked a lot better. And again, I'm bringing it down to that, Sentinel differential. I really do feel like, Cypher can get a lot of value on the attacking side, but it's too difficult, man. Okay, this is an anti-eco, so you do kind of expect EDG to farm up kills a little bit here, but it's starting to look so rough for Bilibili, and you start to wonder what more can be done to come back into this. What more can realistically be done to give them any sort of an opportunity?
My question is, why was the timeout there used? Okay, question mark. We had a salvo kill and Levius, that's a nice shot. Can get an upgrade for himself, perhaps? Oh, he's already got a stinger in hand, so maybe not. 2 players left to try and find. He's got the spike as well. So could potentially find some kind of re-hit here. Get the spike down.
Oh, okay.
Uses a neural theft, but that's going to give EDG the knowledge that he's over here towards B. They're expecting the push in towards A, and yes, I think he's been read here by the side of EDG.
And again, it's the mental gymnastics here to try and find an opening and, thinking, oh, if I've used my ult there, they'll probably think that I'm going to hit that side. But no, they read into it, as you said. And Levius not able to pull the same shenanigans that we saw from Nobody in the previous half. Unfortunately, not going to be able to clutch out that round. It really was a battle of... I feel like it was a battle of the IGLs in that moment. Which team had the right read? Which one knew what the other was going to be doing? And unfortunately, it just did not go the way that Bilibili were wanting. It's another round for EDG. So they're one step closer to winning out this first map. What on earth can Bilibili bring to the table here to turn it around?
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Or maybe not wait that long, because this is Kang and YZ we're talking about. They're on the Neons. They're running straight forwards. Kang has been stunned up inside of Arcade, and let's stall him out for a little bit longer. As such, they evacuate BLG, the north side spawn, safely over on the other side of the map. Cook is taken care of too, so now some safer rotations for EDG.
I feel like this flank hasn't really been getting them the results that they wanted, and now EDG, they're ready into it. They're ready and waiting.
In he goes, the overdrive. The Rolling Thunder did come out as well. Still guard and a lot being invested here. Levius, he's found the luck timing in towards B. I don't think he knows nobody spotted him. Well, he does now, because now he's been taken out. YB rushing in. Oh, finds the first. Rusha the second as well. 3 versus 3 now as Jenny comes fighting back on in. It's Jenny to find the frags. We keep seeing double kills after double kill here in this match. And YZ's on 3 health. Neff has to step up to try and find the mark, and he does. But now it's just Neff. 1v2, and he doesn't find it.
Oh, that's heartbreaking. And I could see the vision in that round. It's all about distraction. It's all about conditioning. It's all about, you know, doing the unexpected thing. You've got a full stack pushing towards the A site, drop a whole lot of utility, and then everybody hightail it. And because they also drew out a lot of those ultimates as well. And they pivot back towards that B site. They're like, all right, cool, we should have a free site. But EDG, so here's the thing. Defense can be very difficult because you have to be so proactive, but if you have solid reads, if you've got a good idea of what the attacking team is going to be doing, exactly like EDG seems to do, you can preempt a lot of the danger.
YZ here, he's got the overdrive, he just caught out wide in the open with his pants down. Now in comes Armageddon and the Rolling Thunder. Jenny, perhaps a little bit too hot-headed there. Because now, BLG, they have the advantage again. Look at Chichu here, though, in this position. Russia's read it. I was going to say, when you said about those reads, that, yeah, nobody's been calling a masterful game. He's been one step ahead of Billy. But in this round, it feels like the opposite. A 4 versus 2 now. Kang has the operator, but he's going to have to try and retake into B with that weapon. Seems unlikely.
This feels like one of those situations where they were like, okay, we're going to do the strat, and then it didn't work. Okay, guys, we messed it up. We didn't do it properly. We're going to do it again, but this time, we're going to do it right. Very similar to what they did in the previous round, but this time, things go a lot more, you know, the way that they wanted to. Gonna force EDG to just back away, it seems like. Hold on to these weapons, and this might be the first save, in fact, that we're actually seeing in this matchup. That's kind of crazy.
Save in round number 20.
I mean, on map point, you know what? We'll just... It's fine. We finally see that operator that you were hoping for from Kang. And it did actually get a little bit of value, but not terribly much. They were looking to try and very kind of handedly finish up this map and just get it done, take it over the finish line. But Billy, like I said, the same strategy, but executed far better this time around with a much better read into how these rotations are going to look from EDG, exactly what they needed. The problem is that a round that you can replicate? Is that a round that EDG allow you to get away with a second time? With 4 rounds needed to take us into OT, Billy have to be so incredibly creative with these next few rounds, because EDG, like we've been saying, right? It's a masterclass from the EDG IGL.
Oh, Kang, he's pushing ahead of this. The salvos, it's dangerous, but nobody there is backup. Can only find one. K-Knight puts him in the dirt. Gonna say that, last map we saw a 12-8 comeback from XLG against Wolves. Do EDG suffer the same fate as their K9 counterparts? Perhaps not. There's still some decent numbers over here towards A, and the double swing out from the smoke brings parity again. 3 versus 3, they're stuck in towards ramp. K-Knight does get one. Stun, not quite as cosmetic, and Chichu just wins it. The double spray down. They're in that situation, no one's looking for his position, and the map ends just like that. As quick as you like, a snap of the fingers, it's done, it's over.
There was an attempt there at a flood to try and flush them out with all of that util, but perhaps not expecting there to be a crossfire, not expecting Chichu to be waiting for that drop down, waiting with arms wide open, and of course got a little bit of cover as well. So if any flashes were to come through, if anything were to come through that would, you know, cause some discomfort for him, he could pull back. He could dip away into that cover and then re-peek where necessary. And of course, in the final moments of that round, he comes up absolutely massive. Here it is on the replay, walks straight through that molly, and a beautiful transfer to secure that final round. Yeah, EDG walking away with the first map in the series, and that's a really scary scenario, I feel like, for Bilibili. They've now lost their map pick, and now they have to head on to what could arguably be called EDG's home turf.
Yeah, absolutely. Icebox is certainly going to be a difficult one here for Bilibili. I mean, EDG so far this stage, they're 2-0 on it, and they've looked pretty dominant in the wins that they've gotten as well. They're plus 15 on the round difference overall. So it's certainly looking like we might see an EDG 2-0 here, another EDG 2-0 between these two sides, which wouldn't necessarily be ideal, but, you know, history, it could repeat itself here, Sam.
Yeah, I think that that's a really scary prospect for a Bilibili that has been working so hard to try to, you know, keep themselves in a more... I mean, this sounds rough, but to keep themselves a bit more relevant. You know, since they had that great performance earlier on, they've really struggled. But congratulations, of course, to EDG Kang with an absolutely outrageous performance. A 2.0 KDA is
wild,
ridiculous. I mean, look at his ACS as well. Like, it's absolutely through the roof.
And it's a 229 ADR as well, which, if you don't know at home, that's average damage per round. So in all the damage that he dealt per round, it was 229. That's basically like he's basically getting 2 kills a round with that sort of damage. It's ridiculous. You can tell that he's Kang's back. Kang is back, basically, is the point I'm making.
Was he ever gone? Truly, you know, maybe he had a bit of a cold streak. But our heat map, is showing us where he was heating up on the map. And look at that. Look at where all of these kills are. And this just speaks to what Neon needs to be doing, right? Like, very often these heat map things can be kind of, well, whatever. But this is a really cool stat, I feel like, in this particular instance, because he really was everywhere. He was all over the map. He was pushing and pulling from different directions. He was getting those all impactful kills. He had 6 first bloods as well. So really just an absolute menace to deal with from start to finish. You never know where he was going to be, where he was going to pop up next, and where you kind of had to be watching for him. The rounds where he died first were the ones that were the closer affairs for Bilibili, but even then, it was so difficult. And when he didn't die first, when he was still alive throughout the round, you knew that round was going to be an absolute mountain to climb.
Yeah, and you said Kang got 6 first bloods. So did Bilibili Gaming, the entire team. I think that puts into perspective the sort of things that he was doing there. But as well, I've got to say, YZ had a bit of a shocker. You know, we really highlighted that duelist matchup at the start of in the pre-game, and he got, I think it was 8-14 or 8-17, something in that in those sorts of numbers. He needs to step up on Icebox.
I was looking at those stats for the teams, the comparisons, and so one of them was flawless rounds. Bilibili had 1 flawless round. EDG didn't have any, and that tells you how incredibly scrappy this matchup has been. And what kind of further proves that point is then, you know, towards the bottom you had your clutches. EDG had 1 clutch. Bilibili had 0. The fact that there was only like 1 situation where a clutch could happen and then did happen again speaks to how unbelievably scrappy and close these rounds have been so consistently. And then you take a look at those first bloods. The fact that Bilibili only had 6 first bloods but still managed to win 8 rounds, now that speaks to an ability to adapt on the fly and to recover mid-round. But unfortunately, it wasn't happening often enough. It's really cool that you have the ability to do that, but you need to allow that. You need to kind of force that into more successes, more round wins, because only getting 8 rounds is not the kind of performance that they themselves want for themselves.
No, especially not with getting 5 rounds in the first half as well. You're only getting 3 attacks on Fracture of all maps. Like, it's not good enough. And we saw the team comms there coming on out from those teams. I mean, you plays very vocal, but Chi-Chi was doing a lot of speaking in the middle of that round as well. So, you know, we say about the IGLs, obviously, it's not just that one-man team.
Absolutely. And that's going to be it for our very first map here in this series. 1-0 currently for EDG. The next map will tell us, do we go 2-0? Or EDG securing themselves a spot at Toronto? Or will Billy fight back and take us to a third? Find out after the break.
No rest for the wicked. We're back in again very, very quickly. We saw a little bit of the select coming on out here for Icebox. EDG apparently have a 71% attacking win rate on this map. They're looking pretty darn strong. I'm still Charlotte, still joined by Nauri, as we're going to be taking you through this one as well. And you were saying just before we came on, Sam, BLG, please don't play Harbor. They've played Harbor.
Yes, it looks like neither of these teams are deviating at all from their usual compositions, which are both just slight iterations on the OG Sage comp. So they aren't like some crazy things coming through here. For Bilibili, instead of the Sage, they've got the Harbor. You've got like some plant isolation in that. It's not ideal. In my opinion, it's not as strong as the WOL, but you've at least got something going on there. For EDG, on the other hand, they've got Tejo. They have no plant insulation. But when you're a team like EDG, and your strategy very often comes down to can go kill, do you need plant insulation? Do you need something to like block off, or do you just allow Kang on that jet that we spoke about earlier on in the broadcast to just go absolutely mental? Killjoy, never heard of her. What is a molly? You know what? She can't use her mollies if she's not alive. This is kind of, I feel like, the strategy that EDG are playing into. In fact, the very fact that they come through with the Tejo really screams we're going to be hyper aggressive.
Yeah. It's already aggressive down mid. Neff taking some early damage there in exchange with Smoggy to start things out. The Ghost and has absolutely annihilated Smoggy through the turret as well. Good night, my friends. We'll see you in round number 2. As the rest of the team, we're looking towards B, but now heading towards this A site.
That's painful. You know, very few players have the guts to pull out a Sheriff on the pistol round. Neff just making some magic happen here. And unfortunately, it feels like EDG are just kind of crumbling under the pressure here. Kang's still alive, but... No, what are you doing, Kang? That was questionable, trying to use the enemy's cove to his advantage, but he does get shut down. And now he's left Chichu on a 1 versus 3. Yeah. The spike, interestingly, has not been planted yet.
Well, Kang did enough to disrupt that, and the fact he's still got 1 in that position as well. Slightly ridiculous. The shock darts could take down Chichu at this point. Just 15 HP, and K-Knight just about has the angle onto him there. Looked a little bit risky, but low HP, and it's enough to win the round out. BLG, they win the pistol yet again, but on Fracture, double pistol wasn't enough to win the map. And in fact, double pistol, they only got 8 rounds total. So, you know, we need to see the gun rounds, really, to properly pass judgment, but it is still a decent sign.
Yeah, I mean, look, winning pistol rounds is generally a decent indicator, but you need more than that. It's not enough to just win those pistols, so let's see how much they can pivot off of that. Damn! All right, KK nearly snipes YZ out of existence. Luckily for YZ, he still manages to get out with his life. I do love that we've got both of them playing with the marshals here, trying to get these long-range battles. Nobody who needs range. He's getting up close and personal.
Oh, that's slightly terrifying, and Levius has found Kang, so the weapon upgrade removed from the side of EDG. Billy, they should be looking pretty set now in this one. Got Chichu sneaking up towards B, but yeah, it's being watched for now by K-Knight. He's going to be able to take that down. Unless things become absolutely ridiculous, this is going to be a second round here for BLG. They're doing it pretty well as well. I love the read in this round. You know, they push aggressive. I mean, YZ is very lucky not to have been taken out immediately. The updraft up, and Kang was very close. But overall, it's a good round.
Yeah, I mean, flawless, right? Coming through that. They took a lot of damage in that round, but nothing that could, like, completely clean them up, which is beautiful in and of itself, right? We get another situation where they get to come through with the full bonus, but we've seen what happens when EDG get their guns in hand. Even when BLG have the full bonus at their disposal, EDG very often still come out on top of it. So how do they respond now to what BLG have been laying down. It's been 2 rounds of A hits. Now there's a bit of a posture over towards B, but a lot of information garnered early on could cause some crazy rotations. And spotting YZ on A, that could really confuse the situation, because when does your jet lurk?
Yeah, but that's exactly what's happening. Has been some presence spotted over towards B as well. But right now, it's still got 3 EDG defenders over towards the A site. Spike is making its way back over here. I feel like that's the wrong decision for BLG to try and go for. The KO nade comes on in, and yeah, they're committing Billy to this A hit. They're walking in towards the numbers. They're walking in towards Kang, who does die. Jenny finds one before being taken out himself. That was just nobody up against the storm, but Russia switched the gun at just the wrong time. YZ is finally there for a trade, and Neff on the lark over towards B. Got the site, and there's still 30 seconds. That's enough for that rotation round. Pichu going to be aware of this? He might be.
I'm amazed that Billy have come out on top of this. Like,
yeah, so
everything was falling on its head. They were kind of making weird decisions. So you've got your jet lurk, I suppose. And once YZ gets spotted out, they rotate towards him. So they put themselves in such a dangerous spot, but they win those battles. Now, okay, Chichu gets one butt position known, so he'll just get shot in the back. Perfectly executed there on the ending. But for Billy to have won that altercation towards that A site and done so in such a heavy-handed manner is a little bit insane. And it does kind of speak to potentially some misplays here from EDG. You know, they opt to go for, as we said, that very aggressive positioning, trying to take the fight, potentially looking to try and get in behind Billy. But Billy then can split themselves off a little bit. One goes into a higher ground position. A couple of the others head in through that main doorway. And you've now wrapped around EDG and made it almost impossible for them to defend the site.
Buy is so questionable from EDG. Jenny's got a stinger along with it. Kang, though, he's making the sheriff work. At the very least, finds the opening kill. There is a response, though, from BLG. That's Smoggy falling on this site, and nobody's going to follow suit. So, advantage now for the attacking side. A-Knight should be aware of this flank as well, but Jenny, he's been able to find the pick. Kang falling on the other side means Billy still have the advantage here, but... Oh, Chichu? Okay. Thank God, it's just Jenny. 1v2, these players are isolated, but again, being wrapped back upon, and YZ just absolutely nailed him. It's a 4-0 start. This is so much better from the side of BLG, especially on the attack.
Man, he had the headshot angle, and the fact that YZ still manages to win that 1v1 is a little bit nasty. I call it a 1v1 because it was a second player, but it's not like there was like a setup or like crossfire of any sort of description. It came down to an isolated duel, and it was YZ that came out on top of it. I don't know how YZ gets that kill. Like, this was a round of all time. And I'm hoping that we see something a little bit more clean into the next couple of rounds. Because obviously that was a weird buy from EDG, as you pointed out at the start of the round. We weren't really expecting too much to come out of it. And given what they had, it was an unbelievably close round, all things considered. So, you know, it does bode well for them going forward. And it's a good time now, of course, to take that time out. EDG are like, hang on a second. We come back on round 3 every single time. What has gone wrong here? So adaptations need to be made. I feel like Billy are playing a very dynamic game at the moment. A lot of, maybe not faking per se, but a lot of kind of poking and prodding, a little bit of defaulting, a little bit of finding information before actually committing to anything. And EDG are kind of struggling to deal with that at the moment. So I'd really like to see them maybe taking a bit more aggressive mid control, just so that you can create more encirclement once Billy actually do decide to commit to a site, because I think that you can really set up some good flanks if you take the space to do so.
Yeah. The EDG using their first timeout of the series so far. What can they do with it? Kang's got the operator back in hand as well. YZ, he's not deterred, he's just going forwards, and has already made his way in towards Kitchen. The push up from Tube from Neff as well. These two players here are going to be able to reconvene up inside of the Kitchen area. Pichu, he's still just stuck in close. Might be able to get behind them here. Neff has found Smoggy on the other side. It's every which way. Chichu can't quite land the shot, and the spike is being planted here on the A site. 2v5. They can 2v4 because Russia has been felled. Kang is now the only one left. This would be a monstrous clutch, and well, why does he have his number? Timeout doesn't work. Operator doesn't work, and EDG still yet to find a round here on Icebox.
That really went like the opposite way that I was expecting. When I was talking about using mid to encircle, I wanted EDG to do that, not Bilibili. And the fact that they get away with it so handedly, I mean, that is one of the dangers of not having a Killjoy. You don't really have the best setups for checking for flanks, doing any sort of flank denial, holding onto that kitchen mid position as strongly as you could be. I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of KO just in general, but to bring that in instead of the Killjoy, to me... No, they do still have a Killjoy. That makes it even more shocking, because, like, where was the mid-watch?
Hold on a minute. We've been talking about the comps, and EDG have found 3 picks. A brilliant double piece from Smoggy. His first kills in the game with a Sheriff. Kang's got the Blade Storm here. It's now a 2 versus 5 for Bilibili. Being invested, this one certainly seemed like it was going to be, you know, just an eco. Who cares? But suddenly, EDG, they're back in with a fight. They're back in with a chance. Couple of picks back the other way. So 3 versus 2. It's winnable for either team here, Sam. What has gone wrong here for Bilibili?
Bit of overconfidence, it feels like. You know, oh, we've got an anti-eco now. We've got 5 rounds in a row. We can push this. We can get a little bit more aggressive than we had been. And EDG are like, no, actually, no, you can't. Put it down to a far more close affair. This is still winnable for Bilibili, but it's going to take a monumental effort. Now they've brought it to 2 versus 2. They have control of the spike. Jenny! No, just as that wall is blooming, will shut Risha down. And now K9 doesn't have control of the spike. And Kang will jump spot and get the final knife in the coffin, I suppose. And EDG finally post up 1 round. And I feel a little bit silly because I was talking about not having a Killjoy, but it must be said, a lot of that comes down to the fact that Chichu has just not been on the server, it feels like. I'm really not seeing what we need to be seeing from a Killjoy, from a hard anchor, and it makes the entire performance forgettable, which is rough. Really is.
Damn. Brutal. Absolutely brutal, but EDG, well, they're finally on the board. I don't think Bilibili will be too phased by that, though. But Kang does have another operator. He's posted up towards A. Devious just kind of lurking over towards that side of the map. The main force, really for both of these teams, is on the western side, in towards B. And they're just chilling back, relaxing. Heading over towards the A site again, where the operator is waiting.
I like that Bilibili are going for this like slower take again, right? Like a little bit more of that poking and prodding. The problem is EDG are now going slow. So Bilibili don't really have the info that they've had previously. They don't really have these early fights that they can take super aggressively. Kang spots an elbow. So now he's aware of where at least one of these players are. Now the exec can come through. Beautiful distraction. What was he? You monster.
What a shot with a Blade Storm, and Neff with 1 through mid as well. BLG back to their winning ways, back to their killing ways, I suppose. Really, the outcome of this round still as yet undecided, but Neff, he wants it done. He wants that round win. Now Smoggy inside of the attacker spawn. Oh, what a shot that is on Televius. It's only a momentary treat, though. K-Knight with 1 and Jenny. He's got to save here, surely. Fall back. I don't know whether BLG are going to let that happen. Find another one onto Neff, who's going hunting. Should just dip away here. The spike will detonate over towards A. I mean, Wisey's got nothing to lose here. He's just got the blades. And looking. I think they know. Either way, a brilliant round from Bilibili.
And they've just been a little bit unreasonable in a lot of these rounds. But again, so that recon dot bait was so good. I love when that kind of thing happens because it either forces Kang to have to back away from his position to throw the cloudburst onto it so that he can rescope back in, or to just kind of ego it, I suppose. He goes for the cloudburst, and while he's distracted, that's when YZ strikes. He's turned away, he can't hold down the sight line, and YZ can shut him down, delete him, take him off the board, and that site is basically free and clear. It is such a nasty way to crack it open, but it just further pushes the dominance that BLG are showing so far on this map.
Where was this Billy on Fracture? That's my question.
Real.
Again, the map that they pick, it goes away from them, and yet here they are 6-1 up on their opponent's map pick. You really feel like that Billy just keep getting the vetoes reversed every single time. Now here comes the Hunter's Fury. Oh, nobody. He's getting caught by this. Tagged up. Killed. He's now dead over on that site. The only attacking player over on A, but Billy, are they overthinking this a little bit? Backing away. They have drawn the rotations over towards the site, though. Again, like you said, they're prodding and just poking, pulling EDG around the map, and they're being played like a fiddle.
Also noticing that Billy not going for that like overconfidence this time around. You throw out the Hunter's Fury and an anti-eco, and a lot of people are going to go, really? But it gets value. And they don't want to, you know, take any chances when you're coming up against a team as good as EDG. So now Spike's going to get planted. The question becomes, how expensive can EDG keep this?
As he's up close. Don't think the player's aware of this one. He's now wrapped around the backside. Smoggy falling, K9 as well. You say it might be, you say they want to keep it close. There's only one kill that's gone the way so far. Jenny have to come up massive. Massive he is not. K-Knight secures at least a win for the half, the BLG. 7 on the board. What is happening with Edward Gaming right now, Sam?
It really does feel like a bit of a BLG masterclass for a lot of this, and I think that again it comes down to pacing. So part of it is the fact that EDG aren't able to set the pace here in a way that they would want to do. I spoke about this a couple weeks ago when we were doing the Wolves, one of the Wolves games, but not having a Sova on certain maps feels like a serious hamstring. Yes, you've got the Teho. Yes, he does have a drone that can get a little bit of information, but I feel like the Sova brings so much more to the composition. It brings so much more to the map, and not having that can really hobble you. You're not getting the same amount of information that you could have been getting. So I think that that's one of the places, particularly on this defensive side, you know, they're really struggling to get early round information in a way that they would normally be more able or more capable of doing. So that's a big part of that struggle. They're now being forced to either play hyper aggressive as they have been before, or very, very reactive. The hyper aggressive play didn't really seem to be working out for them. You know, the Billy were doing a really good job of shutting that down. As soon as they start getting aggressive, Billy play that slightly more passive style. They wait for them to push out. They hold these really solid, you know, crossfires. And the moment EDG push into it, they kind of get deleted. So now they're forced to play a slightly more passive style on this defense. And unfortunately, without that early information, they're really struggling to get the reads. And speaking of reads, Neff is calling a barn burner right now. Like, I'm really impressed with how well he's been reading every round from EDG.
That's a spot on to Jenny as well, who playing the KO. You mentioned about the Sova and that early information. I feel like I haven't really been seeing many knives from Jenny, at least not notable ones. You think of players like Cracks in EMEA, who are really known for absolutely dominating on the KO, who gets so much information. It's just not happening here in this game. Jenny did find one, but as a response from YZ. Now here is the lockdown coming out from Chichu, finally being invested, reckoning from the other side, but the players still forced away. Billy, they have to sit back a little bit. That's a nice flash from Jenny. And it leads to the kill on Tarusha. And now he can just try and stick this. Kang's up close and personal with them. Billy, they're just falling here. And the plant stick comes through. Levius was on the flank. Wasn't in time.
Another very, very spicy round here. It's becoming really, really tight, I feel like. You know, a lot of these rounds have been pretty close, despite the fact that most of them have been going a particular way. And it kind of begs the question, like, how much more can get done in this half, right? We're getting closer and closer to the end, and EDG, yes, they have managed to pick one up, but there's only 3 rounds left here. We could have a scoreline reminiscent of that previous map, but that is a good start. It's a good showing to start getting them on the right foot here. And you can even see with the amount of map control that they're starting to take early on here, they're realizing they can't just allow Billy to keep having their way with every single one of these rounds.
Yeah, not quite a replicable round either for EDG either. You know, the ultimate. Well, you're probably not going to get the lockdown back for the rest of this half unless Chi-Chu has a couple of absolutely bonkers moments. So, what other success can you find? Well, maybe the opening pick from Kankang. That could help. YZ falling as well, 12 and 5 so far. He's been doing massive numbers, but Rusia takes down Kankang, who again is really the beacon on the other side. The Viper's Pit being invested and Counter Ult 2 coming out from Neff. So much of this green smoke in the way. The Decay will be taking damage out from these players as well. Smoggy doing the dance of death over on the ropes too. Trying to do anything he can. 3v3 as the Decay again keeps dealing so much damage that the shock dart can come up big. A shorty as well. Now a 1v3. Nobody, judge in hand. He's got absolutely 0 chance.
Oh man, that's heartbreaking. And I understand why we dropped the Viper's Pit on the defensive side, but I feel like you just gotta lose in that scenario. There's very little that you can really do to work around that to turn that into a winnable scenario, particularly because there is a counter Viper's Pit that can come up. So you're just gonna be walking in that trying to retake. You don't have a drone to clear it out, which is a huge problem just in and of itself. So you're relying again on very little information to help you find your way in. Of course, EDG. So a tough round for them and a tough one to lose as well. We were talking about potential 10-2 half on the previous map. This is starting to look like it could be the case with Billy now in a bit of an anti-eco, and this opening kill could determine everything, and it will be YZ.
Yeah, Kankang, the only one with a real weapon in this. I suppose Jenny's got a bulldog, but YZ doesn't care about that. He just doesn't care at all. Watson into the site, finding a double. The Vandal dropped for EDG. Maybe someone can recover that weapon, but it's at the back of yellow, so you certainly doubt it. And Billy are not letting go of the site here. And they're also watching their flanks, watching their backs. Everything covered. Everything watched for. Maybe are EDG going to try and die to the spike? Well, why is he? Maybe he doesn't want that. He does find 3. It's taken down by Jenny, but that's all he'll do. And Neff completes the full house in the 9th round. You said it. The 10-2 half. It's certainly possible as we head into round 12.
And this is crazy because so I spoke about the plant isolation or insulation from you know, the harbor, the fact that it brings a little bit to the table at the very least. I wasn't expecting it to be able to get this much value, to be honest. I mean, you've got 3 agents that can throw down some or another form of a Molotov from EDG, and they just have not been able to stall plant at all. And I think a lot of that, again, comes down to trying to take these early fights and not really being ready for those plants and putting yourselves in a far more losable scenario because you're giving that space away.
Hello, YZ. This gives a little bit of a spot there to Jenny. Kankang's only got a Guardian in this one as well, thanks to buying the Vandal in the previous round. So, again, the economy not fantastic for EDG. They're kind of working with scraps a little bit, and it feels like, you know, Kankang's always got that confidence, but unfortunately the buy a little bit misplaced in that.
Tense round for EDG because losing this one, it is that 10-2 that we were talking about. And unfortunately, it feels like that may just be the case. As now a lockdown has come through from Billy. It's given over so much space, and they're backing out to fake. Oh there's so much. It's pulling all of those rotations, and instead Billy are going to head over towards the B side. But to EDG's credit, they haven't taken the bait.
No, Neff has been spotted inside the mid, and Jenny takes him down. Kankang The last player left standing over towards B as the rest of the team's rotations come on in. He's not able to deny the plant, and now here comes the harder utility as well. WOL in their faces. There's the flash. It's brilliant. Kang can only find one. Hunter's Fury now being invested, but it's all K-Knight. He's 1v3 now, and he's got so much to do, so much ground to make up. Jenny, he's hiding. He's making it difficult. And the third round secured. It's no 10-2. And the 9-3 curse is perhaps lingering on the horizon.
Oh, that's certainly a stay of execution, I suppose. You know, they've given themselves a lifeline into this next half. And what I love is that they still seem to be relatively okay spirits. Kang in particular, feeling pretty good, all things considered. Now they get to have their own attacking half. And what concerns me is it feels like they had the perfect composition to deal with the attack that Bilibili brought. And now as they move on to the attacking side, yes, they do have tons of util to create space, to flush people off of angles, to, you know, create the openings that they want, but it's not as explosive as it could be. And I think that that's where they might just struggle a little bit. That being said, obviously, Bilibili have less slowing power than EDG had. So this might be a place where Bilibili really start to struggle a little bit, find themselves on that back foot, and they're going to have to deal with EDG's pace now. Because when you're on the defensive side, it's a little bit more difficult to dictate pace. When you're on the attacking side, it's in your hands. Like, pacing is a huge part of what you're doing as the attackers. But a big problem that we saw in that first half was it felt like the util usage from EDG was just not where it needed to be. And I'm hoping that that picks up a little bit, because you can't just rely solely on your individual fragging power on each individual player. You need to be using that utility to find those openings and to take advantage of it.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a precarious moment. Very, very precarious moment for EDG. And, you know, I mean, hey, Bilibili, they're just 4 rounds away from winning their 4th ever map against Edward Gaming, right? That's the broader picture. But again, then if we head to the decider of Pearl, at that point, it kind of feels like anyone's game. And I mean, even to be honest, in this one, I felt like EDG had the advantage on Icebox. So there's certainly a chance that we do head to that map 3, that Bilibili could exercise their former demons. But we'll have to wait and see. And the path back for EDG, if they are to win here 2-0, starts with this pistol round. YZ, he's getting cheeky with it. Chichu finds him, but can only get the one.
A lot of early damage done here. But they've already taken control of the site. Like, you've got this anime battle happening out and towards the spawn. Meanwhile, EDG have already planted the spike and brought it to a 3 versus 3 here. The last remaining vestiges of BLG's defense are here on the site, ready and waiting. Flash straight through. Kang with the double makes it a 3rd and a 4th on the round. A ridiculous clutch from the star player.
Yep, he's Kang. That's what we know and love. But it's just the 4th round in the map for EDG. This is the dangerous part, right? There's still so much more that they have to do. Yeah, sure. It's a good start. It brings Kang back to being positive in the KD. But, I mean, look at the rest of the team. Apart from Jenny, Chichu's 4-13, Smoggy's 4-11. Nobody is 3-11. It can't just be Kang and Jenny waking up. The rest of the squad have to find it as well, because BLG are a more rounded package right now.
That was EDG's first pistol as well. So,
yeah,
you know, baby steps, working our way towards a more winnable scenario. They come into this with a fairly decent buy as well. And the stack is over towards the A site here, so this round should be somewhat of a foregone conclusion. I don't think there's too much that Bilibili are going to be able to do in this one. I don't even know if they go for too much here. Like, sure, you want to keep it expensive, but do you want to give over free ult orbs? There's actually every possibility that they just, you know, die to the spike.
That's the smart play, I feel like.
They did invest into sheriffs though, so there's a world in which they don't just do that and try and keep some of their guns.
Kang is pushing aggressive though into Snowman. Oh, Naf just gets absolutely deleted. And yeah, they're trying to find this. Okay, Kang falls. That's a kill for Levius. It's one more towards that lockdown as K-Knight finds another. So there's decent ult orbs actually being given over towards these BLG players, and 2 deaths for EDG is certainly more dangerous than they would have. YZ is a little bit risky. I feel like a little bit ambitious to try and find the kill at that range, but you know, what can you do at that point? It's 3 players left alive for EDG. That's kind of the minimum that you'd want in that sort of anti-eco position. And now we head to the bonus. 9-5 the score.
He said it's kind of the minimum that EDG would want, but I feel like for Bilibili, that's like one of the best case scenarios. Not best, obviously. Like if you could go for a full E-code, well then fantastic. But realistically, one of your best case scenarios is 2 kills. Do that little bit of damage. Now they come into this with guns. There isn't a big reinvesture from EDG. They did rebuy one of those guns. Oh, Kang! What would Valorant be without a little bit of cheeky smoke spray that gets way too much value? That's not a great start to the round for Bilibili.
No, it's really not. And then the fear starts to set in at the back of my mind, and possibly the start of Bilibili's minds as well. That maybe what we saw in the first half, EDG could do back to them. Levius, the lone stander here on A, trying to push back the horde that we see approaching. Nano Swarms popped as his players start to come back in. Oh, he finds the first, the second! Levius gets the 2, and Rusha as well, pushing on in. Now a 2 versus 3, EDG at that disadvantage. Jenny can't quite plant the spike just yet. The utility to stall and deny and take some more damage away. YZ, he's pushing from behind. Coming up the backside. Being potentially spotted. Might be aware of this, but doesn't matter if they're aware. He finds the kills anyway.
This is the util usage that I wanted to see from EDG. This has been fantastic from Bilibili. And again, that Sova really coming in clutch in those final moments. I'm gonna be singing this song for as long as is necessary. Sova so goated on this map. And Bilibili kind of doing, you know, they had a moment of anything you can do, we can do too. Because for 3 maps on the first map, they get 2 pistol rounds, 2 conversions, and instantly it gets pulled away from them. Okay, in the first half of this one, they managed to do a bit of a runaway. But EDG, second half, pistol and conversion, and round 3, Bilibili say nope. They pull things back into their control. Double digits now. EDG, where do you go from here? Bladestorm out to complement those rifles, but can get the value?
That's going to be the question. A little bit of a drive-by there. Got onto one, but the Harbor Wall in his way is so difficult to try and push through. The flash comes in. Rusha with 1. Nobody taking down the player, and Kang. He's not going to have many of these knives left. Nobody, though. He doesn't care about that. He's pushing forward and finding a double. Now a 4 versus 3. Edward Gaming in the advantage, in the ascendancy here. Shock darts go out. And now a fragment in response. Kang, he's got a rifle. And Neff is left 1v4. Turns it into a 1v3, fairly sharpish. Jenny shuts it down. No clutch, no opportunity. EDG back on the board.
There's the aggression that we were waiting for. As soon as Bilibili get 1 round in this half, EDG answer back instantly and shut it down. And, you know, Bladestorm didn't really get too much done, but I feel like there's a moment of, okay, there's Bladestorm, we need to be a bit more careful. And they give a lot of respect and a lot of space. And we saw a lot of that util coming through as well. A lot of stuff that, like, slows down plants and slows down some of that momentum, but it's not quite enough, and you've got so many potential places for that plant to come through. It doesn't always land where it needs to land, so it's done very, very well, but unfortunately EDG are just like, that's fine, we'll tap the spike, pull out your util, and then when we feel like we've flushed out enough of that util, we can actually go for the plant, and they can take that space. And it helps that nobody just goes absolutely nuclear, and of course gets one of those random sprays through the smoke screen. We do love to see that, but it does make things a bit more difficult for Bilibili. And as you said, right, Bilibili looking at this like, oh, hang on, maybe they're going to do to us what we did to them. Maybe this is where they're going to step up and kind of put us back in the position that we just really don't want to be in.
Yeah, it makes sense then that they use the timeout, pump the brakes, stop the momentum from building for EDG, and come into maybe not this round, but the round afterwards with a plan. Obviously here, bit of a half buy, weaker weaponry available for side of BLG. I'd be surprised if they do keep the Guardian in this one. It seems like they are. Okay. Interesting. So even next round, no matter what happens, unless they can pick up a bunch of rifles and save them into the next, it's looking a little bit rough, but, well, if the Guardian works, then it works. And Jenny has been able to find a kill, and the Outlaw doesn't land on us. Sorry. Jenny didn't find a kill. Jenny died. It was YZ that found the kill. He's able to dip away with his life as well.
Billy can certainly keep this expensive. They do still have decent weaponry on board here, and that Guardian can be devastating. But Chichu waiting for that aggressive peek to come through, and all of Bilibili's plans for this round fall to the wayside.
Yeah, the three-man push down middle leaves two of them dead. Now Kang, he's watching the flank with this Outlaw. Neff, he's not really going to stand a chance there. Levius, well, 2 HP, 2 players left to fight against, and the Guardian, it certainly doesn't seem the most possible thing in the world. Kang and nobody there just falling back, and, well, we know what Kang is like, especially with a sniper rifle in his hands. You get the feeling that one is going to go the way of EDG. Levius just save a Vandal here. That's what I would do in the situation, indeed. Tips away. Now only 3-round deficit for EDG. But realistically, this round is not the one that the timeout was for. Right, Sam?
Yeah, no.
It's the next one, where they're going to be able to buy up a little bit better. But again, the Guardian investment... I mean,
yeah, it was a bit of a Hail Mary play just to see if you can try and get some damage done. And unfortunately, they didn't really get the value that they wanted out of it. And that, it is a bit rough, but you've got to think that they have the money to still be okay in the next round, despite that. And that's part of what that timeout was, right? Like talking about, okay, we can put a little bit of a spend into this, because look at this, they still come through, they still have the op in hand, so it wasn't like the most egregious thing in the world. This is still very much doable. See if they can turn things back around in their favor. Ooh, why is he looks like he missed the jump there. That's okay, not the end of the world. Still has a chance.
He dodges the knife there as well, but dash expires. Tailwind no longer available. He's sticking around with that operator. I don't know if I really like that move. It means now that that gun is, well, surrendered in the middle, and he wasn't able to get traded. BLG now find themselves without much in this round, as the Armageddon forces them away from the site as well. Okay, Reckoning in response as they try to go back in. Levius does find one, and the second there, K-Knight is the one to actually deliver the final blow onto Jenny. The ultimate still ticking away so far, and they'll command. Neff, though, answering back. So a 3 versus 3, as long as Jenny stays alive, they're waiting for the timer to expire. Smoggy, he's really got to clutch up here. There's the first, spraying onto the second, but it's not quite enough, and BLG restore the 4-round lead, and now just 2 rounds away from taking us to Pearl.
Oh man, that's heartbreaking, because it felt like EDG, they came into that with a plan. You can see like some of that util being used to create that little bit of space. But I mean, BLG play perfectly. They know that those ultimates are online and available. They play off-site, they wait for it to come through, and then they flood with a little bit of utility of their own, and they completely shut down any attempt at a post plant here. I mean, it was beautifully executed. And I don't know, BLG, they're looking really good on Icebox so far. Like the strats that they're coming through with, the util usage is fantastic. And EDG, again, much like that first half, it feels like where they're suffering is on that util.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. Nobody even invested the Armageddon into that one. The retake too strong. There's a Hunter's Fury into this. YZ though, he's just going. 4 kills and the round win for BLG just like that.
Yeah, YZ doing YZ things, man. I mean, this is why they were highlighted at the start of this particular matchup, right? YZ and KangKang, just absolutely unreal players to have on a team. Just...
Oh, they're hyped up from that. I needed a second to see that again because, like, it happened so damn quickly.
Yeah.
EDG
and it's
will
map
be reeling
point
as
now.
well. Yeah. 5 in a row. Hey, we've seen 12-7 before.
Oh.
On Fracture, but it wasn't this way round. EDG now need 5 in a row to take us to that overtime. KangKang has an operator here, Sam.
See if that operator has an opportunity to get some value. He's kind of struggled a little bit. No shot! They just knew he would be behind that box. It's such a good way to open this up, and that's YZ. That's been caught to the board immediately, and it's the smoke spray followed up by that op, getting the value that we were waiting for, and this entire site is cracked open by EDG. Billy, no response, and Neff forced to just back away. Maybe catch a stray on the exit. But realistically, that round was over before it even began. Just the perfect prediction to know YZ's probably behind that box. For those bullets to hit in just the perfect position and denies them any time to lay down that slowing util, because as soon as that kill comes through, they hit W.
Yeah, KangKang's used the Blade Storm here as well, so that's an ultimate not into the next, but like you said, they just carved the site open, winning all their gunfights. That's the EDG way, it seems like. Neff is going to be able to keep this Vandal into the next. KangKang's going hunting, but won't get there in time. So, now 12-8. We've seen this position before as well, and it was the final one that won the map for EDG over on Fracture. 4 in a row required. I am slightly worried that we might see a repeat of the previous series where Wolves were up 12-8 on Lotus against Sheila Gaming, and they ended up losing at 14-12. Billy, please don't do the same to me because that was a heartbreaking watch.
I mean, there's a world, right? There's a possibility that this could go all the way into that overtime and that win gets snatched away from them. See if it does come to fruition here again. EDG, knowing that they don't have much to hold a plant on B, they're just going to keep hitting this A side over and over again. And they're just faster than the util again.
The counter ult though coming in from the other side from Chichu. So the retake coming on through, Cascade being utilized, and Rusia catches out Smoggy behind. There's another front that they have to be wary of, and Rusia's found 3 kills. Chichu left 1v4. This one seems impossible. This one seems done. Pearl is waiting for us, and it's Rusia to send us there. K-Knight gets the defuse, and Billy Gaming, their 4th ever map against EDG, but it takes us to the decider here. Pearl will decide which team is going to Masters Toronto and which team goes home.
And this has been such a great series so far. You know, that first map fairly one-sided at 13-8. And then we come into our second map and Billy completely turn it around. And what's crazy to me is that Icebox is known as being a very frag-heavy map. This is the kind of map where if your players are awake and they're, you know, on the server and they're warmed up and ready to go and they're hitting their shots, you can easily run away with things without having the greatest util. Now, don't get me wrong, every map has strategy. I don't want to like oversimplify it or, you know, be derivative about it. But it is a map where you can do a lot if you're just heavy fraggers. And that brings us again to some of the underperformers on EDG on this map. And it's something that we need to see a step up in. You know, Chichu was so quiet that I completely forgot that they even had a Killjoy, which is, okay, it's embarrassing on my part, but it's also not great on their part to you know, not be having any sort of an impact whatsoever. Very, very rough performance. And he wasn't the only one. It really did feel like Kang was putting in so much of the effort and nobody doing just ridiculous amounts of work to keep them alive in this series. And I mentioned the util usage and how it was a bit of a problem for EDG, and that continued to be a theme even into that second half. So as we head to Pearl, it's another map where, you know, fraggers can get a lot done, but that strategic depth does need to come through here. And that's where we need to see EDG start to wake up if they want to maintain. I mean, think about it. If they lose Pearl, it's the first international event that they miss entirely.
It's a very real possibility now, as we can see. I was going to bring up YZ, 294 ACS, a 2.0 KDA, rivaling Kang in the first map and 6 first bloods as well. This was an incredible performance from the Jet, and it's a Jet performance where Kang stats are going to go down on this Jet as well, right? We mentioned the incredibly high win rate he has. Does go down, but YZ, he's staying up there, and he did a phenomenal job, like you said, to keep Billy alive in the series, to keep them in with a chance of denying EDG their first international.
This is crazy to me. I mean, okay, despite the fact that the map wasn't won, Kang still gets the MVP in that one. But now that we have those stats, right? Chichu, Nobody, Smoggy, really kind of struggling. I felt like for Nobody, there's a little bit of leeway given because, you know, as the IGL, you need to focus a little bit more on keeping everybody doing what they need to be doing, particularly in a map where you're losing. So, you know, a lot of that weight kind of falls onto the rest of the team to pick up that slack. But look at Billy. Everyone firing on all cylinders, really playing at the top of their game. And exactly like the previous map, we have 1 flawless round from Billy and 1 clutch from EDG, again highlighting how close these rounds are. But look at the difference in first bloods.
That's what I was going to say.
Only 9 first bloods for Billy, and yet 13 round wins. On the contrary, 12 first bloods for EDG, but they could only convert 8 rounds. That is a shocking result.
Yeah, it absolutely is. It's that sort of thing. We saw so many times in that map, EDG, they get the first blood, they get themselves into a good position, and then Billy, they come in to retake, or they get the spike planted and EDG have to retake. Because the utility was that much better from Billy. They were able to displace EDG from their positions, get them into an uncomfortable spot, and that really was the difference maker in this map. So that is something that we're going to have to look towards for Pearl, but we'll leave you with the team comms, and we'll come back, I believe, when we are ready for map number 3.
我要跳下去开档，我要跳下去开档，跳下去拍，来开包点大招。哎，那包点开我走了，哎可以哦，我接掉了，中国接掉了，包点出去，哎中卫去，哎包点抠了，他关逼了，哎包点后，走了，可以的，多一个中路可能，屁股不知道，对，哎咱压紧加吧，不要管屁。 哎，有个面的屁股没有两个面的，2楼狙，哎2楼狙，不是。 nice， 牛逼，给他们搞双了。我。
We're back. Welcome back to the stream. If you're unaware, you may have seen it during the break screen, but it's currently 1-1 in this lower bracket semi-final between EDG and BLG, the reigning world champions, against a team that has faced them 9 times and has never been able to come out on top. The stakes are high, the vibes are higher. I'm Charlotte, joined by Nauri, and yeah, like we said, stakes are high. Winner to Toronto, loser goes home.
And what's really spicy about this one is that it really is a tale of two sides of the same coin. Because for EDG, if they lose here, they do not go to their very first international event. But for Bilibili, if they win here, they go to their very first international event that isn't champs. All right, caveat there, asterisk. They have been to champs twice. They have been to international events, but they haven't been to a Masters event. So there's a chance here for them. It's pretty cool. And now we've got our decider map stats here, and I love that we've brought this on because now that we're in map 3, it becomes really, really important to know how are teams performing on this map kind of throughout the season. And it looks like Bilibili, you know, kind of 50-50 a little bit on that one. Whereas EDG, yes, they've won it both times, but they went really close against Dragon Racing, and they won in overtime against Bilibili previously. So, and it's really funny because just before we came back live again, I was like, the first 2 maps are 13-8. That means Pearl is overtime. Apparently, it's on the cards. There's definitely potential for it.
Yeah, this was the first map in the lower bracket final and kickoff between these two teams. That's what the 14-12 is from. The rest of the series wasn't quite as close as that, a 13-6 and a 13-5 on the other 2 maps. But we have the history of it being close between these squads, and this time it wasn't a 3-0 stomp in that best of 5. We are seeing Bilibili put up a fight. We are seeing them have that fire, that passion. And yeah, sure, some of the EDG players didn't really show up on Icebox, but YZ did, which we didn't see on Fracture, right? So that is one of the things that I'm really going to be looking for, Sam, is whether YZ can keep up that performance.
All right, here we go. Let's get ready for our decider map. And this is really cool because so they're actually talking about, on the desk over in China, they're busy talking about Neon. And you might be wondering, much like some of our own crew, why on earth would they be talking about Neon? And it's because Bilibili have played Neon previously. Okay, their most recent match, they didn't play the Neon. They did swap it out. But they have played Neon 4 times on this map in the past. So there is a world in which we do see that come through again here. Do I love it? Not strictly speaking. I don't think that Neon is the best choice on this map, but can a player like YZ make it work? Absolutely. And I would be so here for it. But in their most recent matchup, he did pick into the Yoru. And I think the Yoru is a much better choice. And again, we are going to see that coming through, but it's Kang who's going to be popping in onto that Neon. We spoke a little bit earlier about how sometimes EDG play the double duelist. Well, live and in full color, Kang on the Neon, backed up by the Yoru of Jenny.
Yeah, this is what I'm really looking forward to. They had a few issues with this in the match against XLG, but you know, they put in the work against DRG and it looked so much better, this sort of double duelist style. And taking Kang off of the ISO as well as I think is a very good idea. He didn't really look that comfortable on the Agent, so back on Neon, back on stable ground. This is where we are going to see what feels like the best of him, especially on a map like Pearl, where really it's all up in the air. This is what should be the closest map between the two. So, I mean, like you set up perfectly, Sam, overtime perhaps could be on the cards.
Again, we're seeing the very interesting kind of matchup here between the Sova and the Tejo. And I've been talking a lot about Sova on particular maps. I think this is one of those maps where Sova is not the be-all and end-all. I think the Fade coupled with the Tejo here can get a lot of value. I love Fade on Pearl just in general, so I think there's a lot of good workability here, particularly because they're going to be coming up against a double duelist, so they're going to need a lot to get that early info and to potentially slow things down a little bit. It becomes that much more important because now you've got a Yoru that's going to be TPing into your backline along with a Neon that's just going to be zooming right up in front of your face. What on earth are you doing to deal with that? So to slow down the aggression, that is the win condition here for Bilibili if they want that chance to finally make it to a master stage.
Yeah. The tale as old as time. EDG versus BLG fighting for the final Masters spot. One of these teams books their plane ticket to Canada pretty much immediately after this game, I would imagine. But early damage onto Chi-Chu, but not first blood just yet. And Russia, he's getting pushed here by these players, and the stun is not quite enough. K-Knight answering back here in through A main. The flank is still successful, but the presence in A here has drawn all of the EDG defenders in this direction. Meanwhile, the spikes at B.
What a bait and switch. I love this so much. But to be fair, a lot of that is on EDG going for that aggressive push in towards mid, out in towards the attacker's spawn. So they don't really have any information that it could be anywhere else. I mean, they instantly ran into a wall of players. So surely they're going A, right? That must be what's happening. And EDG have a pretty good read on, or rather, Bilibili have a really good read on it themselves. It's a free plant for them on the B site, and it's going to have to be a retake for EDG.
Yeah, a little bit of team damage there from the salvos on towards YZ. Just didn't quite expect it to tag him all the way through the floor. And Chi-Chu was here early, didn't act on that though. Recon dart does come through, and Jenny finds one Neff though, answering back, and K-Knight as well. Bilibili, their fourth pistol round of the series right now. And yet again, they take the lead at the very start of the map.
Bilibili pistol rounds genuinely goated. Such an impressive performance from them, so consistently. The only pistol round that they lost was on Icebox, which is, you know, bragging map. So there's every possibility that EDG are going to win one of those, but it was only one. Bilibili continue to kind of show their dominance in those types of rounds. The problem is, it needs to be more than that. It can't just be the pistol conversion and then it's done. We need a repeat of what we saw on Icebox. Make that magic happen. What a shot from YZ.
A little bit risky onto the second though. Does still find Jenny. Levius has been taken down by Kang over towards A. But again, it's just that free entry in towards the B site. I'm not entirely sure why it's YZ the one with the spike here. Now he's finally making his way through. There is an upgrade available for nobody should he be able to claim it. And yeah, Bulldog now in hand. Still a deficit, but for Kang, not for long, because he's involved and he's found his second kill on this round.
I feel that brings it to a more even kilter, but you need so much more done there. The slide to get the information. Okay, somehow connecting shots, doing damage, gaining information for his team, but unfortunately not going to be able to get too much more done there. Nobody, a one and done for him, and it's another round for Bilibili, but again, an expensive one. This time around, they're not able to keep it flawless, and they're going to have to reinvest into the next.
Yeah, indeed, they are. Or just accept the loss there, really. A lot of work done by Kang to make sure that side at least has something in towards round number 3. Nobody as well in on that action, so like we said, it is slightly rough here for them. Neff does buy up a Vandal. Gives that over to Russia, in fact. And YZ, Dimensional Drift being invested. He's looking to really go for this one. Out goes the flash, in fact uses 2 of them. Has the shorty. And he's just tucked up close and safe here. Chi-Chu's up in the corner. Jenny's fallen. Nobody as well. Chi-Chu, what can you do here? He's only good for 1. Bilibili Gaming, they didn't really have the best buy. They've been able to make it work here with a 4 versus 2. And potentially a bonus round conversion to boot.
I mean, that's a little bit outrageous, I'm not gonna lie. Dimensional Drift obviously getting a little bit of that early information, but the fact that 2 flashes need to be utilized just to ensure that you survive, and you manage to avoid a lot of those altercations. At that point, there's so much information for EDG, but they don't action on it. Now, however, this potential retake, it could come through. Kang and Smoggy trying to hold this down. Somebody's tapped the spike, trying to draw out somebody peeking. Now Kang, he's gonna play body support, protect the president, manages to get those 2 final kills, and it was at the half, so it's so incredibly close. But yes, in the final second, less than a second, in fact, somehow he manages to clutch that one. There you go, there's another clutch stat for the final end screen. What a ridiculous way to do it.
Oh my word. Kang has just about got that over the line. There's less than 1/10 of the second in it, Sam. That's ridiculous work from him. The kill's coming on, and Smoggy being able to get to half is the crucial factor there. Look at that, Kang. You can tell he's fired up. The round for EDG, just when it looked like Billy were going to take it away from them. Almost he has been restored. The Fade Haunt from K-Knight. A lot of information away to BLG as we settle into round number 4. I need to catch my breath a little bit from that one. The opening kill here. Oh, Smoggy isn't quite able to land that fight. Ruscio aware of it. Yet again, Billy 5v4.
A lot of util used to clear out this site, and it will absolutely pay off. The one last player on the site gets taken down. Chichu will bite back, but the spike's gonna get planted, and now once again, EDG find themselves in retake. Nobody spots out the head, and now in a 3 versus 3, this is so doable.
It absolutely is. The retake still has to be on, though, and the overdrive put by Kang. It doesn't find its mark. It doesn't hit anything. Ruscia is too speedy with the headshot. YZ just unscopes at the wrong time. Now a 2 versus 2 yet again. Both of these players, they're doubled up inside of halls. Nobody's watching for this. Now takes the drop on down. He's been taken out. Fell. Chichu has to do it all alone. 1 on 2. Guardian in hand. Has to tap the spike. The time continuing to tick away. And they swing together. And the swing is deadly.
This is such a fun resurgence from Billy, man. Like, if you watch the first map and you were like, you know, sometimes it happens, you watch the first map and it's not even close and you just turn it off and go, well, I guess we know how that's going. And then the next day you check the score and it just did not go the way you expected. So if you tuned out in map 1, boy, are you missing out. This is fantastic. It's so good to see Billy showing these signs of life, showing what they are capable of. I mean, Ruscia with a crucial 4K there to allow them so much more room to work with. And that forces EDG back down onto a pistol round here. And it really does feel like in a lot of these moments, again, the utility from Billy is coming up so huge in a way that EDG were just not expecting.
Yeah, they really won. Ruscia, first kill. Again, eco round here for EDG. So you'd expect Billy to come out with the win here. I've just checked the stats here, Sam. Do you want to know the percentage win rate for attackers on this map on Pearl?
Go for it.
The win rate is 48%.
Okay.
So really, defenders kind of have the advantage here. You'd expect like a 7-5 path for the defense. Right now, Billy are running away with things here. They just clean up the kills in this one. It's the one casualty in K-Knight. 4 rounds already. They are starting to put up an incredible scoreline, which I think EDG should start to be scared of. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a timeout come on through here or very shortly.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, at 2%, it's not negligible, but it's very, very low. And I think that, you know, it's one of those things where it's so close to even that to call it one or the other is, you know, it's not great. And
yeah, but you can this is current meta too with how difficult retakes are. Most maps are attacker sided, so the fact that Pearl is defender sided, EDG have got to be doing better here.
Exactly. But I think that, again, EDG's comp really lends itself to the attacking half. And this is where the problem comes in of the fact that they had to start on the defensive side and they're not getting the opportunity to really build up that buffer. That being said, we saw something very similar on Icebox. They did come through with the 9-3 half. They won that pistol round and, you know, suddenly things start to look doable. It starts to look like there might be a chance. And okay, they didn't make it happen on Icebox, but they kept it relatively close. So I think that if they can just get a couple more rounds here, then there is every possibility, particularly again with the type of composition that they are running. You know, the Neon has come in clutch. The reason they win that defuse a couple rounds back is because, yes, okay, you do get that half and that's really important, but if Kang isn't Neon, let's say it's a KO that's alive in that final moment, that speed boost is what gets him there. So KO dies and loses that round. So you really need to be leading into the strengths of your agents and utilizing that to pivot you into these more winnable scenarios.
Well, we'll see who has the winnable scenario here. EDG or BLG, round number 6. We're approaching the quarter point of the game. Right now, we said BLG setting themselves up pretty well overall. So far, it's very stacked towards the A side of the map where we haven't really seen them find too much success. Gianni triggers the shear. Neff is watching for this. K-Knight with that first kill, and Neff there with the Outlaw. Hunter's Fury doesn't find anything in towards mid either. And YZ, Dimensional Drift utilized over towards A. Drawn the rotations. And look what we're seeing yet again. Billy running towards the B site, but they changed their mind. Heading again over towards that A site because, well, Rusia is in. He's been able to get the entire site for free. And YZ not quite dead yet, but nobody does answer onto that one. Oh, look at this. Look at this little pocket that he's found himself. Oh, hey, that's beautiful work from Rusia. He's been able to make it a 1v3 for Smoggy. This one seems like it's going to be another on the board for Billy, unless Smoggy can get something done here. The push on through into the red time. 10 seconds remaining. Cosmic Divide pulls down. Spike planted. 1 versus 2. Smoggy. Certainly possible for him. 7 bullets left in the magazine. A crisp 1 tap is what he needs. Doesn't know K-Knight's positioning. Dips back to reload, and K-Knight is playing this so damn safe. So damn smart, just down in the corner. Smoggy is going to be aware of this. Done on out. K-Knight, what can you do here? The pre-fires round. Spike tipping away. Smoggy with the 1v3 clutch. And EDG get their second round.
Oh man, Smoggy, what a way for you to do it. Absolutely unreal. But that really does come down to, why are you allowing him to isolate these 1v1s? He's at a 1 versus 3 here, and you just give him 3 1s. It's unreal that they've allowed that to happen. Perhaps a bit of an overconfidence, perhaps a bit of miscommunication. Even the coaches are like, what on earth has just happened? It's a huge clutch from Smoggy, and it gives them a little bit more space to work with, a little bit more room to breathe. I will say, so I feel like there was some great communication that comes through there, because the recon dot comes through, and that's what gives the timing over to the Astra, because he can't see through that wall. So somebody's got to call it and say, all right, cool. The dots just come from like right in front of you. You can push that. And he does. And it brings it into a very presumably winnable situation. All that hard work, all the baits and the switches and the go A, go B, go A again. And ultimately it comes down to one Smoggy boy in the most ridiculous 1v1 or rather 1v3. Great clutch from him. That's one for the record books.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Not surprised that Billy take the time out there. Lose a clutch, the vibes will be down, and like you said, perhaps there was a miscommunication. Coaches want to make sure that all of that is ironed out. They don't want the bad vibes to start creeping in. Call the timeout, fix things up, and now go again. Round number 7 here. The barrier's just about to drop. YZ has the Outlaw. Still a weak buy from EDG. A couple of Bulldogs in there. They're pushing up aggressive. Here's Kang up close. And YZ's been taken down.
There's so many ultimates being thrown out here. Ult after ult after ult. And nothing actioned on. Perhaps nothing actionable. Now they just chill. They've thrown so much into this round already. They did pull out the Vice ulti though, so that gives them a little bit more, but they use the Nightfall to make it happen. And it's a great counter ult from EDG, but now, what is the adaptation? The mid-rounding becomes so important.
Feels like we're seeing something very commonly in the Billy playbook. Fake A, and just go B. This time, though, it's not an empty site. Jenny's still in back halls. Kang's reading this rotation as well. The rest of the whole team is. What they do from this position on. Jenny using the dimensional drift. He's actually not going to be able to spot anyone out here. So the rotation back to A. EDG have won this foot race towards the site. Indecision plaguing the minds here of Billy Gaming. Russia, he's got to try and plant into red time. Chichu's found another kill. They get the frags, a double from Russia. And Neff answers back as well. A 2 versus 2 out of absolutely nowhere. And Kang's only on 31 HP. Suddenly, this could be very winnable indeed. Hudge on into the fight. Russia in the smoke. Kang and like ships in the night walk past each other. Finally checked upon Jenny. Both players inside of main, and he's going to know it now. The salvo's coming on through to deny even more of that time. What can he do? Bulldog in hand. Oh, the first kill just isn't quite there. Sidesteps from Russia. A round that looked like it was going to fall away from Billy. They get it back again. Feels like maybe EDG, they're just clawing defeat from the jaws of victory a little bit.
I mean, that's another 4K round for Russia. I think that's the second one that he's had. Like, he's just been playing out of his mind. And, you know, you talk about the classic fake A, go B. This was the little-known fake A, go A.
Fake A, fake B, go A. Incredible.
Yeah, I mean, they barely even faked B, to be fair. It was like the tiniest little bit, and then they were like, you know what, we will actually just continue to go A. And EDG, they were ready for it. They didn't over-rotate. They didn't make that mistake. Instead, they had bodies where they needed to be. But Russia was just better. Now, Billy at a 3-round lead. What on earth can EDG do here? It seems like everything they've tried has been stopped in its tracks and now down onto a pistol round yet again. And it feels like this is another foregone conclusion.
Well, you'd certainly say things like that, especially when YZ's on the case. Jenny, only 1 kill so far in this match and a death every single round. Oh, K-Knight has been spotted through the Cosmic Divide, and well, now the player just retakes the place. Levius with 1 Chichu! Ridiculous work! 3 kills! And nobody as well in the 1v3 for YZ! And he's been able to fight 2 of them! Not quite the first! Ridiculous swings in that round, but EDG just about get on the board. What the hell just happened?
Yeah.
What was that?
Like, the thing is, if Chichu doesn't flank around, that round very easily goes Billy's way. The fact that he does actually create that crossfire to get that final kill onto YZ, it changes everything. It makes all the difference in the world, because the fact that so many of those kills, sorry, Jenny, the fact that like there's a 3K that comes through towards the end of that round puts them in such a precarious position. But finally, we keep themselves clawing in this. We see them getting another round here. We're seeing that eco to come through to cause a lot of economic damage for BLG. Knight now on a Spectre. There's a Guardian and a Bulldog. It's not ideal by any measure, but if EDG can do that with pistols, perhaps Billy can pull this back.
Yeah, it's all thanks to the Cosmic Divide in the previous round. No such ultimate available for Billy in this one. And in fact, I think it was their own Cosmic Divide that kind of did that to them. They have the spike planted. That's at least the first step towards success. And well, they're inside a secret. They're planted for it. Just the one player outside of main. Neff, that's a nasty shot onto Kang. Guardian is just snappy right now. Now their own Cosmic Divide coming through for EDG. Russia again coming up with the frags, but Chichu, he was a bit absent really on Icebox. Really stepped up here this past couple of rounds. Nobody's just sticking the spike here. They have to go. If the right click comes on in, and Chichu is on for a 4, needs to make it an 8, and it's just being stuck here. K-Knight, the Cosmic Divide drops just in time for him. Chichu nearly got that right under his nose, and it's another round where I'm just completely baffled by what went on. That was so close again.
I feel like, in my head canon, K-Knight knew exactly how long was left on that Cosmic Divide because he doesn't push. He's not looking to like try and jiggle this, try and do the crazy thing like he did with the Classic with the right click. He's just holding. He's just standing there and holding, waiting for that Cosmic Divide to come down. You check him, he's spraying it. He knows it's about to finish. The timing was just there. It was in his mind, and he clutches that out in an unbelievably close affair. EDG gets so close in that round, but Billy, like I said, even on a broken bye, they can still make these miracles happen. 3 rounds left in this half, and again, EDG with a very unfavorable bye. No ultimates online just yet, and already K-Knight will decimate 2.
Yeah, this one seems maybe a little bit low. The spike's been dropped in B main. Ichi is doing something, but it's not going to be enough at all. Only the 1 kill, nobody. Oh, well, it looked a little bit sketchy there from K-Knight. Caught mid-jump, mid-reload, but it's fine in the end. It's all good. Let's everyone be calm. I feel like after the past few rounds, we just need to, like, meditate to bring the level back.
A moment of normalcy, please. Something that makes sense. I'll be honest, my mind is still reeling from K-Knight, just like understanding the timing on Cosmic Divide and just having full faith that that's going to drop at the exact right moment. It's unreal. But now we have to lock back in because while that was an anti-eco, now back onto rifles. And with 2 rounds left in the half, this is becoming do or die for EDG. They have to make a miracle happen. Yeah, Kang has overdrive available. Will he have the opportunity to make it happen?
Oh, Smoggy has been able to find the opening pick. That's YZ falling, who is not quite being the main star for BLG in this map. It's been Rusha who comes up big again. Another 2 kills, 16 so far in this map. Now Kang forced into action, and he's gonna fall. It's nobody instead to find 2 picks just before the Steel Garden can come on through. That's left 1 on 2 in the first 40 seconds of this round. It has been absolute chaos. Now it's Chichu and nobody on the other side.
I mean, Neff does have Spike, so there is a world in which they make this happen. But it's going to be a really tough ask. A little bit of util here to maybe give them some sort of an advantage. Time is not on their side. We're just hitting the 30-second mark now. And EDG, of course, know they can just play this patient, right? They've positioned themselves in the middle, so they have quick rotations wherever they need to be. They've heard the footsteps, so it's not even going to be a long rotation. Can they stop the spike plant? No, they can't, but they catch it just as Neff is getting off. And that will be them getting themselves a 4th here. And again, another sigh of relief to take them through into that next round.
Yeah, I feel like obviously Neff isn't to know where those defenders are coming from, but he just chooses to plant where they've got a perfect view of him. It's an unfortunate mistake, but it's a mistake that costs BLG the round, obviously. You know, still got to clutch up 1v2, but that was the thing that decided it. But really, the thing that won EDG the round was nobody getting that 2-piece inside of doors, B-Link, just before the Steel Garden pops. That is the crucial moment there. And now EDG are back in with this, but Billy, I'm surprised their economy looks so bad because every round that EDG have won, they've been getting a defuse, which means Billy have been getting that plant bonus, 300 credits every single time.
Last round and a half here. Billy want to take it in a far more dominant fashion. Don't want to have another... Well, I suppose it would be the first 7-5. No, we had a 7-5 in our first map. It was just in EDG's favor. So Billy looking to take another dominant first half here on this 3rd map. Remember, folks, this is getting dangerously close to the finish line here. And Billy just a few rounds away from locking in their spot in Toronto.
Yeah. Right, I didn't think we'd be saying...
Yeah.
at the start of this match, and certainly not after the way that Fracture looked. It's been a much better showing from BLG. If EDG win this 5th round, it feels like maybe they've gotten away with a bit of a steal after the way the half started and how shaky things have seemed since then. Billy, they need this 8th round, but Chichu comes up with the goods again! 2 in response, a 3 versus 3, but the spike dropped inside of A means there's more time left to try and reclaim it. YZ, take it down, nobody. But Smoggy's there on the site. Cosmic Divide now dropping. That's still only got a stinger. Kang the same on the other side. It's the extension into the round. Now ticking away. Spike plant, EDG, they have to retake. Neffy's pushing aggressive. It's the wrong move. He's right into Smoggy's waiting arms. Straight into the eye line. And Rusia has to come up big. The overdrive isn't quite good enough, but Smoggy, before the Cosmic Divide can bloom, nails the shot. And a 7-5 half. EDG, they've gotten away with daylight robbery, it feels like.
I mean, as that Cosmic Divide is starting to come up, there's that moment of like, I need to be watching this, because if I don't watch this and he sneaks through while the divide is up, I'm not going to be able to hear anything. I'm not going to be able to hold this. And Smoggy, very aware that that's probably what Rusia is thinking, swings out and manages to win that one 8-4. A fantastic way. Sorry, 7-5. I'm talking absolute nonsense. A fantastic way for that map to end. And yes, a mirror of what we saw in that first map, but this time around in Billy's favor. The question now becomes, how well are they going to perform here in this second half? They're now going to have to move on to the defensive side. And I think that given the composition that they have, they would have wanted to get a lot more done on their attacking side. They're now going to have to come up against an attacking Neon with a Yoru to boot. There's going to be a lot of teleporting, a lot of shenanigans, a lot of struggles. And I'm not entirely sure that Billy are going to be up for this challenge. Don't get me wrong, they've been fantastic, and I've been a Billy fan for 2 years, but EDG have been looking so good. I will say, I'm sorry, I'm totally rambling, but this is a really important note. Jenny has not shown up in that first half. Like, the last I checked, it was like 1-11, which was okay 2 rounds before the half ended. But even if he double aces, which we know that he didn't, it's still not a good showing. So I'm very concerned for what this attack could look like if Jenny doesn't step up.
Yeah, you're very lucky that you have Kang also on a duelist at this point.
Yeah.
Because if you're solo duelist and your duelist is going like 1-11, 1-12, it's just cooked. Throw that one in the blender and move on with your day. But Kang has been providing that security. But I'll tell you who has been as well. It's Chichu.
Yeah,
my man's been popping off so far in this game. And you know, maybe the attacking half is also somewhere where he can do absolute magic. Pearl slightly favors the defensive side, but as you said, the compositions maybe a bit more towards the attack, particularly EDG's double duelist idea going on here. Double initiator from BLG, though, means they should be able to get a bit more information, but they don't know that Kang is just in their face, and just like that, he's found 2 kills. It's already a 5v3.
Well, that's certainly a way to kick off your pistol round. They were hoping to kind of catch him off guard, but the stuns come through beautifully. Sometimes stuns aren't cosmetic. It seems that, you know, maybe it's only Kang that has that plot armor. And that allows him to get a ridiculous double kill, but his reign of terror will end. Rusia will put him down, and now Billy can claw their way back into a doable situation.
Another B plant. Haven't seen any of these before. Completely novel idea. Well, at least from EDG, I suppose. K-Knight, play ahead of this. Chichu has been caught. The 3-on-3 now. And K-Knight has got 2 players inside of Link. I mean, Billy, they're going to need to hurry up here. And nobody, I think he's heard this flank come on in. He's flanking on the flank. It's Inception, really, here on this round. There you go. Don't know that just behind them is working. K-Knight, good for 1. Here's nobody. Been able to find the first. Levius starting to get the defuse down, but K-Knight on the site. Nobody, he's got to run now. He's got to try and take it away, and it's not going to happen. Kang had a brilliant start. You can see Billy on their feet. I don't blame them. 2 kills, a 3v5 Billy are able to bring across the line, and K-Knight with 4.
And I mean, I think the struggle is when you find yourselves in post-plant, like how are you then holding on to it? Also great to see how the Yoru flash really came in clutch there to enable Kang massively.
Hypes.
I never want to talk over that hype, man. Like you got to give them their moment. They're like, they're oh man, Kang, like he's the person who's always in such good spirits. And to see him also starting to show the cracks, it's very painful. I feel like, especially for the EDG fans.
Yeah, the stress.
And that was an important round for them as well. Losing that pistol, that means that they have very, very little to pivot off of into this next one. And you can see they're really going for very little into this round. They want to make sure that they have everything available into the next, because they're getting closer and closer to not the airport.
Yeah, absolutely. They're getting closer and closer, just being sent on the coach back home. K-Knight, Rusha, they find the frags they need here on the A site. And, well, there is some control for EDG, and a kill from Smoggy. It's still back Billy in this circumstance, especially with White finding the kill onto the spike holder like that. He's pushing forwards, going for more. He's not even going to get afforded the opportunity. K-Knight is there instead. Similar problem in the pistol that we saw all of Icebox, by the way, which is EDG. They get the opening picks. They lose out the rounds. They need to be converting on these. Yeah, sure, that one, they're saving. They don't get the opener. It's understandable. But from here on out, if they get the opening pick, they better hope they're converting, because Billy are punishing them in a lot of these situations.
All right. Billy now 1 round away from double digits. A very important scenario for them. Got an outlaw in hand. That has been devastating previously. Some beautiful early damage from K-Knight. And not just that, information gathered over. And it's onto Jenny as well, who... I don't want to dog on the guy, but just not having a good day, unfortunately. These things do happen, but this is the worst possible moment for it to happen. And the rest of EDG now need to come up massive if they want to try to close this gap.
You? Not expecting the Bucky there. Up close, Rusha, 21 kills inside of this one. They go again into the round. Chichu, unfortunately, he's been the big star. Kang not even on double digits yet. Now Chichu's fallen. This is a must-win round, like you were saying, Sam, for EDG. And right now, it feels like they're maybe on the path to losing it.
Well, the tensions are obviously so high here. What a great swing from Kang. A very important kill to garner. But it's just the first step. Jenny finally shows up, manages to get one, and allows that strike. No, it doesn't get planted, and K-Knight peeks out. He gets the first. That round fell apart in the craziest ways imaginable, but EDG somehow at the finish line pull it over and get themselves a round. It felt like they should have had that plant initially when Jenny gets that first kill, and I'm like, okay, Spike's gonna get planted, but it doesn't. K-Knight gets a double, and everything just kind of falls apart at the seams. But it's Smoggy who drags them over the finish line, and they're finally given a breath of air.
In he goes, Kang yet again. He's going forwards, pushing it down, but he's been taken out by Neff. Oh dear, oh dear. Again, a player that we know to be so prolific with the guns. Can't get traded and taken out. Smoggy again also hit to death. He's been spotted as well, Chichu. The haunt is good. It's perfect. And EDG, they're finding kills. Jenny, only 2 kills in this map so far. Gonna need to up that to 7. If EDG have any chance of denying the double digits from Billy.
this is such a tough situation because so they're playing him not as a main duelist, obviously, but more as like a supportive role. And he has been getting, you know, a lot of value with like util and stuff, right? Some really strong flashes that have allowed Kang to get away with absolute murder. But unfortunately, that's not enough. You need to be doing so much more when you're on an agent as impactful as that Yoru. And you can actually see that it feels like it's maybe getting into his mental because now he's playing a little bit further back, right? He's not really moving with the team as much. He's not going into those fights. He's scared. He's definitely playing scared here. And Billy are taking full advantage of it. And it's a tough call to make because do you keep pushing when you know that your aim isn't where it needs to be? Maybe you can, you know what? Maybe your value comes from being baited. And maybe you need to be in those early engagements because now with Billy on double digits, Edward Gaming, a rough buy here. And already this next round, they're at a huge disadvantage.
Yeah, I thought YZ was going to get the second there onto Kang too. Stood completely still, collecting the ultimate orb, but not to be the case. He gets to get away with his life for now. Feel like it's only a matter of time. As, well, the first player falls. Finally, Kang goes down. K-Knight behind the box is being flanked upon by Chi-Chu. 2-on-3 now. And opportunities for weapon upgrades for his EDG players. The defenders rotating towards A, but that's not where the push appears to be going towards. The sheer being popped does add a little bit of confusion into the mix, but still BLG. They're over towards A, which appears to be the right sort of side. And the stealth drone is going to give that information. Neff making sure of it. And yet, they're still going towards B. Levius is going to have to come up big here. Either that or just a retake protocol from Billy Gaming. That's what it's going to have to be. Salvo's out. Now this is the crunch moment. Cosmic Divide being invested as well here by Smoggy. They want to make sure this round does come through, but it's the counter roll coming through from Rushia. Chi-Chu trying to play ahead of this, trying to get anything that he can. He finds the first. Steel Garden now being invested as well. Chi-Chu's ultimate here in this fight as well. But it's the secondary guns, and the shorty comes up big. Smoggy, Sheriff, round the sides! And it's done!
I am in awe of how they play those final few moments, the util that gets put down, the fact that they still had so much towards the end of the round. The smoke walls come up, they're allowed to put down the spike. Then we see actually some of those counter concussors coming through, trying to kind of deny that a little bit, but they're still able to get spike down, split up. They set up a really good crossfire, and then we have these dueling cosmic divides that come through, and it's played perfectly. There's no over eagerness, there's no like crazy over aggression. They play it really slowly, they play it really tactfully. They can call information off of one another. I spotted one, you can swing. No, now you can't swing. They play off of one another perfectly, and EDG give themselves yet one more round, yet one more lifeline in this matchup, and slowly but surely that deficit starts to close, and it feels like they're in a more doable situation. Now they don't really have any ultimates online, and that could be a problem, but Dimensional Drift is so close, and to have that information available to them, it could be exactly what they need. They are, however, going to have to contend with YZ's Drift, and if he can get that early information instead, it could spell disaster.
Clone has come on out. Jenny backs away. Smart work here from a player who we've really been yet to see many positives from in this map so far. Rotations here from Billy. Expecting this position, they're expecting EDG to come here quickly. And smokes come on through. Kang, he's pushing ahead of this. Jenny with a kill. Kang another. The first onto the A site successful. Neff does answer back though. He's pushing through again onto the play with the spike. Nobody! How'd you win that? And Kang as well onto K-Knight. Leaves it all down to YZ. 1v4, operator in hand. Retake seems impossible. EDG destined up to 8, and are we seeing the comeback? Are we seeing the fight back? Are we seeing EDG going to another Masters tournament like we see every stage? No matter how far down they get, it feels like they just have that extra bit in the engine, in the barrel, for them to be able to come back from situations like this. Billy, they have to hope it doesn't happen to them, if they're only now 2 rounds away from EDG tying up the scoreline.
I mean, that's what I was kind of saying about Jenny. Maybe he needs to be more involved in those opening duels. And, I mean, he gets 1 kill here. And yes, he does kind of get sprayed down through that smoke. But he was a part of that opener. He was a part of that crossfire. He was a part of what allows them to get onto the site really, really early on. Yes, it is a bit stressful. But when you are, you know, getting involved, you can be so much more helpful. And that's exactly what EDG needed. They needed him to be involved in those fights. And now we're starting to see them close it down to only a 2-round deficit. And this becomes so doable. I mean, it was looking like very similar to the previous map. It looked like Billy were just going to run away with it. But again, it's Kang who has come up so massively round after round in so many of these situations. But it certainly feels like, obviously with the exception of Jenny, the rest of the players are really starting to pull their own weight a lot more than what we saw in the previous map. Remember, in the last map, you had 3 players that were still on single digits at the end of the map. This time around, however, we've got more of them stepping up, more of them really getting involved, and that's a big difference maker, it feels like. However, it looks like this is a technical pause that we're having here. There have been a couple of them, usually quite short. We get them sorted out very, very quickly. You know, this isn't EMEA, but hopefully this one will also be a relatively quick one, because now they're killing the momentum, man. Like, when something like this happens so close to the end of the map, the end of the series, the end of the race, and everyone's just like, come on. You know, the viewers are getting frustrated, the players are getting frustrated, and all we want to do is
Casters are getting frustrated.
No. Casters are vibing. Casters could use the break. Casters are channeling Pansy. But there you go. Here in China, we have quick tech pauses, and we jump straight
We're not
back.
channeling Pansy that much then, are we?
No, not today. Not today. Thank heavens. But we'll jump straight back into the action. And this is EDG's... Bro, I almost called it a redemption arc. EDG, who have beaten Billy all 9 times that they've ever played up against them. Will they make it 10 here?
That's the question. It's certainly the question. The attacking side still looking pretty decent on this map from both of these squads. Push on in. Kang going aggressive like we know he likes to do. He secured control of the B site here for the side of EDG. Somewhere where we haven't really seen a lot of Edward Gaming actually decide to finish. This is much more of a Billy playground. Why is he's fallen first? Hands Smoggy. 4 more kills to come on in. Jenny, okay, pushing forward. Trying to TP out. It's not quite in time. And the guns just... It would have been better if they had the rifles. The save comes on in, and EDG 1 round away. Oh dear.
It's really great to see that they're figuring it out, though, right? Like, it's taken them a while to find that momentum, find that footing. We were expecting them to do better on the attacking half, and it's taken a moment to figure out the strat, figure out where Billy are setting up and what those, you know, early bits of util are going to look like. But now that they have that read, it's starting to look a lot more comfortable. They're also finding a lot of success here on this A site, so it looks like exactly where they're going to be pushing once again.
Yeah, a couple of players over on B. Jenny try and distract. I don't think it's being bought though. Stealth drone up through Lincoln doors. Doesn't spot anyone in mid. A lot of gunfire in A main. Maybe, just maybe, we should reinforce this area of the map. Kang, he's going in. He's been spammed out by Rusia. Yet again with the impact. Been a bit quieter this past few rounds. K-Knight up close. The spam through the smoke. Lotus with 3. There's the impact. There's the player. Showing up in 11 rounds now for Billy.
Oh, that's devastating. EDG, they go for a more kind of full push in towards the site. They're not really setting up enough of those flank situations. Sure, they did send Jenny on a little bit of a mission over towards the other side of the map, but they didn't clear the site out as adequately as they needed to. And so you have Billy setting up in positions and just not getting checked. And for Levius to be able to, as the smoke's clear, spray down, get 3 kills, and win out that round, stopping EDG's momentum in its tracks, that is devastating for our current reigning champions. Billy, this is such a huge moment for them. It's one of those situations where the finish line is in sight, and they just need to remain calm here. So often teams will get overly excited and they'll start making small mistakes because they can see the end in sight. This is where they need to lock in. And this is, so obviously this is an EDG timeout, and part of it is, you know, you can stop momentum. You can also figure out what the mistake was in that previous round. But obviously they need to plan for the next couple of rounds. But the same is true of Billy. They now have an opportunity to take a breath. Okay, we've regained the control. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's take a moment and make sure that we stay clean to keep things as tight as they have been, you know, leading up to this moment. It's still a full buy across the board. Kang has bought into an op. Attacking op here. I mean, it could be massive, but it could be a huge detriment. He is looking to posture long, though, so maybe this is the opener they need.
Yeah, it does mean he's not going to be able to run in, get in the faces, as we've seen in the previous few rounds. But he is known for his attacking operator. He is known for it being pretty darn good. We'll have to keep an eye on that. BLG, they're expecting something over towards A here, it seems like, the majority of the players on the eastern side of the map. EDG, it's just that slow contact forward.
I don't know if Billy have just read into this op, but they're playing this so smart. They're not peeking out, they're not getting that information away, and now they know for 100% sure that's where that op is. And now they know that they can potentially play off of this as well.
Yeah, Hunter's Fury being used there by nobody. Oh, does get the tag onto Neff inside of Heaven. So he has been caught out, and some shots through the smoke. They nearly land. Gravwell in towards the Thorns. They want to do as much chip damage as possible. And now the spike being planted by Chi-Chu. Extension into the round now. As the timer starts and spike starts ticking away. Nightfall invested. Billy, they're posturing themselves for the retake. And nearly caught out there. Jenny with the opener. Neff falling, but Rusia pushing in. YZ as well. Billy answering back. First tap on the spike. K-Knight with the attention away. And there's the kills again. It's all on Kang. It's not enough. YZ. 3 kills in the round. And match point, series point, qualification point for Billy. EDG on the brink of being sent home.
And honestly, it felt like EDG were doing everything right in that round. They take a slower approach. They kind of inch their way up long. They don't give over too much information. Yes, they know that that's where the op is, but that's about all the info that they have, because I don't believe Jenny was spotted out when the drone went out. So they do really well with that. They also wait for the nightfall, and then they throw out their own thorns so they can kind of battle back against the Fade ultimate. They do everything right, but in the final moments when it comes down to the gun battles, playing off of one another, creating those crossfires, Billy with a little bit of flood util, force them into uncomfortable positions and force this onto map and series point. EDG now still do have some weaponry available. They do have a really strong ultimate online that they can use into this. Will it be enough? Will it be the thing that helps them survive that little bit longer?
Yeah, the execute coming in through towards the A site. Still Garden Levius trying to play ahead of it. Russia with the opening kill onto Kang. Suddenly, we start to worry. But EDG, they keep things safe, keep things secure. Now a 3v3, the Salvos find a kill onto nobody. Ichu, he's there. He gets one. There's YZ, a 2 versus 2. And Smoggy with that kill as well. K-Knight, a 1v2 to take things across the line. Shows where they are. Isolated the fights. Chi-Chu wins it out anyway. EDG just about stay alive. 2 in a row more needed to overtime, and even then, it wouldn't just be enough to win the map.
Bro, Smoggy needs to be studied. How on earth? Because he shoots the Yoru clone, but he spotted Jenny. So it's like, sorry, not Jenny, YZ. So he shoots the clone and then instantly transfers while completely blinded. It's actually unreasonable that he's able to get that. And EDG push themselves over yet one more line, give themselves one more stay of execution. And they live to fight for one more round. I mean, this is outrageous, but it does speak to the tenacity of these two teams and of the players not being willing to give so much as an inch in any of these rounds. Now, Billy's still very much in with a chance, but these rounds have been a little bit back and forth, so I'm very curious to see what the economy is going to look like here, where we're going to sit on this very precarious balancing act between the two teams and what they have available to them into these rounds. If it's a full gun round, then for Billy, they have every possibility to close this one out, but there is a world in which it's an unfavorable situation, and it looks like that is the world that we are living in. Not a good position here, not a great buy, and EDG poised to take yet one more round and inch us ever closer to overtime.
I'll tell you what, Sam, I mean, just me sitting here, my heart is racing, my arms are shaking. I cannot imagine what it's like on that stage.
Knees weak, arms are heavy.
In Beijing for these players, and I've just looked at the history as well. Pearl was a 14-12 to EDG.
Yep.
The last time these two teams played it. The last time these two teams played a match, BLG were 12-10 up. Then EDG won 4 in a row. So, what I'm saying is, there's a precedent here, and like you mentioned with the buy, might be pretty rough, but YZ turns that flash, and Jenny falls a 5v3 now. Billy, suddenly, in the advantage here. And the two of these players, they're just sat in mid. Not really sure what to do. The buy was pretty poor for BLG, but been able to bring things into a fairly winnable situation, and now YZ has popped the dimensional drift. Quick check towards Art, and might give some bad information away because can't spot anyone inside of main either. Does he know? Is he aware about this position? Where are EDG going? They're off on a wander.
Crazy about those first two kills is that it's 2 1s. It's not like there was some crazy double up. It was just BLG win their ones, and now they've read into this. Look how they're reinforcing this B site. The Cosmic Divide has come through as well. EDG, what can they do?
Oh, the time comes in. Chichu with a kill as well. 3 versus 3, a counter roll, the Cosmic Divide, and the spike comes down. Even in the man count, Smoggy now pushing forwards ahead of this into halls. That's where the main control is here for Edward Gaming. Got a player out here as well. K-Knight with 1. It's only 1. YZ, 60 health and shields combined. The regen shields now ticking up. He's still not got much to his name. Has a Vandal. Tipping away. Oh, and Chichu gets it. 11 rounds for EDG. Round 24 ahead of us. We either get Billy sending EG home, or we get overtime here as the outcome of this final round of regulation.
Oh, what an outrageous way for this to go. And I'm sorry, but a lot of that comes down to just locking in, right? You had the first Cosmic Divide come through. The counter Cosmic Divide comes up just before it blooms. You have the most ridiculous headshot that gives them that extra bit of space to work with. They're now 1 round away from taking us into overtime. No ultimates online here for EDG, but it's crucial to note that Billy don't have any ultimates either. So this is really a bit of a war of attrition here. It's going to come down to that util and who can hit their shots, who's going to read the rotations that little bit better. We've spoken about how Neff was calling such a solid game on this map in the first half. Can he call it to a victory in this round, or will we get taken into that overtime position? Jenny's managed to get Dimensional Drift online, so now they have a possibility to get stupid amounts of early information. And the way that they're playing this, so passive, waiting, poking and prodding to see if Bilibili get overly aggressive, to see if they can get that early info and then make the decision.
Kang's one away from the overdrive here as well. The potentially very powerful ultimate be utilized, but Kang's had an off game. 13 and 21, that's -8. It's been Chichu and Smoggy, the real driving factors here of this match, of this comeback here on Pearl. Rusha, he's up close, been spotted out by the Dimensional Drift. Jenny answering through, and Jenny'd be able to find the 2 kills. Rusha though, 3 kills in response. K-Knight, it's all Jenny. And EDG, the kings are falling. The thrash dropped off of their heads. And Bilibili up to Toronto. Canada calling, awaiting them.
And this is such an end of an era for EDG in 2 ways. First, it's the first international event that they will miss. And second, it is the first China event that they will not win. Bilibili have done it. They have unseated the kings. They took a run at the crown, and it took them 10 attempts. But on this 10th attempt, they finally do win the battle against EDG. What a exceptional performance from them. They were firing on all cylinders. Everyone stepped up in such a fantastic way here. And Bilibili do the unthinkable. Bilibili fans celebrating EDG fans in shambles today.
Oh, what a moment for these players, for this squad. They win the match. You can see EDG still sharing smiles, still sharing jokes. But it's not their time to shine right now. That privilege belongs to Bilibili Gaming. You can see what it means to them. The cheers of success. What a moment. Bilibili Gaming have eliminated the world champions. Let's send it to Bidos with the interview, I imagine.
There's no live translation, unfortunately, but you guys can feel free to listen to the interview.
Oh, like you can see my hands shaking. Look at that.
It's a fantastic day to be a China fan for so many reasons, right? Like I'm someone who I don't like dynasties. I think that they're really boring. So to have Bilibili finally do this, to unseat the crowns and to find that victory is super, super impressive. So well done, so well deserved. I'm blown away that they were able to do this. But now the question becomes, I mean, they're going to be heading on to face they're facing Wolves in their next matchup, and that's going to be a tough one because Wolves have been looking incredibly good this entire stage.
Yeah, they absolutely have. It's a rematch of the upper bracket semi-final, which sent Bilibili down to this lower bracket. Now a best of 5 to see who gets to go to the grand final, to see who gets to fight Gilai Gaming for the opportunity to win the stage. And that's important because if you win the stage, you get an immediate bye to the playoffs of Masters Toronto. You don't have to battle through the group stages. You're immediately in that top 8, immediately in the double elimination bracket. In some ways, you could say, oh, you get less practice, but it's that security. You're not going out in the group stage. You get to be one of those teams that has that bye. And that is potentially a massive boon for any one of these teams, which, let's face it, all of them are fairly inexperienced, especially at the international level. You know, Gilai Gaming just won Ascension in 2024. Wolves are at their first international as well, although you have a couple players like Lysol that have been to events before. And now Bilibili, it's their first international event in such a long time.
Yeah.
That first seed and that bye is going to be really, honestly invaluable.
Yeah. I mean, obviously for Bilibili, they do have that little bit of champs experience, but it isn't. They didn't get to play as many games as they would have liked, particularly last year. You know, they went out in the group stages, so it wasn't the kind of experience that they would need to really, for us to look at them and go, oh yeah, this is a massively experienced team that, you know, is ready for this challenge. But we have to give them the chance, right? EDG in the first couple of years of the international events, yeah, they were getting results, but it's taken them until last year to finally become the champions. And now, unfortunately, you know, the up-and-comers have smacked them out of that, out of that contention for this second international event of the year. So it's a tight spot for EDG to be in, and I think I'd really like them to re-look some of their compositional choices. Definitely the Yoru was not doing what they wanted it to do. You can look at the scoreline, the actual KD, and you can draw some conclusions from that, but it's not the be-all and end-all. Sometimes just being uncomfortable on an agent can cause you to perform not as well as you would want to. So perhaps back to the drawing board in that department, and perhaps back to the drawing board on Icebox as well. Again, the utility not where it needed to be. But for Bilibili, I look so forward to seeing how they're going to do against Wolves in their next matchup, because I've been saying that I think that Wolves are the most strategically deep team that we have in China at the moment. So to see these two teams come up against one another, you know, before their debuts, before Wolves' debut, I suppose, on the international stage, and before the very first Masters event for Bilibili, it'll give us a little bit of a warmer, a little bit of a litmus test to see what we can expect going forward.
Yeah, because like you said, you said you're excited to see how they do against Wolves. I'm also excited to see how they do at a Masters event and in Toronto. The first international of the year. They came so close in kickoff. In the lower bracket final, they fell to EDG. They've exercised their demons here. And, you know, 10th time is the charm. As it turns out, all you need to do is attempt something 10 times and you will eventually succeed. So... you know, there you go, and this is a very different Bilibili, I feel like, especially from the Champs 2023, I want to say, where they came up against NRG, they beat NRG in those matches.
Yeah.
That was a lot more of the cheesy judge plays. That was a lot more just acting unexpected. This performance and what we've seen so far from Bilibili is a lot more based in strategy. They're using their utility, and I feel like that's also part of what EDG have done for the region, right? Is they've been getting far at the internationals. They've been the ones that have adapted first, but then the rest of the region, they're catching up. And this is the very first sign that we have of that. EDG, they're not winning the event, and they're not even making it to the international.
Yeah, and I will say, so what we can kind of gather from a lot of this interview, our translator just let us know that the general feeling that we're getting at the moment is that it feels unreal. You know, it's one of those unbelievable moments. We kind of hyped it up, and I feel like we need to just kind of press that a bit. But this is the 10th time that Bilibili have come up against EDG. They have lost against EDG 9 consecutive times. And it's the first time that they take a victory. They've won 2 maps in this series, and 2 maps is what they needed. That brings their total count up to 5. But the most important part is that they finally won a series, and it's something that they can be incredibly proud of, because it's in a moment where it really matters. It's not in a group stage where it's just kind of like, oh, you know, if we win this one, you know, we still got to play a couple more games, we might still not make playoffs. Like there's still so much on the line. It's not like upper bracket where it's like, oh, well, you know, they'll go lower bracket and they'll just make the lower bracket one run and beat us later. This was the moment. This was the pivotal key moment that qualifies them, and it knocks EDG out. The most important time where they needed to come up clutch, and they did. And that's super impressive in its own right.
Yeah, it absolutely is. I'm thinking of all of the possibilities that we're going to see at Masters. Obviously, it is going to be a bit of a weaker contingent from China. You've got 2 teams that have never been to an international event before. This is a really big learning opportunity, not just for the teams, but, you know, for the region. It's not just EDG getting to go to the same events again and again and again, and then you just sort of have 1 or 2 other teams, like 3 teams that kind of trade between them as the other sides. This is a real departure from the norm. And will this continue? Because I remember when EDG lost to Gila in the upper bracket, you know, I was asking the question, we've seen EDG drop to the lower bracket before. They didn't quite look that comfortable in that game, though. And the real question was, are they just going to pull out the low bracket run again? Or is this the sign of a shifting tide and the shifting sort of atmosphere inside of VCT China? And today's result has proven that EDG aren't just getting the free wins anymore. This is a real chance and a real opportunity for China to grow as a region.
Yeah, absolutely. And it really feels like the era of Ascension teams, right? Like G2 absolutely dominating. You got Shilai that are now going through to Masters Toronto. And okay, Apex, they've had a bit of a rough one this season. Didn't go the way that they wanted, and now they've lost Fluorescent, so that's put them in a bit of a tight spot. But
yeah,
you know, they come through for their second season in the VCT. They've looked really good overall. So maybe not one of the more dominant teams, but it feels like the Ascension, that kind of path to pro growth route thing, it works. And you can get a lot of value out of participating in it. And I just want to draw attention to the stage here, because once again, this is a huge moment for Bilibili. The streamers are flying, the crowd's going wild. They're going for that, all-important post on social media to show they are the victors. They will be going to Toronto, waving to the fans, because they've done it. They've beaten the odds. They've proven everyone wrong. And they will be one of your Chinese representatives at the next Masters. Absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, they've done so well to get here, but the job isn't quite over. Let's face it, that was just the lower bracket semi-final. Their game tomorrow morning, or if you're over in the sort of European time zones, of course. Tomorrow morning, they will face up against Wolves Esports at lower bracket final. It's a best of 5, and again, the winner goes to face Jilai Gaming in the grand final on Sunday. I mean, so much could still happen. Sam, I just want to know, who do you think is going to win the stage?
Ooh, that's such a tough one. But before I answer that, I just want to give one more little bit of insight in that interview. Because Bilibili, as much as we've hyped up, what they've done here, they themselves are saying their aim isn't just to qualify. They want to win the tournament. And that kind of leads into your question of, well, who is going to win it? I think that being able to beat out EDG is already such a strong sign, but it's an EDG that was already in the lower bracket, that had been knocked out earlier on and had already been put in an uncomfortable position. So when you look at it through that lens, yes, they have taken down the world champions, but they weren't the first to do it this stage. They still have to come up against exactly.
Like, and they're not even here right now,
which is crazy. And they still have to come up against some really, really strong talent. I think that my head is telling me that, honestly, I think Wolves win the stage. But Shilai have looked so good.
Yeah.
They just won earlier today against Wolves. And I've got a soft spot for the underdog. So head versus heart here. I think it'll be Wolves. But I'm hoping that Shilai can continue being terrifying.
Yeah, honestly, my brain is going with XLG. I think they've got a very similar, if not the same sort of strategic depth as Wolves, and I think they've just got a bit more of that star power to help them get over the line. We've been seeing Raga put in incredible performances the entire stage, but XLG, they win a day off earlier today, and now it's the game that Wolves have to play again. And if they win that, I mean, it's back to back to back for whichever team wins tomorrow. It's a long old road, but that's for another time. We're going to close it out here. Thank you, Sam, for casting with me. Also want to shout out Crafty and Cats for casting earlier. We've been setting it up enough, really. The match tomorrow, Wolves taking on Bilibili Gaming, and I believe that's going to be Volt and Medante to take you through that one. So do enjoy and come back tomorrow. For now, it's goodbye. Later.